Can we finish this first?
Oh, yes, I thought you were finished.
You're gonna make copies of all the documents.
So she has in her hand some of them already. So I just want to make sure I don't double print them.
Just double print.
On that. So
Council's suggesting she doesn't have them. So let's just print them all.
Okay, well, she does have some of those. That's what I make sure.
For the record,
I don't know, you're saying they're sent, council's suggesting she hasn't received those things. I just want her to get copies of it. I don't want your constant back and forth. Well, she has to, just give her the copies. That's it. It's easy.
That was
Just
about to
get her the
slap. Yo.
All right, Mr. Devins, you need a restroom break? All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
you gave me this last moment, so you're going off the time. 8:07. I have nothing on my.
My man. Yo, yeah, man. Yo, let's go. Yo, why she snapping? Oh, nah. Hold on. I hope y'all didn't hear that song. But, yo, why she snapping? She was just snapping on her, bro. Yo, she shouldn't be smacking. Hold on. Let's go back. Hold on.
We don't have a printer here, so I asked the state to do the professional courtesy and give me a copy of the documents that she'd be using for this testimony. I'm trying to refer to it. She gave me 7 pages, by the way, which we started, and I was objecting to it being published because it still had the names in. She said, I'm not using that first page that I handed you, I'm using every other page. So I'm looking at the pages to try to go along with what she's showing, and I'm noticing she gave me a report from a whole nother phone. All I'm asking is to give us the actual documents that she's showing the witness. And to say I emailed it to you while we were sitting in the courtroom is a little disingenuous because I don't have the printer to be able to print it out. So I just asked.
So you have the report, all 3 reports, but the reports that you have that were generated to you have the phone number as well as a name that's identified that the phone is associated with. Is that correct? She
redacted that.
No,
Yes.
but you have the 3 reports.
Yes.
Discussing the phones, and you were given those reports some time ago, and yesterday your objection was made that it's conclusory as to whose phone it was, and I sustained that objection, told her to redact the name.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're telling me you don't have the form of the reports with that redaction of these maps or whatever they are, with the names being redacted. Is that correct?
So I have it in email, but I'm asking for paper form so I can follow along with.
Understood.
Yes, that's exactly.
Thank you. So can you make copies for those?
I printed, I found all of them. If there's one that she's missing, I'm happy to do so and pull them up again. I printed them all this morning for her.
Council's suggesting she doesn't have them, so.
Yo, she going back and forth with the lawyer. Not good. That's not good. All you have to say is, yes, sir. Do what you have to do. Yo, she giving that back and forth, man.
Sure, she has.
Of course, and that's not the problem. So, but they've all been turned over via email. This is all in there. The original copies as well that were provided.
Council does not have the ability to print something out in the courtroom now. She's asking Council Raven, Liberty's asking for a copy of it. Let's provide her a copy.
I'm happy to do so. I just need to know exactly which one she says she's missing and which one she says she has. I don't want to have to duplicate them if possible.
None of the documents she's published that is testimony started.
Yo, she going back and
Print
forth.
all of them out.
Oh.
All right?
Can we take a break while the jury's on?
We can. But can we finish this first?
Oh, yes, I thought you were finished.
You're gonna make copies of all the documents.
So she has in her hand some of them already. So I just want to make sure I don't double print them.
Just double print.
On that. So
Council's suggesting she doesn't have them. So let's just print them all.
Okay, well, she does have some of those. That's what I make sure.
For the record,
I don't know, you're saying they're sent, council's suggesting she hasn't received those things. I just want her to get copies of it.
Yo, he might say, man, free this. Yo, he's snapping. He's snapping. Hold on, he's snapping. Yo, hold on.
Your constant back and forth. Well, she has it. Just give her the copies. That's it. It's easy. Just get her the copies.
That's all he asks. She had to make it more complicated, man. All she had to do, like I said, all she had to do is get the copies. Boom. Here's the copies. You trying to be on the man's good side right now. He could, not guilty. You know what I'm saying? But keep doing that, though. Keep doing that.
All right?
Keep doing
Devin, you need a
that.
restroom break? All right, we're
See,
recessed.
look. You see how he came? Yo, bro, you need a rest. You see that? Yo, you see, hold on. You see how he just, you know what I'm saying? You need a restroom break, my brother? Like, hold on.
For the record,
This happened. I don't know, you're saying they're sent, she's, counsel suggesting she hasn't received those things. I just want her to get copies of it. I don't want your constant back and forth. Well, she has it, just give her the copies. That's
Just
it.
get her
It's
the
easy.
cop, yo.
Just get her the copies.
You have one job.
Mr. Devins, you need a restroom break?
You said you need a restroom break? She had one job, bro. One job. Shut the fuck up and give him the copies. And look what she did, bro. She back talked to him.
All right, we're recessed. Thank you.
She back talked to him. Melly about to be free. Mama, wait, hold on. What they saying in the chat? Nugget. Free that vid. Freeze up. Oh man, hold on. All right, they taking a break. But yo, that's not good.
Doesn't help the case at all. She should have just said, "Okay, judge, no problem."
Now let me ask
for the record,
This happened.
Yo, why she? Look how he get up though. Look how he get up. Hold on. Look how he get
Original
up.
copies as well that were provided.
Counsel does not have the ability to print something out in the courtroom now. She's asking counsel, Ms. Raven, Liberty's asking for a copy of it. Let's provide her a copy.
I'm happy to do so. I just need to know exactly which one she says she's missing and which one she says she
Oh,
has. I don't want to have to
watch him get up.
none of the documents she's published since
So just
testimony
do
started
me a
has
courtesy,
been
just
given
print
to me.
all of them out.
Okay.
All right?
Should we take a break while the jury's out?
We can, but can we finish this first?
Oh, yes, I thought you
So
were finished.
you're gonna make copies of all the documents.
So she has in her hand some of them already. So I just want to make sure I don't double print them.
Just double print.
On that. So
Counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them. So let's just print them all.
Okay, well, she does have some of them. Just want to make sure.
For the record,
This happened.
Yo, you see when he got up, she got scared as shit. It looked like you know how you say like, yo, don't do something, and them badass kids don't, and then you get up and they just start. That's what she looked like she did, bro.
Which one she says she's missing and which one she says she has. I don't want to have to duplicate them if possible.
none of the documents she's published.
No, that's not
since
looking good,
testimony
bro.
Do
started
me a
has
courtesy,
been
just
given
print
to me.
all of them out.
Okay.
All right?
Should we take a break while the jury's out?
We can, but can we finish this first?
Oh, yes, I thought you
So
were finished.
you're gonna make copies of all the documents.
So she has in her hand some of them already. So I just want to make sure I don't double print them.
Just double print.
On that. So
Counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them. So let's just print them all.
Okay, well, she does have some of them. Just want to make sure.
For the record,
This happened.
Look, he got up. She instantly just walked over there like. Yo, he got up. She did the whole, you know what I'm saying? Let me just go over here. You feel me? Like,
I don't know, you're saying they're sent, counsel's suggesting she hasn't received those things. I just want her to get copies of it. I don't want your constant back and forth. Well, she has it, just give her the copies. That's it. It's easy.
oh my God, bro, that's not good.
Just get her the
That's
copies.
not good. That is not good.
Mr. Devins, you need a restroom break? All right, we're recessed. Thank you.
you gave me this only, so you're going off the 907 and I'm nothing on 907.
a little bit of the relationship between the prosecutor and the defense attorney and the judge and how they're all kind of interplaying with each other. It seems that the defense attorney and the prosecutor in this case are really not getting along. There's not a lot of professional civility going on. And I think that you saw that kind of play out when the judge is just telling the prosecutor, she says she doesn't have the documents, just print a copy of all the documents and give them to her. Yeah. That should have been it. That should have been the whole thing. But the back and forth just kind of shows that the prosecutor is just trying to show the defense attorney is not being completely honest with the court, and it's unnecessary. It doesn't help the case at all. She should have just said, okay, judge, no problem.
Now, let me ask you this, Sonny. I want to go back to ballistics for a second. There are no murder weapons in this case. Prosecution doesn't have them. And we're not entirely sure if it was one weapon or multiple weapons. How is that something that could help the defense?
Because it says that the prosecution says this happens, but they don't have the evidence that these individuals had weapons. So that is questionable. Just like you said earlier, the other thing that's questionable is how did these two individuals who are accused of this particular crime not sustain any significant or no injuries at all if this was a drive-by shooting with random gunfire? I think this is going to say, well, there's no weapons, they can't prove it. How do they tie together those particular knives?
For the people,
this is a very interesting case.
And for the people, bro, I see people saying, yo, he did it, or like it was. I was watching the girlfriend shit earlier, the ex-girlfriend when she was on here, and I seen a person. They say, yo, like she should be ashamed of herself, and it's like, how you know if he really did it? They don't got good evidence. They don't have a gun weapon. They don't have nothing to prove that he did it. So like, what is you really saying? And then a lot of people, they say that till it's convenient to them. So if they have a loved one on there or something like that, they know damn well they be on that bitch line. Fuck out of here.
What do you do for the Miramar Police Department?
I'm a detective in the homicide unit
And how long have you been in the homicide unit?
since 2000.
Yeah, it's not. Oh man, I missed a lot. Hold up.
She could be considered evidence.
And in terms of to do the analysis part, what information do you need?
I need to know what the case.
It says, when's the next trial?
This case that we're here on today, Miramar Police Department Investigation 18-10.
Look, he's still pissed. Look at his face. To game up. You want to go to the bathroom? Want to go to the bathroom? Then with the finger and all, like. So you feel me? Man.
I don't think we have color clearance in the back side of my office, so it's not something I can do regardless.
That's wild. That's wild as hell, bro. They really let this man go, man. Let this man go. Where? Yeah, hold on. I wonder. He's still not live, bro? Cause it'd be like, hell no, bro. He probably live on. Hold on. He be on Twitch, right? He be on Twitch. Let me go on Twitch real quick. See what's up with that. You feel me? Cause he probably on there.
I mean, at least it gets you moving.
Why aren't you saying?
I know he live on. Yo, hold on, just said he live.
It's been a hell of a ride, but every single moment.
Bro, with him and his fucking. He offline. What the hell? I know he got. Hey, look, he about to get me strike again, bro. I got copyright claim. I had to delete that joint, bro. Fucking with AK, bro. Like, I tried to appeal that shit. They didn't go for it this song. Didn't go for it. I ain't on it, bro. That's bad though, man. You can't go.
Do it on that.
So you're opposing.
Yes, right.
Anything else that you want to?
Cooked. Oh, everybody saying cooked.
Why it was not pursued and why.
Let's go. Yo, they got him cooking.
To pursue it does
this
not
nigga been
undermine
cooking
their
all
case.
fucking
They don't
yo.
get to keep plugging holes.
This dude was cooking. Every drop. He was cooking. Cooking. Sir, you know what I'm saying? Chef Curry with the oh my gosh, bro. This nigga, man. This shit crazy.
Avoid surprise, avoid hammer.
This shit crazy. Shit literally crazy, man. For real.
Hold on.
Just briefly, I would mention that defense hasn't yet to provide any reciprocal discovery, but alluded to some yesterday that they were looking at Instagram posts and everything that had happened as recently as this week, but yet they have provided nothing to the state. So if there's any deadline of any sort that needs to be imposed on both parties.
Thank you. Oh, Counsel, my understanding is that's the way it works, is that it's not, Richardson violations apply to both sides, it doesn't apply to just one side, it's deadlines apply to both sides, and there's should be the obligation to do something. That's not what it's talking about.
We apologize, the pictures decided to start working. Let's work on it. I'm sorry.
I apologize. What I was saying is that the whatever obligations that are imposed would be applicable to both sides when there's a discovery cutoff or not. My thought is as to the discovery cutoff, you can keep investigating the case, however you feel fit, and you're more than welcome to do that. However, that doesn't mean that anything you find can be used at trial as in evidence. This thing with Mr. Moretti, where when I'm out of town on vacation, you're asking the detective, or he's offering, I'm not really sure how it happened, to continue and run this through another process, and the defense doesn't know about it. The defense cross-examines Mr. Zellner, or Officer Zellner, and is not aware that he's asking questions about other programs, because his understanding is there isn't any other program. But you know there's another program, they have access to it, and they've done it, you just don't have the results. That seems to me to be what the council's talking about. And that seems to me to be a Richardson violation. There's a discovery that's ongoing, you know about it, and you're not telling them about it until we're here in court. So as far as Mr. Moretti is concerned, I think that's a discovery violation. And I'm finding it to be a discovery violation. I just think the only way that can be cured is he's not going to testify about this second procedure that happened. That's not coming in. Same thing. If you want to keep investigating a case, you can do it. You can find exculpatory information. You may change your mind as to how you proceed with the case, and I don't have a problem. You can investigate whatever you want to investigate. But as far as using new discovery that you're coming in, I think a cutoff needs to be happened because this is what's going on. We're going to have this. If you find something new, there's a whole, as counsel describes it, that and you try to find evidence to plug up the hole. That's new discovery. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to depose the witness. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to do X, Y, and Z. And that's just not the way it should be. It shouldn't be done by surprise. So
it's clear this was not a new item. This was just this. All of the information was supposed to be identical.
You found it. You had a meeting with the detective in May when we're in hiatus because I'm on vacation. All right. You had a meeting with him in May after we picked a jury, and when we're ready to, or we're in the middle of jury selection. You picked it. You did it.
What's about to happen?
He tells you, or you ask him, do you have more, programs to go ahead and provide the information? And you find out there's another program, and he runs the program, does a different download with something other than Cellbrite, and therefore, you have more information. Don't make the defense aware of it. You hold that to yourself. You go ahead and put on a couple weeks of trial testimony, and then when it comes up after he, in cross-examination, points something out, you bring it up and say, well, by the way, I told him, the detective in our pretrial meeting, it came up and he has the program and we can use it and we're doing it, all right? And but you don't tell him about it. You just go ahead and hold it, keep it close to the vest yourself. Don't explain it to him, and then you say, when it comes up at trial, I say, what was it? I don't have the report yet. And that's why I didn't turn it over to him, but didn't disclose it's coming. It seems to me that's not what's supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen, period. That's a discovery violation. Okay? So, as far as the Detective Moretti, and whatever other form he used, that's not coming in.
Okay.
All right? That's the sanction. If you have other information, other discovery that's in the works, you better share it with them, because right now, if you don't have it, they're not aware of it now. It's not coming in unless there's something extraordinary that pops up. And just because, you find out they have additional capabilities and you want to go retest something, that's not extraordinary on my way of thinking. I'm not familiar with what the case law says. It just seems to me that this is a fundamental fairness thing. You have evidence, you need to turn it over to him. If you didn't turn it over to him, you can't use it. That's really the basic.
Understood, Your Honor. And so everything has been turned over. That was the only item of which there was additional investigation done on to see if there was any other information or anything else that came out. It was reported to me that it was identical in terms of the information that was done through Grey Key versus Celebrite on that. So defense counsel is attacking the veracity of the Celebrite program on that. So with regards to that, that's the only reason why that would even be brought up. But if I understand there, so we can move forward on that. But I do want to address one other issue, more outside the presence of the jury. Counsel keeps objecting to publishing of items that are already in evidence and making speaking objections. So just ask if Your Honor could address that specific issue, because the state can publish the items that are in evidence in the presentation of their case, and defense can object if there's something that has not been admitted or something to that effect. But in terms of the speaking objections and things like that, those are improper in front of the jury.
Thank you. All right, no speaking objections.
Understood.
When do you expect this documentation to come over?
I think the printer just started working.
And I provided it to Ms. Liberty.
Do you have those, Ms. Liberty?
Yes, confirmed, Judge.
All right, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury in.
Champagne.
exclude.
Jurors entering.
They got somebody else?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury as well as defendants, his counsel, the state attorneys. Our witness remains on the stand. Counsel, you can continue with your direct examination.
Okay, so we had left off, you were talking about the red phone and the blue phone. And just to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the red phone number?
So it is listed at the top of the slide. It is 772-713-9807.
And then the blue phone number?
The blue phone number is 954-248-9081.
Okay, so going back, you have a little green box with the numbers 154129-11. What is that?
That is the name of the tower and
And they still on this shit?
a.m. in blue, and it says 3:20 a.m. in red, and that is the time from the records that the blue phone and the red phone each respectively connected to that tower.
So based on what you're showing here, what can you tell us about where the blue phone and the red phone were at 3:20?
So generally in the area around New Era Studios.
Okay. As you're moving across the slide, what are we looking at?
So we see a series of towers that the red phone and or blue phone were observed by as they move from east to west. So you see there's a line of towers generally in this area, kind of along 595, down I-75, and then the last ones at the end of the slide are the west, kind of by the intersection of a tower that's near the intersection of Pines and US 27. The tower is 63035, sector 15 at 3:57 a.m. That tower saw each of these phones.
So I want to make sure it's clear when you're the 3:20 a.m. that's on the right side of the screen. Can you kind of show in order the way the towers are plotted?
Yeah, so I didn't know the time for each tower because then it would be just a mess of boxes on the slide. But generally, these towers in the northeast, and then sequentially or chronologically as time went on, these towers were used. This tower was used later, and that tower, and this tower, and that tower. And so as time went on, from 320 closer to 357, these towers were used.
And based on your training and experience, what does that tell you about how the phones were moving in relation to one another between 3:20 and 3:57 a.m.?
Yeah, so in my opinion, that's consistent with the devices moving generally together.
Okay. So you mentioned that there are some in which there is red and blue together. So I want to focus in. There's one here. It looks like at the intersection of Flamingo Road and I-75. And
Yes.
595 rather. The red with the blue. What does that mean when you have them overlaid like that?
So that tower saw both the red phone and the blue phone.
Okay. Is that at the same time or are they at separate times?
It could be either.
So going on to the phone of the 772-713-9807, what are we looking at this slide titled 3:47 a.m.?
So this is a plot of timing advanced data, and it shows that two data points basically from the engineering report. The tower 64337, sector 2, that's pointed south, recorded the red phone had two data points, one at 3:47:13 a.m., one at 3:47:24 a.m. And the measurement that went up was that phone at those times was 0.24 miles from the tower.
So you said it's two different times, but it's the same measurement. How do you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That's just what the records recorded.
Okay. And in terms of by having two data points along, are they going to be in the same exact spot?
Well, it could be or it could not be. So the 0.24 miles from the tower is this red arc here. And I guess your question is the phone in the same spot or not? I don't know. Those are two data points close in time. They're separated by 11 seconds, so the phone certainly could be stationary. The phone could also be moving. For instance, at one point it could be here, and at the other point it could be there. There are both possibilities, and you can't determine for this thing.
And in terms of you don't have any cameras if it's stuck at a red light or anything like that?
I don't.
So that was the 772-713-9807 at 3:47 a.m. Okay. Moving on to the 772-713-9807 from 3:52 to 3:53 a.m. Could you explain what you're illustrating and the data shows on this slide?
Okay, so this shows two data points, both using the same tower and sector, tower 151, 685, sector 13. And the first data point is at 3:52:58 a.m.
Okay.
That's this arc here. That's 0.58 miles from the tower. And then 50 seconds later, at 3:53:48 a.m., the arc is 1.16 miles from the tower. This other arc.
And in terms of the distance between the two arcs, what is that amount?
It's a little bit over half a mile.
And the time frame in between those two arcs is how long?
About 50 seconds.
Based on the records and that you have, can you give information as to where that phone was along those arcs?
Based on the records that I have?
Yes. Based on other additional information that was provided to you, can you make a determination as to where it's more likely than not the phone was?
Yes.
And where is that?
So the phone moved half a mile in 50 seconds. That's consistent with vehicle travel. It's too fast for a phone to move. That's 30 miles an hour. So there's a couple places that the phone could be logically. For instance, it could be going east to west on Pines. It could be going north to south on 184th. Those are both options. There's a data point that was provided to me. And that reason for this analysis was I was asked, hey, the detective recovered some video footage from Montessori Academy that he believed these devices might be in a vehicle that was seen driving by around this time. The detective asked, is the cell data consistent with these devices being in the vehicle? In my opinion, yes.
The data points that we're looking at, are those the only data points that exist in this case?
No, but these are the data points between 352 and 353.
No. So going on to now the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. The 4 a.m. to 4:03 a.m. Can you describe what information is contained here?
So both phones are seen in the same tower and sector, tower 63035, sector 15. At 4 o'clock and 36 seconds, the blue phone was 1.45 miles from the tower. We have two data points.
Now I watched a funny video, bro. This shit funny as hell.
Everybody in this business, you got a damn.
Yo, when she was she Yeah, that's funny as hell. Hold up. That's it.
Points on the red phone. One at 4 a.m. 54 seconds.
This arc, can you narrow down in any way where the phones are along that arc?
No,
This is a waste of time.
All you can tell is that there's something with it.
This is a waste of time. This is bullshit. This is bullshit.
Received your $13,000 home booster bonus yet? Then listen up. Homeowners are now getting new energy efficient.
Yes.
And where would that be?
So the red flag depicts the crime scene that the detectives told me about, and they asked, is it possible for these devices to have been in the crime scene? In my opinion, yes. The data is consistent, includes devices being in the area of the crime scene at this time.
Okay. So going on to the 772-713-9807 phone at 4:06 a.m. What information or data are you showing here?
So this shows the red phone at 4:06:22. There's a data point where it's back on tower 63047, sector 3. It's 1.02 miles from the tower. So in this band here.
Okay, and in terms of where it is along that band, can you give a more definitive answer?
From the cell phone records alone, no. The reason for this slide, this analysis, was because the detective had video footage from Montessori Academy.
He said, I can't give her accurate. He said, no. Oh, shit, I'm fucking up. But, damn, man, what the fuck?
We're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different towers for both the red and the blue phone between 4:17 and 4:23. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where 4:17:43, the blue phone, is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles from the tower. Shortly after that, 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22 and 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related and direct in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones moved north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here at the end of the period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame?
Yes, 4:17 to 4:23.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form either way.
Okay. So going on to the blue
Dang, y'all can't even see the joint that clear. Damn.
phone, 954-248-9081, 4:40 a.m. to 5:52 a.m. What data points and what information do you have on that phone?
So there's a lot of data points, or many data points for the blue phone during this time period.
Yeah, it's showing the map. It's really not that interesting, y'all, to be honest with you. But, yeah, basically they trying to show the locations and shit where it's at. Yeah, my screen look bright as hell on there. You can't even know. You don't even know what's going on. You just see a white screen. But it's a map of wherever they was at in Florida.
Now to go to the 4:40 a.m. for the 772-713-9807, where does your data show that phone to be in the area of?
So at 4:40 a.m., at this point, the phones are clearly separate. At 4:40 a.m., we have two different types of data points that were plotted here. At 440.31, we have the timing advance data, which shows that the phone is 0.5 to 8 miles from this tower. And then at 4:34 a.m., the red phone makes an outgoing call using that cell site for that tower in sector 62407, sector 12.
Okay, and the outgoing phone call that is made, is that identified from the records?
Yes.
And what is that? Sorry.
That is a outgoing call to phone number 954-376-9158.
Okay. Does the red phone ever coincide again with the blue phone on the same arc that covers the hospital?
No.
So that was the first analysis that you did. Did you do additional ones?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to the sprint at records and analysis that you did. Counselor, you're clear which one? So with the sprint records that you were given, did you have the same measurement or distance data for those phones?
No, we had a similar report, which is the time in advance. Sprint calls it per call measurement data report. It's formatted.
She makes me tired.
It's a different network, it's a different company, but it has generally the same types of information contained in the report.
Okay. If there was going to be a distance in this report, where would it be shown?
It would be shown in column I.
Column I?
Yeah, just titled distance in miles.
Distance miles there. Okay. And to be clear, we're looking at the records here for 954-371-7895. Did Sprint provide the distance for column I at any point between 3 a.m. and 3:57 a.m.? Sorry, that's column 163. Was there any distance provided?
No.
Okay. The 164 column, or row 164, row 60, 166, 167, and 169 was distance provided by Sprint at that point.
Yes.
Are they from a different manufacturer or vendor of cell tower?
Yes.
Okay. So based on, and so on this, the state would also publish what's been previously admitted as State 63. And for the record, that is the 2018-221418-6155597 customer service management screen of Chris Thomas. And the second one to be published is the customer service management screen of Duntavius.
That's the objection.
May we approach?
Sure.
I gotta fix this. I don't even know I don't know why it's even like that. I probably can't even see anyway. I thought he would be on live. It says upcoming right here. So I don't know. Bro, late. So you can go on his shit. Let's go on his shit. But they saying bro late. Yeah, bro, I'm trying to look at.
And so now also publishing the 2018-221418 1-6155640 records that have been previously admitted into Sprint and previously admitted as part of State 63. Special Agent Collins, the number that you're looking at here on the screen, 772-713-2341. Did you do analysis for those records?
Yes.
Okay. And again, for the record, publishing the subscriber information previously admitted as State 63 for Chris Thomas. Going down to the next phone number, did you do a cellular analysis for the phone number 954-371-7895?
Yes.
And for the record, publishing what's been previously admitted as State 63 with an identified subscriber of Dontavius Withers. Okay. On the Sprint records, do you do substantially the same type of analysis that we talked about on the true call data analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And you use the same information to illustrate cell sites and cell sectors and towers?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the same demonstrative that's on what's labeled as page 3, you're still using the same symbols, the circle to represent a tower?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still using the same wedge or pie shape to identify a specific cell site?
Yes.
As to the next image that we're looking at, what does this show?
This shows the Sprint network in South Florida at the time of October 2008.
Does this fairly and accurately depict how the cell towers for Sprint were situated in October of 2018?
Yes.
And we had previously discussed the locations of interest. Are those the same as in the previous analysis that you did?
Yes.
Why don't you put these all on one giant map together?
All the phones?
Yes.
Well, one, there would be a lot of phones. It could be like confusing to look at and see all the different data points. And then, so that was one of the reasons why.
Oh. So going on to the phone number, the 772-713-2341, the green phone on this, and 954-371-7895. Can you explain what we're looking at of this October 26, 3:22 to 3:43 a.m.?
So, much like the red and the blue phone, this shows that the green and the purple phone both use towers or seen by towers in the Fort Lauderdale area near the flag with the NE unit. It represents New Era Studios. At 3:22 a.m., the purple tower was seen by Sprint Tower 168845, and then at 3:23 a.m., the green phone by a different tower, 325-911.
Okay. And in terms of, to go back to the 772-713-9807 and 248-9081, you're showing the same or similar time frames?
Yes.
Okay. Do the phones, the green and the purple phone, move consistently together during this time frame?
During this time frame, yes.
Okay. And how can you say that?
The towers, again, advancing chronology, consistent with the phones moving together, generally south, and then west, and then south again. They were hitting the same towers at similar times through this point.
Moving on to now 3:43 to 3:57 a.m. What are you showing and illustrating on this slide?
So this is only the purple phone. And you'll see that there are several towers that saw the purple phone during this time period. Unfortunately, because we didn't get distance information in the report, we can't tell where, in relation to those towers, this device is. So you'll see that there's overlap between the towers, right? Like for instance, between 343 and 352, there were multiple times that this tower saw the phone. But during that time period, this tower also saw the phone at 348. During that time period, this tower also saw the phone at 349. 350, this tower saw it. So we have multiple towers from all different locations where the antennas are generally pointing that direction that saw the phone, but we don't have distance information.
Are there any phone calls or anything that would indicate that the phone used one of those towers as the clearest, strongest signal to make a phone call?
No.
Then going on to the 772-713-2341. Is this using some of the same towers?
Some of them.
Okay, and if we can just kind of go back and forth a little bit to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which ones are the same and which ones are different.
Sure. So I believe all three of these are the same, but the purple ones, or the purple phone, had multiple other towers that were used.
Okay. To look at tower 336-234-3. I'm trying to overlay them as, are they using the same antenna on that tower?
No.
Okay. Is this consistent with the phones being together?
No, in my opinion, this shows that the phones were separated.
So, and then in terms of the final analysis at 3:49 a.m., if you could, for the 772-713-2341 tower, if you could identify that on this exhibit, which is page 9.
The tower that recorded the phone at 349?
Yes.
This one in the center, tower 336.
Oh, I gotta pay to say something.
Okay. And then in terms of the final tower, the 3:57 a.m., if you could identify that one.
That's the western edge of the map area, tower 336-234, sector 3.
Nigga, did he do it or not? That's what I want to know.
So, going on to...
Did he do it or not? Was he around the area? Is that what they're getting to? Because they could have made this a lot shorter, bro. He could have made this a lot. Look, got people saying in the chat they about to fall asleep. She could have made this a lot shorter. Could have did, you know what I'm saying? Like how, like you don't got no murder weapon. You don't got shit. You trying to cook with this phone? You ain't even cooking really. Like.
$772 phone.
Yes.
Okay. So going on to those, do you again use the same information to depict timing advance and cell sites and everything of that?
She got cooked, bro. She, and this shit, man. Look, I hope this phone be at stops. Let's move on.
On this particular one, what network were both phones on? Okay, so back to the red phone. And are these, again, fairly and accurately depict the location of the T-Mobile towers of October?
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one on this particular item?
There's an additional one.
And what item or additional location is on this map that is different from the others?
The Toscana Apartments.
She do. She need to wrap this shit the fuck up, man. She's trying to get anything, bro. She know right now that she fucked up. She fucked up bad. First, you argue with the fucking judge. All you had to do is get up and do it. Argue with the judge, man. Come on. You know not to do that. You done fucked up.
So this is information from the call detail records, not engineering data. This is calls and texts. And it shows that between 1:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m., there are several calls and texts that the phone, to and from the phone, using two different sectors of the same tower, shown here with two different wedges.
And so, based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally in the area, just kind of apartments.
Moving on to October 26, 2018, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this turquoise phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the engineering data, the time in advance information, as well as information from the call detail records. So first, 12:01 and 12:02, the phone, turquoise phone, is in these two bands here. First, this one that's a little closer to the tower, it's 0.63 miles away, and then the second band is 0.73 miles from the tower. During that time period also, at 12:01:39, the turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this location is what?
It's 12:05 when the time in advance measurement that's recorded is 1.02 miles from this tower, south of it.
Okay. Going on to
Without the ones like you
12:06,
working tirelessly to keep things running,
12:30.
everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I said Flacco stink.
Version of the trial. I think one without commentary that you got to pay for, and then there's a free version.
Sectors.
Okay, so you can already see this is clearly GPS shit, right? I told you guys this was gonna happen, but let's see if we could quickly get a recap. All right. Let me fast forward past the motions. Let's go to the first witness who's going to take the stand. By the way, this is the guy, the FBI agent, right? So I'm guessing he's probably doing the analysis. I'm going to just kind of hop right into it. If you guys want me to talk about other topics, clearly I'm going to have chances to do so. But we got to catch up to speed with the trial. We're about like 40 minutes behind. So let's catch up to speed real quick. I want to make sure you guys completely get what's going on. And we want to do this before noon or before like 1 o'clock. They're usually going to break at 1 o'clock or maybe noon for lunch, right?
I apologize. So let me start over. I received a question about when the schedule of the trial, it's anticipated to conclude. I spoke with the attorneys. They advised me they believe the trial would be over before the end of July. I want to remind you also that because the attorneys reminded me, I forgot that there's the week of July 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That week we're not going to be in session. We'll finish out the end of June.
He's a little late. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little ahead of him right now.
And then 0.48 miles from the tower. Then it's in this band on a different sector, but perhaps still closer to the tower, traveling in the same direction, 0.63 miles. And then to the north, 1.1 and 1.6 miles from the tower.
And so in terms of the north to south distance of each of these bands, how wide are they? If we're looking at the north to south, aspect between here and here, what type of, remind ladies and gentlemen, what, is this still on a 4G phone?
Yes, yeah. So each of those arcs is still 78 meters deep.
Okay. Based on the multiple locations that you have, do you have an opinion as to how that phone or handset was traveling?
Yeah, I think the data is consistent with the phone traveling south and north during that time.
Okay. Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26, 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 91158, and then at 12:01, the red phone is in this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's an engineering report, and you may also hear it as referred to as a true caller quantum data or timing advanced data. But essentially what this is it's records of, from the network's perspective, location where the phone likely was during particular times. So you'll see a series of columns on here. You know, at the top it explains what is contained in each column, and then you'll have a series of entries. All that is associated with a particular time. So column A in this case is end latitude, and column B is ending longitude. It says what the confidence level is, the IMSI, column E, and the INDI. Those are numbers.
By the way, I got to give y'all a little bit of warning, and I'm jumping in a bit, but we just kind of started. This is going to get very mundane, very boring, just off the fact that they're talking about literally shit that you or I would really have no idea. This is like an engineer, forensic type of GPS type of guy's, like, you know, interpretation. They're going to try to break it down in layman's terms to the audience, but still, they're going to go through a lot of the shit that's just super technical. So it's kind of like being in math class, but just bear with me, all right?
Those are coordinates on...
Oh, nigga, we already going through it. We already going through it.
And then at 12, 18, 28, 0.68 miles from the tower. And then finally at 12, 21, 17, it's 0.29 miles from this tower.
And in terms of that was the end of the mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case?
Yes.
Do all of the maps fairly and accurately represent your testimony that you just gave?
Yes.
In terms of, we talked a little bit about cell phone signal. And
Finally, she's done.
Does being in a parking garage or being at elevation change your analysis of where the phones would be?
Being a part of the elevation change. I mean, I don't think so. No.
If there was something that was a red flag in the data, what do you do to catch that?
Well, if I see a red flag for whatever reason, something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to look at it much more closely and try and figure out, okay, what is the issue? Is there an issue? And, yeah.
Was there any such information or issues that in the records that you looked at in this case?
No.
Can you ever say why a phone picks a particular tower or doesn't pick a different one?
Yes. So if we're talking about making a call or sending a text, and then from the call detail records, the phone picks the tower based on its readings of signal strength and signal quality. The phone always picks the tower with the clearest strongest signal. If we're talking about the engineering data, what the network sees, why the network reports the distance measurement from one tower instead of another, no, I don't know why.
Oh. In terms of, can you tell whether or not a specific tower was working on the evening in question?
If there's a record associated with that tower, it was working on the evening.
There's other mapping software that's available. Does the FBI use a specific mapping software when doing this?
Yeah, we have a couple different programs. I used one program. Row 2, when you see October 26, 2018 at midnight 000, you will know that the latitude and longitude points attributed to that in columns A and B, or a little further down the spreadsheet, we'll see that a distance measurement from a tower that is associated with that particular date and time.
So with regards to the date and time, do you have to take into account if the records are kept in Eastern Time or UTC?
These are in local time, so the same time.
So the time that's on here is the time that the event happened.
Use the latitude longitude to produce that report. Could I use them? Could I plot them in ESPA or Google Maps and look at them? Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you rely on them?
I don't.
What?
I don't rely on it when I'm doing my expert testimony because I don't understand all the factors.
I've made over $300,000 in less than 30 days selling name brand products like the Nintendo Switch, this Tide launch.
I'm making my report for expert testimony. I use the time in advance to understand the math.
And in terms of, is the math constant?
Yes.
Do you take into account, you mentioned the UTC time versus local time. Do you take that into account in all the records when you're looking at those?
Yes.
Does the power of the antenna or cell site affect your analysis on the speed of light and the distance from the tower for each cell phone?
No.
Okay. Can you explain what is tower loading?
Tower loading.
God damn, man.
The tower gets overloaded?
Correct.
Okay. So, towers have, finite capacity. There's
Just good.
You'll see a distance there. So in column AO, it'll say 2.96 miles. So at that time, midnight, on October 26th, that phone was 2.96 miles from that tower.
Okay, so we've gone through a lot. I'm going to go and break it down a little bit in some of the things you talked about. You talked about 3G, 4G, 5G.
Yeah.
What is 3G, 4G?
Different technologies for, evolutions for the phone. Each time if there's a rollout, generally there's improvements in how well the phones work, the cellular networks work.
Okay, with regards to 3G, what type of information does that limit you to?
Oh, shit. Fuck.
The speed that cell signal travels at is the speed of light, so by multiplying distance by time, or speed by time, you get a distance.
Is the speed of light constant?
Yes.
It's been a while since.
It doesn't have a view into what the network is handling, which is why your phone has identified a particular antenna as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signal. It says you've got 4 bars from this antenna, this is the one I'm connected to. It doesn't know that that antenna is overloaded, and so that's why when you have 4 bars, you hit send.
Yo, that judge right there, he writing some shit down, bro.
No, oh, I should be looking for an extra antenna someplace. All it knows is that's my antenna.
And if there's no records or no entry in the records, can you analyze any of that data?
No, obviously I only am able to analyze the data that I have data points for.
In terms of the mapping and everything that you created, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone data and records that you just specified to?
Yes.
Does it in terms of as you're creating it, are you creating it as an expert in cell phone data and mapping?
Yes.
Do you do validation and verification of the data and the information that you're relying on?
So, through my training experience, I know that the time in advance data is very accurate. And we talked about that earlier or yesterday, where it's like have real life validation for it. Like, yes, I've done historic cell site analysis, had it validated.
And or cell phone, how it works. And you mentioned cell towers. What are cell towers or antennas?
Yeah, so
did he skip it?
Obviously, our cell phones don't have wires coming out of them to make a call or send a text or do whatever we want on our phones. We have to connect to the cellular network. We do that through cell signal, which connects to an antenna, which is usually on a tower, and then through the network's infrastructure, the call or the data transaction routed through its core and then handle however you need to handle it. So a tower can be anything that.
Oh, snap. I'm going back and forth, but
break, so we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case with presence or research. Please leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury step down. Counsel remain. All with the defendant and our witness. Yes, counsel, I'm sorry. I just figured it was easier if we just let the jury go.
Understood.
Makes sense. Your Honor, may we have this discussion just in case there needs to be some supplementation testimony outside the presence of the
Sure. You can step outside.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Special Agent Collins has left the courtroom. Yes, sir. He wants an issue, yes?
Well, he's got to use the restroom.
Who does?
Defendant.
Sure. We'll take we'll be in recess. Arrange for a restroom break for Mr. Dennis.
And I provide a case officer of the court and counsel on the admissibility of demonstrative exhibit that Pierce v. State.
Thank you. I'll take a look at it.
Flashlight pointed in one
oh, he
direction,
way behind, man.
light that way. And this side is a flashlight pointed in another direction. This side is light going in another direction. That way there's light or cell signal going in all directions to service, in this case, phones that are within the coverage area of the tower.
So you mentioned a little bit about the coverage area and the three-sided.
So this would be, as we were discussing further, further drilling down into what this example of the tower could be. So here again, with the three-sided tower, and you'll see that each side has a particular direction that that flashlight is pointing, that the antenna sends signal. That will be recorded in the tower list by something called an azimuth. So in the records that we'll have for the phone we were just talking about from T-Mobile, it will say the azimuth is 0. And what that means is that the flashlight is pointing 0 degrees, like out of a compass. And that will be where the coverage is the strongest, like it's the center of the beam, but it creeps out. And so it will be covered approximately 300 to 60 for 120 degrees on that side. Each side, if we have 3.
All right. Again, this is very technical as he's explaining it. I'm trying to make sure y'all not bored to death. This could get, whatever. Let me switch over to Melly real quick.
Phone sees. It's based on what the phone sees.
What do y'all think Melly's writing? Do you think he's taking notes? Like, next time I kill my homies, do not bring my cell phone? Or do you think he's basically, like, just doodling and just drawing? You know what I mean? What do you think he writing now? Huh? What y'all think he writing now, Chad?
He's drawing for demons.
Towers, doesn't have a clear line of sight to the device. Then you may use the phone, may use a tower that's slightly further away because the signal strength and signal quality are better from the antenna with a direct line of sight, for instance.
Are all the antennas and cell towers, do they look like the ones that we showed in the previous slide?
No.
What does a cell tower look like?
And whatever the companies want them to look like, right? They that's a good one because it's that I use.
Judge is kind of sexy. What the fuck? Door come.
What's the majority of the phones?
Usually they are tilted down.
If you saw an example,
Hey, murder on my mind too.
Cell tower that's further away, would you look at the records and try and determine why that's happening?
So yeah, if I see a red flag or something to me that stands out and it's being atypical, when I'm doing my analysis, usually I'll look further into it and say, okay, why is this not connecting to one of the towers that I expected?
Playing himself in tic-tac-toe.
So we described the CDR
Murder on my mind part 2.
that's used on those. Is that the same that you did for each?
A lot of people don't know he already made a part 2. It's called Mine on My Murder. He switched it up. Yeah. They might make a part 3. I swear, bro, if you talking about some nut ass phones, bro, I'm not. Cause we way further than what he had.
On this particular
What the fuck?
Were both phones on? Okay.
What the fuck?
Phone. And these again fairly accurately depict the location of the team.
What's the free chat, man? What's the free chat?
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I want to what? Oh, this shit. Man, I'm gonna have to let that shit out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let this shit go. Oh no, this is the pay to watch. I ain't paying it.
Are you tired of not getting any YouTube views, having no content ideas, and just feeling like a phony? Well,
And so, based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally in the area that just got apartments.
Moving on to October 26, 2018, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this turquoise phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the
Let me go back.
series of Google Maps and used to seeing the blue dot. When you pull that out, this is not the location device, this is the tower.
Okay, and can you just, so it's clear, point out what you're talking about, because sometimes the color doesn't come across great on the screen.
So the way, and then the second band is
Ack is way behind, man. He's way behind.
time period also at 12:01:39. The turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this,
Bro, you going to bore the jury to death, goddamn. At this point, they're going to say, you know what, not guilty.
Time in advance measurement that's recorded is 1.02 miles from this tower, south of it.
So,
going
real
on
quick,
to
I'm gonna run to the
12:06:07 to 12:12:37.
So during that time frame, there's measurements from two different sectors of the same tower. So we see on the one hand that there's arcs here that are either 1.45 and 1.5 miles from the tower.
Okay.
But also during that time period, we have
I'll be back, y'all.
measurements from a different side of that tower. They're 1.5 and 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and in terms of the location, is there anything you can say with specificity as to where that phone was at 12:07?
No, I mean, I think that I would generally look for the phone to be someplace where the arcs are overlaid, or an area where it would be seen by both sectors, but you can't in isolation do it.
Do the cell phone towers overlap in their sectors?
Okay, let's talk about this a little bit more. So, Paul, you had brought up an interesting question to me in the break about what the defense will do if you had the opportunity to cross-examine this FBI special agent. What would you do?
Is there an objection?
There is an objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
The objection is that although those diagrams might accurately present what he testified to, his testimony alone talks about those diagrams are inaccurate, imprecise, excuse me. Specifically, he stated in his testimony that there is a margin of error. If you look at those diagrams, it appears that the phones are traveling together. It looks like they're at the same location. But if you listen to what his testimony says, one, there's a margin of error. He also goes on to say that specifically the precision is limited and cannot precisely determine the location of the phones when the mapping tends to show a precise location. The maps alone contradict his testimony. Furthermore, these charts tend to place the phones together. As you heard the testimony, it looks like they're overlapping. However, he also testified that even though it shows that the phones are together, there's this band that the phone could be on this end of the band, or the other phone could be on this end of the band. And I believe that precision is over miles. I would state that it's misleading and highly prejudicial to a jury to be admitted. And I would also remind the court, I thought we had addressed this yesterday, and you stated that his reports were not going to be coming in. And she does bring up the 403 on the test. If I look at this case law that she goes through, prong 4 is not met, stating pursuant to section 90.403 Florida statutes, the evidence, although technically relevant, must not present a substantial danger of unfair prejudice that outweighs its probative value. And that's exactly what these demonstrative charts are doing.
Thank you. Anything else from the defense?
No, Judge.
Anything else from the state?
Just relying on the case law.
Counsel, it appears to me that, we talked the other day about the report per se not coming into evidence. Counsel just wanted, my understanding, to admit wholesale, and I said I didn't think that was appropriate, and I sustained the objection to put that in there. But that's different from the maps and things like that. It appears to me that it meets all the criteria as stated in the case that counsel provided here, and the witness identified it, he spoke about it, he explained it, and I don't disagree with you that he said it's not a, there are some variances in it, and that's been brought out in direct examination. I'm sure you're going to bring it out in cross-examination as well. I don't believe there's any 403 analysis that's not some type of unfair prejudice, substantial chance of unfair prejudice or anything along those lines. This is exactly what he testified to. So I didn't admit the objection notice overruled. These are items QQQ, RRR, and SSS that will be admitted. All right. You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Bring the witness back in. Let's get the jury in.
re-entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, defendants, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, and ladies and gentlemen, the jury, all witnesses, Brendan Collins remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, outside the present, the state offered items QQQ, RRR, and SSS. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and they were admitted into evidence. What's the...
States QQQ will be 65, states RRR will be 66, and states SSS will be 67.
Thank you. Counsel Jury, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Special Agent Collins, I want to go through on some of the timing advance records. And just so for the purposes of what we're talking about, it's row 139, 140, 141, 142, and 143 of the 772-713-9807 phone records. The latitude and longitude you mentioned, and this would be covering the times from 3:48 a.m. through 3:52 a.m. You indicated that the latitude and longitude are the first columns that are put there. And then the next column, column C, is called confidence.
Yes.
What does the confidence column modify?
It refers to columns A and B.
So is there a numerical value that's assigned to the low, high, and medium data entries in column C, the confidence?
So confidence, it refers to, like, that's T-Mobile's determination of, based on the number of data points that they have used to derive or estimate the device's location with that latitude and longitude, refers to, or it gives it confidence of like low, medium, or high based on the number of data points, basically.
And in terms of, do you use that in any way, shape, or form to testify to where you are placing the phone in your analysis?
No.
Okay. The question as to the difference between accuracy and precision. Can you explain that?
Sure. So precise, I guess, would be much more narrow. In other words, the latitude and longitude, what we were just talking about, like that is incredibly precise. That refers to like a particular point on Earth. But it may not be completely accurate. Like there could be a margin of error in it. So, for instance, if there's a margin of error that says, okay, like I'm giving you a precise point, a particular latitude and longitude coordinates, but my margin of error is 800 meters, well, that might not be very accurate. What you're saying is it's somewhere within an 800 meter in radius of this latitude and longitude point. So, I guess precise would be very small. Accurate, whether it's reliable or not. In other words, like a cell site used by the phone to make a call, for instance, that's not a very precise area. We're talking about a general coverage area of an antenna. But it's completely accurate. Like, there's no denying that is the cell site that the phone saw as the cell sector that gave it the clearest, strongest signal. So it's very, very accurate, but it's not very precise. It's the size of the coverage area.
Okay. And so last but not least, from the state would just be publishing part of State 64. The top number, the 954-376-9158, is that the cell phone that you did the analysis on? One of them?
It's one of them, yes.
One of the phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, publishing part of State 64, contact list for the phone number 954-376-9158 9158 from the phone extraction 772-713-9807. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You have any cross-examination?
I do have a cross-examination, Judge. But if you remember before court, I had asked that we take a break before.
Oh, yes. All right, so why don't you come side by side?
It's on no time.
Council, a few minutes to set up, and my thought is we just take a lunch and recess now, so do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, please make research. It's now, looks like 5 to 12, so how about if we see everybody back here 1:15? All right, does that give you enough time? Yep. All right, 1:15 to lunch. Remember, don't discuss the case, no research, just leave your notepads on your chair. Reflect the jury's excuse, counsel name all the defendant. Anything to discuss, ladies? No?
No, just returning all the evidence trust.
All right, so see everybody back at 1:15. All right. Have a nice lunch. Excuse me, but.
2 words, new shoes from all the brands you love. See what's new at DSW.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We will be taking your questions this hour in the trial of YNW Melly. He, of course, is on trial for the murders of his two friends, YNW Juvie, YNW Sack Chaser, back in October of 2018. Keep your questions coming to us on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, all the platforms on social media, YouTube, of course, and we'll get to as many of them as we can during this lunch break. And this morning, it's all been about cell phone testimony. First off, let's check in with Terry Austin, who is at the courthouse in Broward County. She is covering the case for us with the very latest on what's gone on in court today. Terry, bring us up to speed.
Well, it's been a very interesting morning for certain. Judge Murphy has been at times a little irate at the prosecution, and he actually ordered the prosecution to make copies of reports that the defense had not received to date. Technically, the discovery should be over by now, but these reports were not completely given to the defense, and so the judge said you must do that. We took a long break and those copies were given. We have on the stand still FBI Special Agent Collins, and he is testifying about the cell phone data and the information that was downloaded. So he's talking about all of the various different phones, where they were located. He did put several of those phones at the scene of the crime. So his testimony is going to continue for probably the rest of this afternoon. I would say that the jury is extremely attentive. They want to know what is going on with this data. He actually is the first witness who is analyzing the data. So I think it's very interesting for that jury to see what is going on in the crime scene.
I don't often hear, Terry, I feel like sometimes judges are pretty lenient during trial, but he said this is a discovery violation. You don't hear that a lot during trial. You hear a lot about disputes during the pretrial phase over discovery, the defense claiming, you know, a lot of times in these high-profile cases and a lot of other cases that they're not getting the discovery they are entitled to in a timely manner. So what did you make of the judge basically saying this is a discovery violation?
You know, I couldn't agree more. You don't hear judges saying that this is a violation. And not only that, he actually sanctioned the prosecution. As it turns out, the lead investigator in this case, Moretti, had a report and then a follow-up report. But the defense did not know about that follow-up report until the defense cross-examined actually another officer, Zeller. So because of that, the defense is at a, they basically were not able to look at that report and determine what they wanted to use for that report. So the judge said, look, you can't get that report in now, and you can't call any of the officers to talk about that report. So it was a win for the defense, and it was a sanction for the prosecution. And it is very rare that you see something like that. It's definitely a slap on the wrist, and it's something I think the prosecutor will have to think about when she goes back to the office. It's, obviously very difficult when you're on trial, what to do, what not to do, but you never want to be sanctioned. You never want to have the state to actually be hurt or the defense to actually be hurt. And here, the state has been hurt. They cannot bring in that evidence to this trial.
And it's really an unforced error because they could have just turned over the information. It's as simple as that. We are going to be taking your questions this hour, as I mentioned, so let's get right to it. As I said, keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can over this next hour. Linda Kenny Bodden is here with us as well. Famed defense attorney, has done her fair share of high-profile trials over the years, and, of course, a Law and Crime Network host. So, Linda, this first question will go to you. At Harry Low Keys 7144 asks, what do you think about all the love Melly is getting? I've been watching our YouTube chat a little bit today, Linda, and I can tell you, Melly is getting a lot of love. So it makes you wonder, are these a lot of his fans in there? Is this PR going on?
Yeah. Well, first of all, good morning, good afternoon, Anjanette and Terry. It's always wonderful to be on with you. But yes, I've noticed that. I noticed that his followers have increased on all of his social media accounts. But I think part of it also is that the prosecution case is looking a little bit, shall we say, problematic. So they're giving him love because they feel now that perhaps he's been in jail at 24 years old for 4 years on a case that he shouldn't have been charged with in the first place because he became the suspect because of who he was. So I think the love follows that, Anjanette.
Yeah, it seems like his followers, he's got a fair share, a lot of people going on in there, a lot of fans, a lot of supporters, whatnot. Terry, what is the vibe like in the courtroom today, I guess? I'm wondering from you right off the bat. We kind of touched on this earlier with the jury looking engaged and everything, but among the victims' families and Melly's family, does there seem to be any tension right now?
Well, I would say that most of the tension right now is coming from the defense and the prosecutorial teams. They are really bickering about the evidence, and right now, as I mentioned before, I think the defense has the upper hand. The audience is basically just paying a lot of attention. There are more people who are on the side of the courtroom for Melly. As you mentioned, there are some Melly fans, obviously a lot of the family members. And on the other side of the courtroom, we do have some of the family members for the victims as well. I would say that most people are just listening intently to the witness on the stand. They are watching, obviously, Melly as he sits there. One thing I'll add, Anjanette, he is paying, Melly is, close attention to this FBI agent. He is looking at the witnesses, and he is actually taking some notes. So I would say the whole courtroom is paying very close attention to this particular witness.
And you know that this cell phone data information, cell site location data is very important to the state's case. That means it's also important to the defense's case. Our next question comes from Melly Lover. My question is the evidence against YNW Melly irrelevant like YNW Melly's lawyer says it is, Linda? And this question is coming to us on TikTok.
Well, there are only 2 people in the car who survived the shooting. And one of them is Melly, and another one is his co-defendant. So just as we had in the Aaron Hernandez case, which I tried, the prosecution always goes, in my opinion, for the person who is more famous. And YNW Melly is more famous. And that's what the defense is saying. You targeted him. You absolutely targeted him. Now, does that mean the evidence doesn't prove it was him? Well, if there's any little bit of doubt that it could have been Henry, that he's the one who could have been the shooter and not Melly, that Melly could have gotten out of the car, that it wasn't Melly's phone that we're hearing about, sure, the prosecution's case could be very weak when it goes to the jury, especially in a death penalty case. Remember, that jury is watching everything there. So every time the defense objects, and they go to the sidebar, and there's a ruling which seems to favor the defense, the jurors also see what our viewer sees.
Most definitely. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching our live Q&A on Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
The visuals on this game blow away any competition we've seen so far. You will see some insane boss battles, some really cool heroes to collect. This is live in-game combat right here. And just the visuals, look at this. Rips the stone out the ground, slams it on your head. I was like immersed in the visual, in the gameplay. It's pretty nuts.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in the middle of a lunch break in the trial of YNW Melly. He is the South Florida rapper known by his legal name of Jamel Demons. He's accused of 2 counts of first-degree murder for the October 2018 deaths of his 2 friends and YNW members, YNW Juvie, who was Chris Thomas Jr., and Anthony Williams, who went by the stage name YNW Sack Chaser. We're taking your questions during this lunch hour, as we always do, so keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Joining us now is Bridget Williams. She is a defense attorney. Also with me is Linda Kenny-Bodden, a defense attorney and Law and Crime host, and Law and Crime's Terry Austin, who is down there at the Broward County Courthouse for us covering the case. Our first question, and Bridget, I'll bring this, throw this one over to you. Our first question right now is Hasco Vlogs from YouTube asking, they just need him in the location of the scene to convict him, right?
Well, the thing is that, again, the phones are putting, the records and what the witness is testifying to, he is testifying as to where the phones are located. And that does not necessarily mean this is where Melly was. This does not mean that is where he was at, exactly. And so I would say, no, not exactly. That's not all they need. We know that he was already in the car, right? We saw him getting in the car at the beginning when they were leaving the recording studio. The issue here is, when did he leave that car prior to the victims getting shot? If he did leave the car before the victims were shot. And so we're looking at the time frames here, not necessarily was he there, was he or not.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of pieces of the puzzle in this case. The surveillance video, the cell records, the differing stories of differing witnesses, and the co-conspirator in this case. Our next question comes from Diana Shields from Facebook. Terry, I'll throw this one to you. Why did the DA, meaning the district attorney in Florida, it's the state attorney, in that county, put this prosecutor on such a high-profile case?
Well, sometimes you get the luck of the draw. I mean, I think this prosecutor probably prepared for this case, but she wasn't prepared for, I think, a defense team that really does have all of the information that they need to proceed forward and to make the objections that they are making. So the defense is not making it easy for the prosecution. They are doing their homework. They are putting in the cases. And I think the prosecutor is doing the best she can with what she has. I think the biggest mistake, Anjanette, that she's made so far is to not turn over the discovery. You mentioned it before. It's an unforced error. It's something that probably someone who is new would be doing. I don't know how long she has been in that prosecutorial office, but frankly, I think that was probably her biggest mistake, and hopefully she'll learn from that.
And I think it is a formidable defense team, and you can tell David Howard is prepared for just about anything. I mean, he's very good. You can tell he's this is not his first rodeo. Our next question is from Dior Kennedy 745 from YouTube. Linda, is there such a thing as a surprise witness? If so, what's the procedure to bring that testimony in?
Well, there can be no surprise witness from the prosecution, because we don't try cases by surprise anymore, like you would see on TV and maybe the old Perry Mason shows. Everything is regulated. Prosecution has to turn over all items, and you'd be surprised in how many cases, Anjanette, they do not. That's why we have innocent people that are convicted, and we find 20 years later that there was something in the file that was exculpatory, which means that the person was not guilty. So there can be no surprise witness. But if a new witness came in that no one would have an idea would be coming in, then the prosecution would still have to give notice, and the defense would have time to prepare for that witness. But that's usually not the case.
Our next question, Bridget, I'll send it to you. It's from Twitter. @Nat asks, if Melly does get sentenced to death, will he have a chance to speak his last words for the courtroom for his fans?
You know, I think that he definitely will be able to do that. That's up to the court. The judge will make some, words and allow for him to be able to do that. But the first threshold is getting over if he's going to be found guilty, and that's where we are now. And if he is, then we move on to that step. And if that is the case in a sentencing or anything at that time frame, then the court will make the announcement that allows for him to be able to have any last words, or if he wants to say anything to his fans or to his family.
And it won't be last words. Let's say he is ultimately convicted and he is sentenced to death. I mean, he would be able to speak, obviously, anytime he wants in this trial. He can take the stand to testify in his defense case in chief, or he could speak in the mitigation phase. We just don't know if he would choose to do that, but it would take years and years because there would be so many appeals in this case. Dior Me, yes.
The Florida Supreme Court has just stayed 2 death penalty cases in the penalty stage as a result of the 8-4. It just happened last night as a result of the 8-4 law that Governor DeSantis signed. So if this case even got a conviction, there'd be a question whether or not the defense team would apply for a stay and whether it be stayed.
Oh, and that could definitely happen. Thanks for adding that, Linda. Our next question comes from Instagram. It's from Diorme_me. Terry, is the cell phone evidence debunking Melly's statement that he wasn't in the car at the time of the shooting, but cooperating with deposition of Miss Felicia Holmes' statement of the FaceTime call?
Well, that's an excellent question. Right now, the witness has not put the car at the scene. One of the things I think the prosecution will have to do is to get information from the car that car is at the scene. The cell phone data just means the cell phone was at the scene. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even mean Melly was at the scene because the phone could have been carried by anyone else. So I definitely don't think that it's a problem, anything Melly may have said at this point, because the prosecution hasn't proven that Melly was at the crime scene, that he was holding the phone, or that he was in the car. The only thing they are showing right now is the location of the cell phone, all of the cell phones, frankly. And so I think we do have a ways to go to actually say that Melly is the one who did the shooting. He had the gun, he was in the car. Long way to go before that.
Bridget, this next question I'll send over to you, also from Instagram. 543 Ina asks, hi, tuning in from Australia. Thank you, Australia. We always love it when we get questions from different countries, and we do get a lot of Australian viewers. My question is, will the jury look at YNW Melly behavior, happy, giggling, goofing around, etc., and take it as there is no remorse, therefore he is innocent? Or will it backfire on him, and the jury will the jury take it in a negative way, Bridget?
Well, we never know what jurors are thinking. However, as a defense counsel, it's our job really to let the defendant know before a trial, before a hearing, before any matters before the court, to take it seriously and to make sure that they are on their best behavior. Melly has been quite the character throughout this entire trial. He mouths words to people in the audience. He says prayers. He gives kisses in the air. I believe he was said on his social media that he was giving kisses to angels, is what he said on his social media. And so if I was his defense counsel, I would have nudged him at that very moment to stop it right at that time. I also would have had a conversation with him prior to trial to make sure that he is being in a serious manner, that he's also showing that he's taking this seriously. You just don't want the jurors to think anything differently. You want them to make sure that they think that this is serious to him. I mean, he's being tried for a double murder case and, could be sent to death here. And so it's a very serious offense.
It's as serious as you can get in our criminal justice system in the United States, and really in any country for that matter. Our next question comes from Alex A. from YouTube. What does hung jury mean, Terry Austin?
A hung jury is a mistrial. It means that they can't all come to a unanimous decision. We're in the guilt phase here, and they do have to come to a unanimous decision on both of these murder counts that we have first degree for Melly. And so if you don't have, all of them agreeing, and it can take time, these types of things, sometimes the judge has to go back and say, look, it may seem as though you have lots of questions. It may seem as though you can't come to a decision, and he might give a charge saying, go back and see if you can come to one kind of conclusion. So right now we are nowhere near the, deliberation phase. But if they actually do start deliberating, and if they do become hung and that charge doesn't address the situation, then that could mean that there is a mistrial. And a mistrial simply means that they could start all over again. The prosecution would have the ability to make the decision as to whether or not they want to bring the charges against Melly again. So hopefully there won't be a hung jury, which would mean a mistrial, because with all of the effort that's been put in already, you want to see some sort of definitive conclusion to the trial.
Most certainly. Our next question, Dakota.G9, Linda Kennyboden. This is coming from Instagram. If the defense is winning at this point in the trial, how do you think the prosecutors could sway the jury in their favor if they do not have any more hard evidence or witness testimonies to provide them with?
Well, this is a really interesting question, because remember the surprise witness issue the other day, or the other question we just had? There is one thing that prosecutors may decide to do. They may decide that the devil in this case is Melly, and then go back to the attorney for Henry and say, let's make a deal. Will you testify as a prosecution witness, and we will give you a deal of whatever time served or whatever, on the basis that they feel they need to get Melly. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's always in the prosecution arsenal. And they could say to the judge, the deal was just made. The defense can then move it. They'll move for a mistrial. They'll move for all sorts of motions, but the judge will let it go through.
So even that late in the game, Linda, you think the judge would allow it if they said, hey, we made a deal with Bortland, he's going to come in here now?
Yeah, I think because the deal is dependent on the attorneys, right, to accept it in the first place. So I think he would. He may put a little delay. And remember, we have that delay built into the third week of July here. So that could happen. I don't think it's going to happen, because I don't think Henry wants to be in jail or in prison being the proverbial, what we used to call snitched, or now call incentivized informant. But it's there.
Yeah. In prison, though, they still call him snitches. So he probably does not want to be labeled a snitch. It's never a good thing. All right. We are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us. They've been fantastic. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. And we'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime.
I'm Javi, and I got Botox Cosmetic. There was a particular photograph. The lines were so prominent, it's all I saw. It made me feel like, okay, it was time to get Botox Cosmetic. I'm still Javi, but I just have fewer lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us this lunch hour as we take your questions in the YNW Melly double murder trial in Broward County, Florida. Lots of good questions coming in, so keep them coming on our YouTube chat, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can, and we've got a little bit of lunch with the ladies going on today. All-lady panel taking your questions. Linda Kenny-Bodden is here, Bridget Williams, a criminal defense attorney, and Terry Austin is in Broward County, Florida for us at the courthouse covering the case. Our next question, Terry, I'll throw this one to you, comes from Chris Prince from YouTube. Is a defendant smiling in court a normal thing? In your opinion, is the defendant usually found guilty when showing that type of body language?
Well, I think a defendant smiling in court is a normal thing. You have to remember that it's very nerve-wracking, and you automatically have responses that you really cannot control. So I think if you see someone smiling and they're fidgeting around, it could just very well be nerves. Now, I will say that in the past, I do think that Melly has been more active and more pronounced. Today, he is very serious. I've seen less smiles, and certainly there are no antics going on. And as far as the jury is concerned, the jury does look at the defendant at every move and every motion that that defendant makes, because they're trying to make a determination as to whether or not the defendant is guilty or innocent. And so I think they are looking at him. It doesn't seem to me, because I'm looking at the faces of all these jurors. We have 15 jurors. We have 9 women and 6 men. They actually seem to be paying more attention to the witness. And they think, you know, at least it seems as though they're thinking that whatever it is that's going on the defense table is something that might be normal. It doesn't seem as though they're using it against him. So at the end of the day, I don't think that the antics will be used against him. No way to really tell. But right now, he is being very serious.
And I think we should point out, in fairness to Melly, a lot of what we saw during the first week of the trial with the praying and the blowing of kisses and all of this stuff, a lot of that happened outside the presence of the jury. It was captured by our camera, but, you know, the jury is not supposed to be watching anything regarding this case. So they shouldn't have seen any of that. All they should see is what's going on right there in front of them in the courtroom. Our next question comes from Miranda O'Ganier from YouTube. Linda Kenny-Bodden, are they going to revisit the evidence of the shots in the car, because multiple of those bullet holes would have gone through Bortland and Melly if they was in the car, and that shows that they both got out?
Well, that's interesting, because I do not know, because I don't have the list, whether the defense has a reconstruction expert, a crime scene reconstruction expert, and whether or not they feel the need to use that, or whether or not they feel that they poked enough holes in the cross-examination of the prosecution's expert to say that indeed it shows that you know, only one of them maybe could have gotten out. But I you know, if I were the defense right now, and I'm a big one for putting on a defense case, I'm not sure I would use a crime scene reconstructionist here. But again, I'd have to see the reports, and sometimes you just have to live the case. But you see how close attention our viewers are paying? That's the same type of attention and questions in their head the jurors have right now.
Most certainly. One thing we should point out, too, that I think is really interesting, and we haven't heard this testimony yet, Linda, but Christine Bradley, the assistant state attorney, said in her opening that the evidence, the medical examiner is going to testify that Juvie and Sack Chaser were dead when the bullets were fired into the vehicle, not from the back seat where they claim they were fired from. So that'll be some interesting testimony when that comes up. Yeah, J Cinco exclamation point from YouTube, Bridget, asks, question, when do you think they will start trying to bring in his music into it? And will it have a big impact on what the jury might think? I'm not really sure, Bridget, that they're going to go there.
Right. I don't think so either. That's an interesting question. I know that, you know, sometimes the state will bring in evidence from a defendant's social media, from their music, from their lyrics. He has a song that it's called Murder on My Mind. And so I don't know if the state is going to be bringing that in right now. it's their job to show that he, in fact, was the killer in this particular situation. And so if I were the prosecution, I would be focusing on, the fact that he was in the vehicle at the time. He was the person who made the shots that came from within the vehicle.
Yeah, and I hate to bring this up again, but in the opening statement, Christine Bradley said something like about music being artistic expression. We won't be getting into that. But she did talk about social media messages. So maybe the judge didn't let them go there, and maybe the prosecution's just saying, we're not even going to touch it, because bringing in rap music lyrics has been a kind of a controversial thing, bringing this stuff into trials across the country. Terry, let's get a question over to you now. This is from Jessica Ann from Facebook. Has the prosecutor lost the jury with all of this long testimony?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question. I think in the beginning, yes, they had witnesses on the stand who went on and on talking about information that really wasn't relevant, just sort of trying to teach the jury what was going on from an evidentiary standpoint. But now they're putting on witnesses who are fairly quick, getting up and down. And so I think the jury is paying attention to these witnesses because it's not prolonged. Now, on cross-examination, I do think the defense is doing a really nice job at disputing some of the information, making it seem like they didn't go far enough, or they're not doing an analysis, or they're not the experts to really talk about the data. It's mostly forensic data, and that can be boring, I agree, but I do think this is a very tentative jury, and they are paying close attention to everything that's going on that witness stand. I don't think they're being distracted by anything in that courtroom. They're paying very close attention.
All right. Linda, this next question I'll send over to you. It's actually, we kind of have two questions put together from two different viewers. Nina Stanek from YouTube, who is from Switzerland, so thanks for tuning in from Switzerland, and Joe Nose from YouTube. Both are asking about Cortland Henry, the co-conspirator who's charged separately in this case and will face trial at a later date in a separate trial. Asked, do you think Cortland will take the stand and snitch on Melly? Is Bortland a state witness in the case? Will he have his own trial? So yes, he's going to have his own trial. I answered part of that. But Linda, the rest to you about, do you think Cortland will take the stand and will he snitch?
Well, that's a question that we just talked about with a little bit different bent. Thank you, Nina and Joe. Because the question is, will he snitch? Now, remember, he could be a witness, but I would imagine that if he gets on the stand and decides to snitch, right, what's the defense going to do? What did you do? You found God when it was decided that you had to have your own trial in your own death penalty case, and now you want to talk about YNW Melly? You didn't say that before. You didn't say that before you got a deal, and the deal saves your life, not his, doesn't it? And there you go. The defense really has a lot to work with. So my impression is no, he won't take the stand, even though the prosecution may decide they need him because they're losing the jury.
Yeah, I don't think Bortland's going to be taking the stand. I just don't. I think it's too risky for the prosecution. Plus, he's accused of murder. I just don't think it's going to happen. TT by 3 from Instagram. Can someone explain the car stealing or car sealing situation? Was it Melly in the rear drivers, Bortland in the rear passenger, and the two victims in front? So, Bridget, can you clear that up for TT by 3?
Okay, so that's an interesting question. She's asking if who was all located in the vehicle and where they were. So I guess I would say we would go back to what the camera shows. And I mean, I think that's the clearest indicator of where everyone was. You had where Melly was in the back of the vehicle, and the forensics team is stating that is where the initial shots came from the back of the vehicle. And that's why they are putting this murder on Melly, because they are saying that the initial shot came from the back seat of the vehicle that was from where Melly was sitting at.
Yeah, so they are saying Melly was in the back driver's side, and then one victim up front, another victim next to him. So that's right. Why kind of what they're saying here in this case. Our next question, Terry Austin. At user NQH1 or High 1 from YouTube, why doesn't the state seem to have solid evidence so far? Seems a reach to convict a man on such small evidence. So this is somebody who doesn't believe that the case is very strong. What do you have to say about that?
Well, this is a circumstantial case, and sometimes it's very difficult to prove a circumstantial case. You don't have a witness who can say, I was there, I saw exactly what happened. So to that extent, it is a weak case. But if they do it correctly, they can put forensics in. I mentioned this before, but they need to make sure they have the phone data. They need to make sure that they have any sort of cameras that might have been outside to view the cars. They need to get the information from the cars to see where the cars went. And so I think if they put all of that forensic data together and they do it well and they analyze it, they can pinpoint what exactly happened. You know, as far as the car, we do have the video of the individuals getting into the car. And what the prosecution is claiming is, yes, you're right, we have Melly in the back, and he's in the back behind the driver. We have Christopher Thomas, who's in the back on the passenger side. And we have Anthony, he is in the front on the passenger side. And they have Henry as the driver. So that is what the prosecution is claiming. And they're going to have to prove that with the forensic evidence that they have. And so far, that's what they're putting in. And I think it's really, I wouldn't say it's a weak case. I would say it's a difficult case.
And it's a very interesting case. It's got a lot of people watching and paying attention. We are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
welcome back, and thanks for being with us on the lunch hour during the trial of YNW Melly. We've got a lot of great questions coming in, and we are answering them for you, so let's get right back to it. Aziella from YouTube, Bridget asks, why aren't they doing anything about Melly having multiple personality disorder? I don't know if he's been diagnosed with that, Bridget, but I know that he has said prior to all of this happening in interviews that he's got Melly and Melvin, and then he said in another interview I saw that he's got like 3 or 4, maybe 5 personalities.
Right. And so I don't know if that's something that has been brought up to the court, that he has a mental illness or has multiple personality disorder in any shape, form, or fashion. And if that should be taken into consideration if he could stand trial or anything of that nature. And so I don't know if that's something that's going to be brought in by the prosecution. If so, they should have notified the defense if they were going to be doing that by now. So I don't think that that's something that's going to be coming up.
Mm-hmm. Linda Kenny-Bodden, Minx TV from YouTube asks, will the same evidence be used against the co-defendant, Bortland?
Absolutely. There's a lot of evidence that goes to Bortland also. That's where the shooting took place, according to the prosecution. The fact that where they found the cartridge underneath the front seat of the car. So much of this is actually going to be the exact same people testifying. Maybe the prosecution will shorten some of them, such as the examiner, the firearms examiner, who talked about how firearms have patterns and all to the nth degree, so much that the defense took advantage of it in cross-examination by giving and telling the jury they all had certificates now. But you will see much of the same evidence.
Terry, Tiara Williams from YouTube asks, did they do a psychological evaluation on Melly?
You know, to my knowledge, the answer to that is no. I don't think that there was any issue of competency. And actually what that means is that he's going to be able to assist with his defense. And there hasn't been any issue as far as that's concerned. There were no examinations. And, you know, we just talked about this, you know, multiple personalities. Again, there hasn't been any medical evidence put into trial, certainly. And I agree with Linda, I don't expect that we'll see that because we haven't had any witnesses on the list that would talk about any medical evidence. So far, nothing has come into trial to that effect, and I think we're just going to see him continuing. And, you know, he's competent, he's mentally sufficient to try the case and to be involved, and I think that's all we're going to see at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it could be a totally different story, though, Linda, just really quickly. If he is convicted and they go on to the penalty phase, I mean, there could be some psychological information that comes in for mitigation, right?
Absolutely. When you get a death penalty case, you actually start with mitigation as a defense attorney. You find out everything about your client from pre-birth, before he was born. What was his life in utero like, as we saw with the Parkland shooter? So they will go into every single thing that he's had, every single psychological issue, and they will probably have somebody then diagnose him, or may have already had someone diagnose him, but haven't revealed it to the prosecution because they don't need to right now because there is no conviction.
Bridget, Nikki Burns from Twitter asks, do legal teams typically get feedback from their leadership on how the trial is coming across? That's the first part of the question. Second part is, and what types of strategy adjustments are allowed in the course of the proceedings?
Well, yes, I would say I was a former prosecutor. When I was a prosecutor, we definitely had some of the higher up prosecutors and the actual district attorney who would sometimes come down and even watch the trial while we were in the process of the trial. And then they would give their feedback and in an effort to improve the prosecution and give feedback on what questions should be asked of witnesses, if witnesses should go out of order of what was already planned. And so she would definitely be able to get some feedback from other prosecutors that are in the district attorney's office. And so she can use that to her advantage as she sees fit.
Terry, this is from Julie Mart26 on Instagram. She asks, what is the strongest evidence they have that he was involved?
Oh, Julie, that's a great question. I think that video of them coming out of the music studio and getting into the car and placing him in the back seat, so far, I think that's the strongest evidence against Melly. I do think that because this is a circumstantial case, they're going to have to piece it together because they don't have much else. I think, frankly, they do have more evidence against Henry. He was the one who went into the hospital. He was the one who told the initial lies, at least according to the defense attorney. And so I think they have a stronger case against Henry, frankly, than they do against Melly, but we'll see how it pans out. They don't have any hard evidence. They don't have any witnesses. They actually just have the cell phone data so far. We might see additional data that places him at the scene of the crime, but right now we haven't seen all the evidence, and right now I don't think it's the strongest case.
Interesting. We'll have to wait until it's all been said and done, until the case is over, at least the state's case in chief. And then we move on to the defense case, of course, if they decide to put one on, which we believe they will. Crystal W. from YouTube. Should the prosecutor be fired for her actions and violations? Linda Kenny-Bodden.
Prosecutors seldom get fired for actions in violation. Even when they have caused wrongful convictions, we seldom see any punishment meted out to prosecutors, although that may be changing a bit. But if indeed there is a discovery violation, she should be, the best practices for any office would be to redo the teaching that you have about what should be turned over. And usually in a big office, there is a Brady unit that says and reviews everything if it's even questionable about whether it should be turned over. So maybe the whole office has to look to see whether or not they're doing things properly if the basic discovery violation that was made by her has been made by others in the office.
Bridget, next question is from Lies Never Told 247 from Instagram. Why didn't Miss Holmes' daughter testify? That is Mariah Hamilton, the former girlfriend of Melly.
Well, I would say the only person who would know the reason why she didn't testify would be the prosecutor in this particular case. And so maybe the prosecutor doesn't think that the girlfriend's testifying would be helpful to their case at this time. And so bringing up Ms. Holmes would be more helpful to their case in chief here. And so the prosecutor has the decision and has the power to decide on what witnesses she brings up. And so she just probably didn't think that it was helpful for her in this case, and maybe that Ms. Holmes was more helpful and laying out what was needed here.
Trap Man NYP from Instagram, Terry. Is he ever going to take the stand? What do you think? Do you think Melly's going to get up there and testify?
I don't think Melly is going to need to get up on that stand and testify, at least based on the evidence we've seen thus far. If the prosecution is putting on a case, and if right now it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, and I think there is a ton of doubt, much less reasonable doubt, in the jury's mind at this point with the evidence that's gone in, he will not take the stand. There is a lot of risk when a defendant gets on that stand. They have to be cross-examined. They could really talk about information that contradicts with other information that they've previously provided. And if you don't need to get up on that stand, obviously they have a right not to testify, and the jury cannot use that against the defendant, and the charges will be talking about that. The judge is actually going to make sure the jury's instructed to that effect. So if you don't have to, don't put the defendant on the stand. And in this case, based on what we've seen thus far, things could change. I doubt very seriously if Melly will get on that stand.
Well, Terry, I'm sorry to cut you off. We got to go to break. I'll be signing off. Linda Kenny-Bodden will be taking over. We'll be right back.
Electrolyte, instant hydration.
gonna keep it 100 with you. Rima, I might be saying it wrong. It might be Rema, or Asake. They're just not rookies. They're not rookies in the game. Like, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Our coverage continues in that Broward County courtroom for the trial of Jamel Demons, better known as YNW Melly. This 24-year-old rapper is charged with two counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie, and Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sackchaser. All were a part of the YNW collaborative, along with the co-defendant, Cortland Henry, who will be tried separately. Right now, the court is on their lunch break and should be returning soon. But I want you to take a listen to some of the testimony that happened earlier of Special Agent Brendan Collins, who's with the FBI. His cross-examination is expected to begin once they return on lunch, but he was under direct examination all morning. So why don't we take a listen to the prosecution's case?
Going on to this next slide here, what are you illustrating in this particular map?
So this shows the green dots are T-Mobile towers in the South Florida area at the time of 2018, at the time relevant to this analysis or case. And the takeaways there are just there. You see in densely populated areas, there's a much higher concentration of towers, right? Because there's more people who have more devices, so there's more demand of network resources. So the providers need to have more towers with smaller coverage areas to provide service to those devices. When you get to more rural areas where there's fewer people, fewer devices, the networks will usually have fewer towers that will have bigger coverage areas. So.
Okay. Is this map fairly and accurately depict the towers that were in South Florida in October of 2018?
Yes.
So going on to the phone of the 772-713-9807, what are we looking at this slide titled 347 again?
So this is a plot of timing advanced data and it shows that 2 data points basically from the engineering report.
Yes, sir.
The tower 64337, sector 2, that's pointed south, recorded the red phone had 2 data points, one at 3:47:13 a.m., one at 3.
Now I got the door fluid. If you don't got the door fluid, you ain't on.
0.24 miles.
Not bad.
So you said it's 2 different times, but it's the same measurement. How do you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That's just what the records recorded.
Happy birthday to me. You know I'm chilling. Feel me? I'm chilling like chilling. Yeah, man. I'm just coming back. They still talking about the same bullshit, bro. Like, what he talking about? This nigga.
Like, they've been doing their thing for a while. Don't play with him. Don't play with him. Don't play with. I like that song. I don't know her catalog.
Bro, why he talking about?
Physical evidence provided for you to review.
I don't think I saw physical evidence, no.
Oh. So going on to the next slide, the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. If you can explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different hours for both the red and blue phone between 4:17 and 4:23. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where 4:17:43, the blue phone is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles from the tower. Shortly after that, 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22 and 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones moved north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here at the end of the period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame?
Yes, 4:17 to 4:23.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form.
Okay. Now going on to the
not enough data.
713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26th of 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
AC just says not enough data.
First, there's and then 3 locations where the antennas are generally pointing.
Again, y'all, I'm only looking at DJ Academics, John, because he knows how to break it down and dumb it down a lot better than what I know how to. You feel me? So that's why I'm looking at DJ Academics shit. You feel me?
That direction that saw the phone, but we don't have distance information.
Are there any phone calls or anything that would indicate
We just going back and seeing shit like.
One of those towers is the 32341 tower. If you could identify that.
But like, it's this shit is boring, and it's really not. To me, it's not doing nothing. There's no justice. Like, the fuck. To me, it's like, all right, well, he just said that's not 100% accurate. I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people saying guilty.
This band here, 0.92 miles from the tower. Then continuing on at time,
You have
12:18:08
to.
p.m. The red phone's in this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. And then at 12:18:28, 0.68 miles from the tower. And then finally at 12:21:17, it's 0.29 miles from this tower.
And in terms of that was the end of the mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case.
Yes.
Does being in a parking garage or being at elevation change your analysis of where the phones would be?
Being a part of the country elevation change. I mean, I don't think so. No.
If there was something that was a red flag in the data, what do you do to catch that?
Well, if I see a red flag for whatever reason, something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to look at it much more closely.
Didn't they already do this? This is a recap or something?
What is the issue? Is there an issue?
Bro, this a recap. Because I remember them saying this earlier on, like, they just I don't want to see that shit. If they just redoing it. They got any new coming out. Movies or nothing, I can't. Yo. Is they replaying that shit? Come on. Is it over?
Great Brian Buckmeyer, also a great criminal defense attorney in his own right. And of course, the former president of the New Jersey State Bar Association, another great, I should say trial attorney and criminal defense attorney, Bob Hilla. But Brian, I want to start with you. How does this testimony advance the prosecution to a guilty verdict beyond a reasonable doubt? Or is it more beneficial for the defense being exploitative?
So I think it's more beneficial, and thank you for that amazing welcome to Linda. I think it's more beneficial for the defense, but let me walk through why I think that is. This testimony for the prosecution is giving the jury a general idea as to where these two cell phones were. I'm assuming at some point they're going to say the red cell phone, we believe, was YNW Melly, and the blue cell phone was one of the other three people in the car. See them traveling together, see them separate. I think that separation and in between them traveling together is going to be where the shooting occurred, because we all know that YNW Melly was not there when Cortland Henry reported that the shooting occurred. So they can kind of piece together the storyline, generally speaking. But the devil's in the details, and most defense attorneys will come up and say, okay, take this information and show me where the shooting occurred. So far, the prosecution hasn't been able to articulate that. So if the defense can say, well, this general information is great, but it wasn't specific enough for you, the investigation, the prosecution, to give us the ultimate answer that we're all looking for as to where the shooting occurred. Were you able to get video from where that shooting occurred? Did this information further investigation? And if it didn't help the law enforcement get to the right person, then why should the jury be able to use it for beyond a reasonable doubt? That's how I would argue as a defense. So I think at the end of the day, this helps the defense more than it does the prosecution.
And let me now turn to Bob Hilla. Bob, you were talking to me as this was going on, and you were saying, wait a second, is the cell phone in two separate locations? I mean, I could hand you my cell phone accidentally. You could walk out with it. Or maybe I have somebody else's cell phone here with me on the set. So tell me, how does this, when you were listening to it, help the prosecution and help the defense?
That's what we all want to know.
Well, it's a part of the story. I mean, obviously, it
Hold on,
needs a
y'all,
lot
real
more
quick.
of an evidentiary boost to it because it doesn't really tell us anything about how the victims died and who did it, which is what the state has to prove as to this defendant. What it does tell us is that these cell phones were in the general vicinity and when. So to the extent that it's linked, but I'm not so sure it's all that important because you have the surveillance video that shows these people all getting in the car together. You have 3 of them coming back to the hospital afterwards, 2 of them were deceased. You know, so the question is what happened in between. I'm not so sure, unless you have a direct linkage with those phones, that that's really going to help answer that question. But I think the jury wants to know everything that the state found in this case that might be relevant in telling at least bits and pieces of the story. So in that regard, I think they're going to give a lot of tolerance to this part of the trial.
Well, then let me go back to Brian for a quick question here. Brian, so Melly got out of the car. That's what Bob Hill is saying. He got out of the car before the shooting happened. So how does the prosecution put him back in the car when the shooting happened if he got out of the car before the shooting happened, as his defense will say?
I don't think they can. I don't think there's going to be any information to say that based on us being able to track these 2 cell phones that we believe belong to, I think, Henry and YNW Melly, that these are them and believe it them. I know they submitted some evidence saying that, hey, look, we took a screenshot of the person using this phone, and in that screenshot you can see YNW Melly in the small box as he's FaceTiming someone. Great evidence, great use of an argument. I get that. But saying that these 2 phones traveled together and then at some point in time they were not traveling together, and the inability to pinpoint exact locations, because what you're really doing is you're pinging off of cell phone towers. You're not triangulating exactly where someone is. You can give a general idea of where they are in that area. So saying that at some point they're close and at another point they're a distance away, it doesn't say where the shooting occurred, when he got out, if he was in the car during the shooting or outside the car during the shooting. It leaves more questions than answers.
And Bob Hiller, let me just talk to you about one final point then on this. So you have Henry, who brings the 2 decedents to the hospital. But does that mean that he's saying, well, this, please help them? Or is that saying, hey, I'm trying to set up, like, it's not an alibi, but a cover story that I really wasn't the shooter when I was the only one in the car with the 2 other people and Melly is nowhere to be found?
Well, and Henry's the interesting part of this puzzle because, the jury can still reject this idea of a drive-by and can still acquit the defendant if they believe that the state didn't rule out that Henry didn't shoot these people or that the defendant somehow played some part in that or even had knowledge that he didn't just take out a gun and shoot these people and then he just split from the scene. So the jury is going to look at everything here and it could acquit because of the role that Henry had in this and the unexplained role that maybe he had in it.
And the unexplained role that Henry had. And, Henry, there was a shell casing that they couldn't necessarily match. Found, well, let's see, a lone one in the car under the front seat, and that's where Henry was sitting. So I think that we should all ponder this because when that jury goes back into that jury room, they're going to be doing the same thing, pondering, and they're going to say, what did I just hear? Even if they can't talk about it, does that help me get closer to the football touchdown the prosecution wants, that it was Melly who was the shooter, or does it just give me a more reasonable doubt? In any event, we're going to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network. When we come back, we'll go right back into that courtroom, right back into that testimony that the jury is hearing, and let you assess it, and then we'll talk about it some more. Stay with us.
They taking a break. He's doing a fucking doing.
Oh, okay. You said he wants about Reverend Bob.
Anytime I see gangster rappers, I don't really look at him as a gangster rapper. I look at him as just an individual. But pick up a gun. Just pick up a gun, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Just go get him the gun. Just go get the nigga the gun, man. go get him. So has a good foot movement. Yeah, he has decent foot movement, but I don't know. Them punches, they look like they have no power with it, type shit. I'm joking about the pick up the gun shit. I'm joking. Okay. Somebody said, get the strap. Remember when 50 turned that into a thing, get the strap? Okay, so Twitter has Pusha T dissing Jim Jones. Let me see if I can find it. Pusha T, Jim Jones.
Shit, you find shit. I don't not reacting to the shit, but I mean, I know he know how to break it down more, and plus, he be having other shit that's interesting. So you be like, damn, I never knew Pusha T had beef with Jim Jones. But we find out here live why he got beef with Jim Jones.
I guess this is what it is. Here we go.
Veterans, you think it be valor amongst veterans. I'm watching your fame escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message. You think it be valor amongst veterans. I'm watching your fame.
They go, what?
Escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message.
Nah, this can't be the song. This can't be the song. Where's the actual diss at?
Yeah, I'm like, how the?
I think y'all forgot what Jim Jones said about Pusha T. Jim Jones diss Pusha T. I think you forgot.
So Pusha T, his thoughts regarding Billboard's.
Hold on, let me play it in full. I gotta play the full. Wait.
Well, Melly,
Is it this?
Jim Jones took a somewhat controversial stance on Pusha T's all-time.
Man, where's the fucking thing?
But I know it got so
Man, I cannot find this clip to save my life. Is this?
O'Shea and I be.
I'm O'Shea, top 50 of.
Oh my God! Now I can't find the original Jim Jones shit.
Well, and shout out to Pusha T. I love your soul, my dog. You're not in my top 50. You might be in Charlemagne's top 50 and things like that, but you haven't done that much for me in my life. Like I didn't never want to be like Pusha. I never had a Pusha moment in my life. I never thought like you dig. Like where I'm from, niggas want to be like you if you was really that dude and that rapper and things
Wayne
like that.
wanted to
It's
be like Pusha.
Shit.
He was influenced by Pusha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's why Pusha did the Mr. Me Too record.
Okay, cool. You a very strong Pusha T fan. You heard? And I don't care because people be like, look at Jim talking. Nigga, you is nowhere near the top 50. You top 950. You crazy. Like, well, and shout out to Pusha T. I love you so
He went
much.
on Pusha T even crazy on this other shit. I'm trying to find it. That nigga was going crazy on Pusha T. It was some shit with him and Jinx. Was it this?
Jim Jones doubling down on why Drake is the greatest rapper.
Drake is the only person that gets played on any place in this earth, and they're going to know it in English.
I think in the grand scheme of like the greatest of all time, unbiased list, I think Drake has to be in the top 5.
If you're not putting Drake in the top 2 of all time, like what are we going to do? We're going to keep putting shade on his name?
Hold on. I gotta play the original Pusha. Like he violated Pusha T so crazy, nigga.
Yeah.
It was a rap caviar or something like that. I gotta figure it out. I'm about to find this bitch. I ain't even gonna lie, this shit was hilarious. These niggas post a lot. Where's it at?
It's crazy because
on this Billboard list, I feel like shouldn't be on here.
Shouldn't?
Yeah.
You don't think Pusha T should be on the greatest 50 rappers of all time list?
How? What has he done? What has he done that puts him in the greatest rappers of all time besides talk about that he probably didn't get.
Wow.
All biased aside.
He's nice.
Yeah.
He's nice as he can rap his ass. He can rap his ass off. What has he done? Nobody has dressed like him. Nobody wants to be like Pusha T. No, I don't remember nothing. And let's not be evil, but we don't talk about rap where that's popping the want to be like. I don't know too many in this game that was leaning towards being like Pusha T.
50? You won't put
no, career wise, like he's been a member of the Clips. He's been a part of Kanye's entourage. He has no solo classic songs himself.
He's been a
first of all,
Lord willing.
Been a part of it. Then put Malice on there too.
What are we talking about?
Exactly.
Oh my!
Pusha T don't hold no weight out here. He not pushing no out here. I will put Big Sean before. I put Big Sean before Pusha T.
Easily. But Jim Jones is on there before Pusha T.
But I'm saying you can put whoever you want ahead of him. You're saying he's not.
Cameron before Pusha T.
Easily.
Nigga said Pusha T.
Bro, you go in these clubs, I don't know no records they play in the club with or Pusha T. They don't play outside.
Regardless of all that, Pusha's not in y'all's top 50.
Name me one classic song that Pusha T put out by himself.
Like he's in a rap group with his brother. You think that just negates him because he's a part of a group?
NBA Youngboy before Pusha T.
That's wild, Jim. That's
NBA Youngboy before Pusha
crazy.
T.
That's crazy. What do you?
No, you see, I hate when like purists do this. What? Who's had a better career? NBA Youngboy's had a way better career than Pusha T.
Let's be real. Now, we gotta be real.
I wouldn't say Youngboy's a better rapper, but see, that's where you got to kind of tell what's the criteria. Is it who's had the better career? Because Youngboy undoubtedly has had the better career. Who's the better rapper? Pusha's the better rapper, clearly.
What? Nah, Jim just trying to get everybody mad.
Pusha T around out here. You heard?
Jim trying to get everybody mad. That's Jim's. Look at him. Look at him laughing.
Yo, Jim, funny, bro. This is.
Was about a year ago to now. Has anything changed with the technology that?
I'm about to say, chat going crazy.
Right. So.
Hold on, y'all.
You had testified earlier talking about timing exams, and you said with T-Mobile they call that true data, correct?
Timing advance is the principle where the network is able to calculate the distance from a tower. T-Mobile has a brand called TrueCall that they use to do that.
And who within T-Mobile would do the TrueCall? Is it engineers? Who would know that information?
I don't know.
I'm going to put up your report. And looking at this band.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Oh, I do. Sorry.
Thank you, Gary.
All right, so this is your report, and we have this band here that kind of looks like, I know last time you called a hot dog, I like to call it like macaroni, but what does this band represent?
That is the timing advance band. So the engineering report, the TrueCall report from T-Mobile would say the distance from the tower is 0.24 miles. And so then based on the timing advance measurement, which in 4G is 78 meters, that band is 78 meters deep, so it would be plus or minus 39 from 2.4 miles on either side.
So plus or minus, so it's an estimated distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. How does T-Mobile determine? I think you testified earlier that T-Mobile determines the distance by speed times time equals distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. And how fast does that signal travel?
At the speed of light.
All right. And you had testified earlier that the speed of light is a static number, correct?
Yes.
However, I tried to do the math myself because I think I'm really smart. And one of the things that I came across when I was looking at the speed of light was that it could actually be a 3 times 10 to the 8th power meters per second, or the actual number is 2.99792458 times 10 to the 8th power. So if you know, is T-Mobile using the higher number of the 3 or using the actual number with the speed of light?
I don't know.
Okay. But you would agree, when we're dealing with the meters per second, that could actually be a big distance, correct?
Yeah, so obviously the bigger the distance or the bigger the time, then the more significant the difference between those two numbers would be, yes.
And just curious, would that estimate, because we talk a lot about sectors and I'll get further into it, is it possible that that estimate would change what sector you're paying off of?
It's possible estimate would change what sector you're paying off.
Well, let me ask you this,
No.
because if we're dealing with a meter, if we're dealing with a meter, it's 3 feet 3 inches, correct?
Yeah.
And if I'm off by 4 or 5 meters, we're talking about like 15 feet basically, correct? That's a little bit more than 15 feet.
Yeah, so I guess at some point there always has to be a transition from one sector to the other, because they have multiple sectors. So on the sector boundary, could that change? I guess, yeah, there's a possibility for that for sure.
Okay. Can you do this calculation yourself?
Which calculation?
The calculation of the speed times time equals distance. Can you do that math yourself
Yes, I can.
by hand? And would you include timestamps when you did that calculation?
So I didn't do that calculation for this report. I used the distance that was in the engineering records that T-Mobile gave it produced. If they gave me the time, and we could use either 3.0 or 2.99, whatever the other number that you said was for the speed of light, I can do math if that was your question. But for this report, I did not do that math to produce these distances.
Okay. So can you tell me about any publication that would tell us about these expected accuracy of the timing advance records?
Nope.
All right. You haven't. So in your map, throughout your map, you talk about these bands and the distance from the tower. Is there any publications or any other data that you have that would explain how accurate that is?
No.
Do you know of any scientific testing outside of the legal community as to this whole cell tower stuff?
I mean, the cellular community, because this is an important part of how cell phones work on a cellular network.
Okay.
But apart from that, no.
Okay. And you show that band as a plus or minus 10 miles, correct? Is that the width of it?
No, it's 78 meters.
All right. And could you break that down? How big would that be? If you were to compare, like, would that be a football field, 2 football fields?
No, it's less than a football field, slightly less than a football field.
So slightly less, like 3/4 of a football field?
Something like that.
And do you have any factual basis that would back that up?
Factual basis for what 78 meters is?
Yeah. No, well, the distance, the approximation of the span. Do you have anything that would back that up?
As to why it's 78 meters?
Yeah.
Because that's what based on how the technology works, based on 4G, that's what the timing advance is. I mean, that's just what it is.
So did T-Mobile tell you this in your training, or how did you figure it out?
Yeah, through my training experience, not T-Mobile specifically, but I mean, that's for regardless of whether it's T-Mobile or Verizon, Sprint, I mean, 4G technology, the timing advance is 78 meters.
All right. So is this an estimate that's being made by T-Mobile?
The distance?
Yeah.
The tower?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So would you say that this is T-Mobile's best estimate and it's actually no more accurate than the call detailed records themselves?
Well, so I think that in my opinion and experience, generally the timing advance is accurate. The call detail records are accurate. I guess I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I was just asking, it's T-Mobile's best estimate on this map, correct? Is it any different or any more or less accurate than the call data records, the CDR?
Well, the call detail records will have to be more accurate because they are less precise. So without a doubt, that is the sector that the phone chose. The timing advance measurement, in my experience, is accurate, but there are factors that could make it less accurate than the call detail records. For instance, we just talked about how the difference of whatever 3 100ths in math could make a difference in the calculation of distance. Earlier we talked about how like multipath, the signal bounces off multiple surfaces on the way to the phone or on the way from the phone back to the tower. That would increase the amount of time that it traveled, which would then also increase the distance. So although I think the timing advance is accurate, because it's more precise, there's the potential for it to be less accurate than call detail records.
So do you know of any publications or studies that would back up your opinion?
No.
Okay, so based on that information, you can't really tell the court precisely which locations these phones are following, can you?
No, one of the limitations of cellular analysis is that you can only say a general area where the device would be at a given time.
All right, so even with the general analysis, all of the stuff that we've gone through for about 4 or 5 hours, at the end of the day, you can never give an exact location.
True.
All right. Can you tell us if a phone is on a highway?
So that depends. From one data point, no, you can't. You just general area where the phone would be. If you have multiple data points, you may be able to infer an opinion as to where you think it is. For instance, like in this case, if you see the device traveling from east to west, in towers along 595, and you look at the time between those towers, you could infer what the speed would be and say, okay, I think it's likely that they're on the highway because I know the area, or they're on State Road 84 traveling at a certain speed. But from the cellular data alone, no, you can't tell if the phone's in a car, on the side of the road, on the road.
So can you tell if it's in the woods?
No.
How about another residence located in the area?
No.
And could you tell if somebody was walking around a car with the phone? Would you be able to tell that?
No.
Okay. Go back to your report. So it'd be your testimony that this phone, 9807, could be from here to here, correct?
Yes.
And what was the distance from here to here?
Oh, I don't know what the distance is from one end of that illustrated arc to the other.
Okay. Well, can you actually guarantee that the phone is in that arc?
No.
And why can't you guarantee that it's in this arc?
So that arc depicts the time in advance measurement with the time before, including the 78 years time in advance, which is all the resolution you can get. Why I can't guarantee that it's there as well. One, the sectors themselves, the sector itself. So that's an illustration, it's an approximation of the sector, right? Like talked earlier about it being a flashlight to illustrate the direction that the cell signal is going. If anyone drew a flashlight, we draw a cone or something that looks like this. But everyone who's used a flashlight knows that it's not actually like a tube on a paper towel. It's not actually just the tube, right? It's brightest here and it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So although in this illustration there's hard black arms that say this is the limit of the sector, that's not really the case. There's some bleed over it. So that's the first point, is that it could be, in this instance, potentially over here, potentially over here. Second instance is, as we talked about, if there was something that delayed the signal traveling from the tower to the phone or back. that would make the distance longer than where the phone actually is. So it's a depiction of the records. But with 100% accuracy to say that the phone has to be in this band, no, I can't say that 100%.
Okay. And I did switch the page, so we're looking at your page 12 of your report. I'm looking at this. Can you tell the court if the phone is between these?
They still talking bullshit. Those shit on my jacket and shit, man. I'm just mad. What's going on with the Melly?
But didn't you tell us earlier that you don't always necessarily connect to?
He said fuck that shit.
Please come up with some new material. If you come in, come with some fire. All this Floyd Can't Reach It is played. Yaya stabbing case played. Go find something else new. So according to her, she's saying that young boy begged Floyd Mayweather to come to court with him to keep him free. Now I guess something must have recent happened, and now he's telling them like, fuck them type shit. That's kind of interesting. That's interesting.
Young boy ain't.
Go back to what young boy said again.
Dumb
Make
boy,
sense now.
ugly bitch. Man, you better stop playing, man. I included in what? Bitch, I don't even like y'all. I just spice y'all. Bitch, that nigga begged me to make money with him. I ain't never received $1 with that nigga. Stop playing with me, ho. You better go ask them what go on with over there. Or whatever the fuck you think going on. My little niggas that got slaughtered this morning, bitch. I ain't got no time for you, ho. I'm really blind on all this shit, bitch. I don't know about nothing that be going on. Y'all are weird, bitch. The fuck wrong with you, man? I'm on different time and I live in a different world, bitch. And yes, I am real demanding with a real illness. Bitch, I ain't crazy, but I never ain't say I was fucked up. Well, wasn't fucked up. Dumbass hoe. Bitch, you mad because you probably won't eat my dick, ugly ass hoe. All I did, only thing I did was respond to the girl about disrespecting me, letting her know I actually idolized them. You hear me? I respect how I respect their culture and what, you know, all that extra shit, even though a percentage of them don't even like us. Bitch, I ain't say nothing to you. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. Cause DJ Academics don't look like he's.
But for me, no.
Alright. Do you know of any instances in these records where a mistake or any oddity occurred?
No.
Alright. So, and you already testified you did not request an engineer to assist you to review these records, correct?
Correct.
And you said that one of these bands would be a little less than 100 yards away?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you this engineering report that you're talking about.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hold on, y'all about to get some more wine. My bad. Keep on doing this.
Okay. So there's a section on this engineering report that's labeled environment. All right, and it goes on to tell you, and I'm looking for, good thing I didn't do the cell tower analysis, it'd be a mess, so obviously I can't handle this modern technology, but you have a section in here called environment. I just want to find where it's at.
It's a good lot.
Yeah, it's so small I can't even see it. But you know what I'm talking about when I talk about environment, correct?
Yes.
Do you rely on this?
No.
Why?
I don't know how it's calculated.
So, and it goes back to my other questioning. This document that's produced from T-Mobile, from their engineer, your engineering report, says that T-Mobile can tell you if a phone is outside, inside. So why do you rely on everything else in this document, but you won't rely on that column?
So I rely on the time in advance, I guess, just because I have, well, I think it really comes down to two things. One, because I understand it, right? I understand speed of light times time equals the distance. And two, because I've done that and I've been able to validate that through my real world
Big
experience.
27, you know what I'm saying?
That's why I have confidence in time in advance. When it comes to the environment and the latitude and longitude coordinates and their associated confidence level, why don't I use that? Well, I didn't use them in this
Big
report
27.
because I don't know all the factors that go into
You don't got your dual fuel, you ain't doing it. You heard wine. No, Big 27. Shout out, cheers.
real world experience validating those or disproving them to speak to myself personally, whether they would be
So you had previously testified that in your training you actually get invited out to different cellular companies, correct?
Yeah.
And did you get invited to T-Mobile?
Never been to T-Mobile.
Okay. Do you know if any of your past people went to T-Mobile?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell us how T-Mobile can tell if the phone is indoors?
Don't know.
Have you ever performed any testing to determine if a phone is indoors or outdoors based on the time and advance records from T-Mobile?
No.
And is there any way for you to verify that environment column? The environment estimate from T-Mobile?
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to test it, we could coordinate something with T-Mobile, or I'm sure T-Mobile could test it, where they would use test phones and do things that people do with phones, calls, texts, data. They would look at the phones on their record and say, like, okay, here's our control group, and here's what the data said, and here's where the phones actually were. So,
oh shit.
I'm sure that.
We were kind of just talking about a hypothetical, because
Right.
as far as you know, it's never happened. Okay. So,
Let's see.
so-called distance estimates. Has T-Mobile
He's still
ever
on.
shared
He's still on him, bro.
with you or possibly other members of the task team?
I'm curious. Hold on. What you saying about young boy though?
You don't apologize or at least admit he was out of pocket. I don't know how you continue those relationships. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if a nigga is talking to you crazy, does he ever just be like, yo, yeah, nah, or say he went off bad information, or say he got it wrong, or maybe he was just like upset at some other stuff. If you're saying his friend died, he might be just like emotional right now. Like, what the fuck? Like, yo, he's probably hurt. Like, that shit just like anything is setting him off at this point. When he calms down at a point and realizes he probably took his anger out on somebody that probably loves him, does he say to that person, man, I'm sorry, man. I hope you forgive me. I just want to know that part. I've never seen that side of it.
Probably.
But you don't know if the numbers are correct because you don't have an engineer validating or rechecking anything, do you? So you're,
I'm relying on the accuracy of the records, yes.
all right. So basically you're telling us that we're to trust an undisclosed calculation as being accurate.
Argument.
Right. And do you not have any of the measurements for the underlying true call data?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of columns on this engineering report. It's possible that something is buried there, but I don't think so.
Okay. Go back to your report. So in this report, you say that the measurements of phone number.
Just like on the phone.
I'll move it up here. So your report says, you can come over the stage if you want to help me.
Of course.
That these two phones, 9807 and 9081, are in the area of the crime scene, correct?
Does it say consistent with, or what's the...
Your language is cellular measurements are consistent with, yes, the two phones being in the area of the crime scene.
Yes.
All right. But is it not true that they could also be over here?
Yes.
And could 9807 be over here and 9081 be over here?
Yes.
Could it be over here?
I don't think so. Yes. Yes.
And right here?
Yes.
And again, this is an estimate because it could just be pinging to the tower with the best signal, correct?
No. Because this is from the engineering report.
Okay.
Somebody said, "Rest in peace, Little Dirt."
So, page 14 of your report, you say that phone number.
Hold on, he breaking up. You know what I'm saying? He breaking up.
At 1205, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. And then 1207 to 1212, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 1201 to 1212 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. Right? They're both on the same tower, at the same time, near Pines and US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
I don't know if he's still.
Can you
up
make
to,
any sort of opinion that they were in the same
Still
vehicle?
not up to date.
No.
Going on to the 772-713-9807 phone from October 26, 2018, from 12:14 p.m. to 12:21 p.m. What data are you illustrating in this particular slide?
So the first data point, 1214.47, is this band here. It's 1.02 miles from this tower. The next one, 1216.28, is this band here, 0.92 miles from the tower. Then continuing on in time.
Hold on, we're going back and forth real quick. God damn, but this has. I'm trying to see.
And in terms of that was the end of the mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case.
Yes.
Do all of the
All right, he's a little bit
maps
on this. I'm gonna get some more
represent
wine.
your testimony that you just gave?
Yes.
In terms of, we talked a little bit about cell phone signal and things like that. Does being in a parking garage or being at elevation change your analysis of where the phones could be?
Being a part of the country elevation change. I mean, I don't think so. No.
If there was something that was a red flag in the data, what do you do to catch that?
Well, if I see a red flag for whatever reason, something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to look at it much more closely and try and figure out, okay, what is the issue? Is there an issue?
Was there any such information or issue that in the records that you looked at in this case?
No.
Can you ever say why a phone picks a particular tower or doesn't?
Now we on this, so he's
Tower
been
348.
That tower saw the phone, yes.
All right. And then down here,
350.
it was pinging off of this tower. But at 350, it was down here.
No. The phone wasn't down.
In terms of, can you tell whether or not a specific tower was working on the evening in question?
If there's a record associated with that tower, it was working on the evening.
There's other mapping software that's available. Does the FBI use a specific mapping software when doing this?
Yeah, we have a couple different programs. I used one program.
Okay, and what is that?
ESPA.
What is that specifically?
ESPA is a program for cell site mapping.
Why do you use that specific program?
It's the tool, one of the tools that we have, and they meet our needs or requirements as an agency.
In terms of just plugging the latitude and longitude into Google Maps.
Trying to see what DJ Academic's gonna say. Look like he writing some shit down.
349 falls between 343 and 352. How could?
I wonder, is it like somebody like snitching? Like, not snitching, I'm sorry. Is somebody like, who's up right now?
Could I use them? Could I plot them in ESPA or Google Maps and look at them? Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you rely on them?
I don't rely on them when I'm doing my expert testimony because I don't understand all the factors that go into the network driving that estimated location for the device. For investigative leads or something, if I'm looking for a kit, of course I'm making my report for expert testimony. I use the time in advance to understand the math.
And in terms of, is the math constant?
Yes.
Do you take into account, you mentioned the UTC time versus local time. Do you take that into account in all the records when you're looking at those?
Yes.
Okay. Does the power of the antenna or cell site affect your analysis on the speed of light and the distance from the tower for each cell phone?
No.
Okay. Can you explain what is tower loading?
Tower loading. Like when a tower gets overloaded?
Correct.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I'm going back and forth. I'm trying, because
How far can it
I was here early, you feel
1
me?
mile? Could it be between 1 mile and 20 miles? Or could a phone ping off a tower that's 50 miles away? Do you have any background on that?
yeah, so it depends kind of what you're asking. If you're asking how far away can a phone be from a tower when it makes a call, well, I mean, that depends. If you're asking how far away can a tower see a phone, which is a different thing, because the phone choosing the tower is going to rely on the phone's clear, strong signal, and that also depends. Generally, I see something in the range of like a couple miles, but I've seen in extreme cases many miles that a
But yeah, I'm going back and forth, y'all, just to let y'all know.
bars, but I try and place a call, and the call just won't go through. It's because the towers could be because the towers are overloaded and you just can't handle your call.
Okay, and in terms of, would that be something that the phone would be able to see in the phone records?
So if the tower is overloaded, phone won't know that it's overloaded, right? The phone can't see or doesn't have a view into what the network is handling, which is why your phone has identified a particular antenna as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signal. It says you've got 4 bars from this antenna, this is the one I'm going to connect to. It doesn't know that antenna.
I'm trying to see if you're gonna say anything like.
Council, thank you. You ready to redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
You ready? You may proceed.
So in terms of, I want to make sure we're clear and it's very clear for the jury. What's the difference between the engineering report and the call detail report?
So the call detail records show what the phone was doing, like the phone's calls and texts. And they will list a tower and a sector in them. And that's the tower and the sector that the phone identified as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signals. That's the tower that the phone chose to connect to when it needed to make a call or send a text. That's the phone's perspective. The engineering report is the network's perspective. So different towers that may or may not be the serving cell could have seen the phone.
Why is it important to differentiate between those two?
Because, so if I'm plotting doing a report, and I plot the phone that was the serving, or the tower that was the serving cell, then I'm showing, okay, wherever the phone was in this coverage area, it saw this is the best tower, the strongest signal point. With the engineering report, like the slide we were just looking at, none of those may have been the best one. So if I'm looking at something that I plotted because of on the call detail records, I would infer that that's probably the tower that's the closest or is the best line of sight. With the engineering data, that may not be the case.
Okay, and so in the one we were just talking about, that was under the 3717895. That phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was discussion about the accuracy versus
Where he at, bro?
Location with that latitude and longitude refers to, or it gives it confidence of like low, medium, or high based on number of data points, basically.
And in terms of, do you use that in any way, shape, or form to testify to where you are placing the phone in your analysis?
No.
Okay. The question as to the difference between accuracy and precision. Can you explain that?
Sure. So precise, I guess, would be much more narrow. In other words, the latitude and longitude, what we were just talking about, like that is incredibly precise. That refers to like a particular point on Earth. But it may not be completely accurate. Like there could be a margin of error in it. So, for instance, if there's a margin of error that says, okay, like I'm giving you a precise point, a particular latitude and longitude coordinates, but my margin of error is 800 meters. Well, that might not be very accurate. What you're saying is it's somewhere within an 800 meter in radius of this latitude and longitude point. So, I guess precise would be very small. Accurate, whether it's reliable or not. In other words, like a cell site used by the phone to make a call, for instance, that's not a very precise area. We're talking about a general coverage area of an antenna. But it's completely accurate. Like, there's no denying that is the cell site that the phone saw as the cell sector that gave it the clearest, strongest signal. So it's very, very accurate, but it's not very precise. It's the size of the coverage area.
Okay. And so last but not least, the state would just be publishing part of State 64.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, he probably break it down.
Footage of locations, and the phone is seen in that area. Would that validate your information?
Yes.
Is, for example, on the cell phone records that have been placed in the mapping of the 772-713-9807 and going to the 248-9081, 4:40 to 4:52 a.m. If that phone is found at the Miramar Memorial Hospital, would that validate your findings?
Yes.
Is cell phone technology new?
No.
How long has it been around?
Decades.
Okay. The materials and things that you were relying upon, how long have those been used?
A long time. More than a decade.
They really trying to press this narrative of the phone, bro. But like me personally, I don't see nothing. What they like, it don't prove that he was there or not. It could be around the area, but it don't prove that he really did it. They don't got no guns. They don't got nothing. Like, what else is there to talk about this phone? They've been talking about this phone for a good minute, bro. Like, what the fuck?
The estimates there.
And like, I'm on DJ Academics. I'm trying to see
the distance. You said it's 39.
I'm trying to see like what, you know what I'm saying?
Expecting trial in the
He
YNW
late.
case
Wait.
to begin any moment. The jury was taking a lunch. But while we wait.
God damn, he bugging, bro. Hold on. Where he at? I don't know.
As of the records, no.
With regards to publications and trainings and things of that nature that you rely upon, are you trained in this area?
Yes.
What types of resources and materials are you used during your training with the FBI CAST analysis?
Yeah, so instructors from Florida Institute of Technology who teach cellular theory and network engineering, network engineers from all the major service providers, other related fields, certain like manufacturers, the ecosystem, and then also we have a lot of peer instruction as well.
In terms of if a child is kidnapped in Miami, are they going to call an engineer to find them?
No, they'll probably call the police or the FBI.
Council asked and brought up a lot of things about the distance and the measurements in the records. Is it possible to go through the CDRs or in the instance of the Sprint, or for example, the engineering report on the 9807 phone number, and highlight instances of exactly where on your records it corresponds with the records as provided from T-Mobile?
Yeah, we could go through line by line and say, here's the map that I made, here's how the corresponding line in the T-Mobile report is.
And in terms of the records and things that were sent to you, were they forwarded with a T-Mobile email address attached to them?
Yeah, I got them on a thumb drive, and they had the certification from T-Mobile or Sprint or whatever.
Okay. In terms of
You got my supervisor.
And just curious, from the last time we spoke, which was about a year ago to now, has anything changed with the technology that we should be aware of? Right. So you had testified earlier talking about timing exams.
By the way, I'm watching DJ Academics, so he could break it down more, make it more like, number for other, for what I can understand, what the fuck I know what's going on. I don't know, what's good right now, like, because right now, in my opinion, this whole phone bullshit is just bullshit, bro. Like, you're not getting the full point. Did he do it or not? We going through this phone, like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, to me, it's not going nowhere. You just making this shit more longer in my eyes, like. So, he ain't saying nothing yet. I think he really trying to take everything in, so I don't know.
Excuse me. Councilman, call your next witness.
All right, so he done.
Rhodes.
Good afternoon. Are you Kurt Rhodes? Yes. Welcome. Come on up. This is our witness stand here. When you get there, you can put your things down, remain standing, and raise your right hand and be sworn.
Someone said she drove me to drink. No, real shit. Now, I'm drinking this because of my birthday, you feel me? But yeah, man. It's like, what the fuck?
And how fast does that signal
Like,
travel?
what the fuck?
All right. And you had testified earlier that the speed of light is a static number, correct?
Yes.
However, I tried to do the math myself because I think I'm really smart. And one of the things that I came across when I was looking at the speed of light was that it could actually be a 3 times 10 to the 8th power meters per second, or
hold on, let me see that it's true though.
2.99792458 times 10 to the 8th power. So if you know, is T-Mobile using the higher number of the 3 or using the actual number with the speed of light?
I don't know.
Okay. But you would agree when we're dealing with the meters per second, that could actually be a big distance, correct?
Yeah, so obviously the bigger the distance or the bigger the time, then the more significant the distance or the difference between those two numbers would be. Yes.
And just curious, would that estimate, because we talk a lot about sectors and I'll get further into it, is it possible that that estimate would change what sector you're paying off of?
Possible estimate would change what sector you're paying
Well, let me ask you this,
No.
because if we're dealing with a meter, if we're dealing with a meter, it's 3 feet 3 inches, correct?
Yeah.
And if I'm off by
I'm sorry, 2004, and transitioned to 2005 to be the DNA training.
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, things of that nature.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree in the sciences?
The program that I did through the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and biochemistry and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career in the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA history.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, per year.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
Why they saying Dirk getting hit though? What's up? Like,
would explain how accurate that is.
they saying Dirk getting hit. That Dirk got hit. I think they capping though. A lot of them be capping. I seen like it more than one time. Like, see, somebody said it again. Let me look that shit. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think that shit true. You know how they is, bro. They say one thing and the recent trace service do a music video. I don't believe that. Nobody ain't really say home invasion shootout. No. Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think it's true.
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe a quantitation method. So the laboratory.
Now I know they lying. They said, rest in peace, Lil Durk shot on Big O.
In experience, generally the time in advance is accurate. Call detail records are accurate. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I was just asking, it's T-Mobile's best estimate on this map, correct? Is it any different or any more or less accurate than the call data records, the CDR?
Well, the call detail records will have to be more accurate because they are less precise. So without a doubt, that is this. Purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the provider to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house in terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing twice a year?
It's I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to the test lab.
Does a proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations?
They do.
And has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last couple of years?
In my laboratory, yes. It went from statistical calculation with known as random match probabilities, single source samples, and CPIs, which were combined probability of inclusion. We've transitioned from those two methods to a likelihood ratio method.
And can you explain, in as simple of terms as possible, what is a likelihood ratio?
A likelihood ratio is a comparison of two hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 compared against hypothesis 2. In terms of casework analysis, the initial hypothesis is that a person is included as a contributor to a sample, and the competing hypothesis is that the evidence or the DNA profile is coming from an unrelated unknown individual.
Sector that the phone.
What the fuck? He's on.
The highway excited.
He's still back there.
State road 84 traveling at a certain speed, but from the cellular data alone, no, you can't tell the phone's in a car, on the side of the road, on the road.
So, can you tell if it's in the woods?
No.
How about
He's still back on there. You don't hear.
These are small fragments of DNA that are located in our DNA genome. They repeat a certain number of times. When I first began DNA casework, I was processing 15 STRs plus the amelogenic or sex-determining marker. And now the technology has gone to 24 STRs.
So when you say short tandem repeater STRs, do they code for something like eye color or hair color?
These are non-coding fragments of DNA.
Why is it important to look at those areas as opposed to eye color?
The locations that we're testing, or that I'm testing for, the locations that I'm processing, they're robust. They're polymorphic, meaning that there are differences. There's not just one or two variations. There could be 10 to 12 different variations, and they are independent from each other, meaning that the result that I get at location 1 will not affect the result that I would get at location 2, or the DNA profile at location 1 isn't affected by the DNA profile of location 2.
Is that a genetic marker? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And just so it's clear, can you define exactly what a genetic marker is from the DNA analyst perspective?
As it relates to
Sorry about that if you heard the echo.
Potentially over here, potentially over here. Second instances, as we talked about, if there was something that delayed the signal traveling from the tower to the phone or back, that would make the distance longer than where the phone actually is. So it's a depiction of the records. But with 100% accuracy to say that the phone has to be in this band, no, I can't say that 100%.
Okay. And I did switch the page, so we're looking at your page 12 of your report. And looking at this, can you tell the court if the phone is between these two bands at any given time?
I infer, in my opinion, yes, because it had to have been at some point in time between those two bands.
And that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
And where does that repeat? How does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
In the case of humans, our DNA is inherited from our parents. We receive half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. And with the exception of identical twins, no two individuals are going to share the exact same DNA.
In terms of your casework and the DNA process that you do, has that been validated?
It has.
Is the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab accredited?
It is.
And by what outside accredited body?
We're accredited by ANAB, or the ANSI National Accreditation Board.
What's the purpose of maintaining an accreditation as a lab?
The accreditation is a voluntary process. The accrediting board will do an audit on our laboratory. It will check our SOPs, or standard operating procedures, to ensure that we are doing proper record keeping, we are following the procedures that we have in place, and that the laboratory is essentially running as it is supposed to be according to the SOPs.
And in terms of the specific areas in which the lab is accredited for, are you only talking on DNA?
It's accredited in 4 different sections: DNA, firearms, chemistry, and fingerprints.
Have you worked in any of those other sections?
I have not.
In terms of the proficiency testing that we talked about earlier, is that also part of the accreditation process?
Yes, everything that is done in the laboratory will be audited through the accredited body.
And is there also accreditation and validation in terms of statistics that are used?
Again, it's part of the audits.
You mentioned that you used to do 15 areas plus Amylogen, and now you're at 24 areas. Can you explain what made that change occur?
The DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs in a bigger multiplex, that's what it's identified as, to analyze more DNA locations all at once in order to provide a better picture compared to years prior when it may have only been 9 locations.
With regards to the locations, does the software take into account the frequency then, or the number of times a particular repeat is found in a population?
I'm not sure of your question.
And previously, when you were doing random population, random match, or CPI, is it important to know how frequently a specific allele was shown up in a population of individuals?
Yes. At the end of the analysis, if I am, let me start over again. After I look at the evidentiary samples, I'll determine if it's a single source profile or a mixture, and then do a comparison to a known standard. If I am going to report that the known standard is included as a contributor, I am required to give a weight to this. And in order to give a weight to this match or inclusion, I am required to provide a statistical calculation. So years prior, as I mentioned, it was RNP or CPI. We've gone to glycolates now. But all of those different calculations or those statistics
look like he stopped it.
may occur at a frequency of 25% of the population has it. And allele 7 may occur at 15%. So when I do a statistical calculation with all of the alleles present in the DNA profile compared to the standard, all of those frequencies are used to calculate the end result, whether it's an LR, a CPI, or an RNP.
So while you change your method, you're still using all of the same and building on the same items that you've used in the past?
Yes, that's right.
Has the likelihood ratio, LR, been validated for statistical analysis?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how in the lab you prevent any sort of cross-contamination?
When I process evidence, I am processing one case at a time, and when I refer to that, screening evidence. So the initial step. That's why I have confidence in final advance. When it comes to the environment and the latitude and longitude coordinates and their associated confidence level, why don't I use that? Well, I didn't use them in this report because I don't know all the factors that go into calculating those. And I don't have real world experience validating those or disproving them to speak to myself personally, whether they would be
So you had previously testified that in your training you actually get invited out to different cellular companies, correct?
Yeah.
And did you get invited to T-Mobile?
Never been to T-Mobile.
Okay. Do you have any of your
evidence, change my gloves, and then move on to the next piece of evidence. When the next step would be extraction, which would be after I've taken my sample and my cutting of this evidence, I place it into a tube and try and elute out or purify any DNA present that's on that sample. At that point, I'm working little test tubes. So I would again be changing gloves, wearing a lab coat, a mask, and I would only be working with one sample at a time, or only open it one sample at a time to avoid sample contamination.
In terms of, you mentioned the test tubes, are those sealed?
Yes.
So you talked about how you get evidence and it's brought to you. Does the lab assign a specific case number at the lab to track all items of evidence and samples?
Yes. When the investigator brings the evidence to the evidence window or the central receiving, there's a property receipt in the submission form that's brought in, accepted by the evidence intake unit, and it is given a laboratory number.
When you receive evidence, you mentioned you check the seals. Why do you do that?
I check the seals. It's an indication if the evidence has been tampered with. There is a chain of custody form with property receipt, and it lists who had custody of the evidence, and then from history from which person to which person it's transferred to.
And where is the evidence stored before you go and retrieve it?
For the most times, it is stored in the evidence vault. There's some cases where the evidence intake unit keeps it up front in their area, in the safe. But the majority of times, they have an evidence vault in which I go to retrieve the evidence.
Oh, shit.
So we've talked a lot about DNA and kind of the process leading up to that. What about serology? Is that a part of your job as well?
Serology is one of the first steps that I do when screening the evidence. With each case that's submitted, there's an evidence submission form. It gives me an idea of the type of evidence that I'm going to be processing. Sexual assaults. Years prior, I would screen for semen, looking for sperm cells. Maybe the case has indications of blood, at which point I would do presumptive testing for blood. Items of evidence are submitted where the investigator is just looking for what's essentially called contact DNA, where an individual had come into contact with maybe an item left at the scene. There's no real serology to do on that one, but I would just take cuttings of the samples.
So, Mr. Rhodes, I want to make sure it's clear. Is it your job to go out and collect DNA evidence?
No, I do not do any of the collection. The evidence is submitted, and I retrieve it from the evidence vault.
Do you give any advice on where to collect evidence from?
I do not.
Have you ever been any training in crime scene or evidence collection?
I have.
In terms of your employment at the sheriff's office, have you ever worked outside of the forensic DNA section?
I have not.
How many times approximately have you done the DNA analysis process we're going to talk about?
I was processing about 100 cases per year. I would say roughly 2 to 3 samples per case, so maybe 200 to 300 samples per year for a good 10 years. So So thousands of samples and processing.
And in that time, have you had the opportunity to testify in court?
I testified in Broward County about 40 times, and in the federal district 3 times.
You're offered to defense for law matter?
No need, no objection. Proceed, counsel.
Okay, so I want to start with, in this particular case, did you do DNA analysis?
I did.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the step-by-step process you go through? You started talking a little bit about extraction. You could pick up there and continue.
So again, the first step would be a screening of the evidence to collect my samples, which I would then put in two small, essentially test tubes, little microcentrifuge tubes. I would add reagents or chemicals to the tube in order to elute out any potential DNA that's present on the sample and to purify any DNA that may be present in that cutter.
Should we approach for just one moment?
Yes. Discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of person or research, just leave your notepad on your chair. Thank you.
Like basically, this evidence is nothing if you're saying that you can't judge proximity because a phone could be connected to any tower with the best with the best service, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be the nearest one, because if it's the nearest one, you could kind of put it in an area. They could be connecting to a further one just because it had better service. What the FBI guy is saying is like, yo, check this out, dog. The FBI guy is saying the data we get from engineering doesn't matter about the signal. It only matters about the proximity. So I'm trying to see how she's gonna kind of counter it. I'm gonna be honest with you, and no disrespect to her, she, first of all, I think she has the hardest job, because this is probably the hardest thing to counter. It's not a witness testimony. This is pretty much black and white, and you're not an expert yourself, and you're talking to a guy who has like probably 20 years of experience doing this. You have to somehow nullify this. That's why she probably didn't say anything for the rest for any of the trial until now. I don't know if she's the best person to do it, but we're gonna see. Anyway, let me go back.
This area, correct?
Yes.
But would you agree it's not actually touching any of the points of interest?
At that time?
Yes.
Yes. If you find points of interest, if you mean the locations that were highlighted earlier in the presentation, yes, it's not overlapping the Montessori Academy or any other place at that time.
Okay, let's turn to page 16 of your report. So does this show phone number ending in 9081 near the hospital?
Yes, that's consistent with the phone being at the hospital.
But this science is not actually precise enough to pinpoint the location of the phone, correct?
Correct.
So while you say it's consistent with it being at the hospital, you actually don't know that, do you?
From the cellular data alone, no.
Go to 17. Here you've mapped again the data for 9807. And again, would you agree that this macaroni does not touch any of the points of interest?
Yes.
Or sex determining marker. And now the technology has gone to 24 STRs.
So when you say short tandem repeater STRs, do they code for something like eye color or hair color?
These are non-coding fragments of DNA.
Measuring data from Sprint's engineering reports and those towers in that sector on that tower saw the phone at whatever times it hit it.
As it relates to what I do, it is the STL, the short tandem. That is the specific DNA fragment or DNA marker that I'm processing with TC for.
Can you explain what an allele is?
The allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers. At location, I'm just going to say location 1, an allele or characteristic of gene may be a 7, or an 8, or a 9, or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I express and represent.
And where does that repeat? How does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
In the case of humans, our DNA is inherited from our parents. We receive half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. And with the exception of identical twins, no two individuals are going to share the exact same DNA.
In terms of your casework and the DNA process that you do, has that been validated?
It is.
Is the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab accredited?
It is.
And by what outside accredited body?
We're accredited by ANAB, or the ANSI National Accreditation Board.
What's the purpose of maintaining an accreditation as a lab?
The accreditation is a voluntary process. The accrediting board will do an audit on our laboratory.
On that,
Yep.
any area it could be in, and just ping.
To try
T-Mobile's using, are they rounding up to the 3, or are they actually keeping the right number, correct?
Well, regardless of what they're doing, they're giving us a distance, and that's the distance that's plotted. So we plot the distance, applying the records that T-Mobile gave us, not saying, okay, the phone's here in this phone or something like that. We're saying, hey, this is what the records show.
Well, it seems like you're giving testimony.
the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs in a bigger multiplex, that's what it's identified as, to analyze more DNA locations all at once in order to provide a better picture compared to years prior when it may have only been 9 locations.
With regards to the locations, does the software take into account the frequency or the number of times a particular repeat is found in a population?
I'm not sure of your question.
And previously, when you were doing random population, random maps, or CPR,
Could it be possible that you had 2 phones registered to the same person on the same carrier being operated by 2 different people who were sitting next to each other? Can those 2 phones ping off different towers?
When you say hang off towers, you mean are you talking about the engineering report?
Yeah, the engineering report.
Could different towers see those phones?
In order to give weight to this match or conclusion, I am required to provide a statistical calculation. So years prior, as I mentioned, it was RMP or
what is that? Numbers. What does
the DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide...
Just need a moment. You need a restroom break, Mr. Devins? Yes? Can we arrange that for Mr. Devins, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could tell the witness why we're taking a break. They were being loud.
We're in recess.
I
object to this. They're telling me.
What is that?
I said no.
Oh, I thought you...
No, I said no.
know as a jury, when you're doing a DNA analysis, what is it that you're looking for?
For the ANSI National Accreditation Group. Yes, everything that is done in the laboratory will be audited through the accrediting body.
And is there also accreditation and validation in terms of statistics that are used?
Again, it's part of the audits.
You mentioned that you used to do 15 areas plus Amylogen, and now you're at 24 areas. Can you explain what made that change occur?
The DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs.
The Law and Crime Network. Stay tuned. On the other side, YNW Melly and our own Terry Austin, who's been in that courtroom today. Stay with us.
And you'll give that instruction on demonstrative evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
He doesn't do it. Melly's being kicked. They have nothing else but GPS evidence. They don't have no DNA. They don't have no gun.
See?
They only have basically what was called shit. I'm forgetting the term, but it's like circumstantial evidence or whatever it's called. But they're basically saying that, my nigga, you went in the car, and when you went in the car, you got out at the time we think the murder happened, which means you are the only person. There was no drive-by. You're the only person that could have done it, and because you're the only person who could have done it, and you got out the car and you're acting like you was not a part of this, you did it. So if they can't prove that he was in the car at the time, now we know he was in the car because we saw the surveillance footage. He hopped in the car. But if they can't prove that his phone was transmitting, so to be honest, if his phone was turned off, or say he left his phone at the studio, if Melly had left his phone at the studio, there is no case, which is crazy to think, right? Like without, well, it probably would have been a case. Let me stop. They would have charged the driver. They would have overcharged the driver with murder. So Bortland would have got charged with murder, trying to get him to give up the real murderer, in their opinion, because they believe that somebody, they believe it would have been Melly, but they can't, at that point, they can't get Melly without him snitching. You know what I mean? Now, they could try to get Melly without him snitching. If Melly left his phone at the studio, no way they could get Melly unless the driver snitches. So they were going to charge the driver with murder, try to act like they're going to go for death for the driver. The driver is going to be like, what the fuck you talking about? That's what they're hoping, and be like, yo, fuck it, I'll cooperate. You get what I mean? Somebody said, what's going to happen to Bortland? Bortland is charged with accessory to murder. Yo, Uncle Dave, you say, yo, man, that's crazy. Charging a guy.
Yeah,
charging a guy with a death sentence over his phone location. Well, I mean, they're not sending him to death because of his phone location. They're trying to send him to death because 2 people died. You get what I mean? The only way to prove that in their minds that he killed them is through the phone location. So it's not like, oh, he's getting death, or they're trying to go for the death penalty for a phone location. That's their only evidence. All right.
Cervix, I could have seen the phone.
Why is it important to do? How long has the process of DNA analysis and identification been used?
Again, it's been decades. STRs came around in the 90s, the middle to late 90s. So for 30 plus years, PCR has been employed.
Again, just it's been a little while since high school biology. Can you explain how DNA comes to be in an individual person?
As I mentioned, you receive half from your mother, half from your father. The woman has the egg, and the man has the spermatozoa. Each of those cells has half from each parent, and it combines to form the child.
So, is it always the first allele in any allele pair always comes from mom, and the second one always comes from dad?
No. So the way that the allele table is organized is the smallest allele or number, comma the biggest allele number. I would only know which allele came from which parent by doing a comparison to the known parents. But there's things called recombination that take place during reproduction. So it's basically just a random sampling of the parents' DNA when those reproductive cells are formed to then make the offspring.
In terms of your DNA analysis, do you take into account siblings?
Siblings do come up from time to time. Best way would be to request a standard for comparison.
With regards to a sibling, or if you thought a sibling was involved, is that something you could tell from the data?
There is significant sharing between siblings. So if an analyst, myself, or any of my coworkers comes across a case where there is the potential that there could be a sibling, that information can be relayed to the investigator.
And I want to talk about, so it's clear, what is a standard when it comes to DNA?
A standard is a sample that's collected from a known individual. As I mentioned early on, the purpose of my analysis is to compare evidentiary or question samples collected at an alleged crime scene to a known standard or to a known person to see if that person is included or excluded as a contributor to any DNA left, again, at the potential scene.
In terms of how you're expressing your conclusion, are you expressing it in terms of it's more likely to be this individual than an unknown, unrelated individual?
Very similar, very close. I issue a report, and the wording is that the evidentiary sample is X times more likely to have originated from the person of interest than if it had originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And when those samples become mixtures, then it becomes a little bit more wordy. That's the intent of it.
So going into, you talked about the unknowns and the standards. Is that relayed to you in some form when the evidence is presented to you?
Yes, it has to be.
Why is that important?
It's important so that I know exactly what evidence is questioned and what is a standard. The evidentiary samples are processed separately from the known samples to avoid any sort of contamination.
When you say separately, do you mean separate workstations, separate times? Can you define that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what you do to separate them?
I will process the question samples first, and then I do work in extraction batches. So several cases of question samples will be extracted, amplified, and put on the instrument together. And then I'll work a set of known samples, again, separate from the question samples, at different times and spaces.
Is it separate by days?
Not always, but there are chances, or there are times where it is separated by days, but it's definitely separated by time.
So the last step of the process that you were talking about, the capillary electrophoresis. What is that?
That is the step where I put the amplification product. I take a small portion of the amplification product and inject it onto an instrument. And what that's doing is it applies an electric charge to this little liquid to essentially suck up the DNA that's present from that amplification. And it runs through a little thin, tiny straw, so you have a visual, a capillary. And the DNA fragments are separated by the size, because all of the STRs have to be detectable, and they all can't be the same size. So as they migrate through this capillary or little tiny straw, there is a fluorescent tag that is present on each of these DNA fragments. A laser will excite that fluorescent tag, it emits light, and that light is captured. But again, the DNA fragments migrate or travel through that little capillary based on the size. The smaller ones will migrate faster, and the larger ones will migrate slower.
Is this captured in some sort of a chart or diagram that's then presented?
The samples are collected, and then they're analyzed through a program, and then I do have printouts. They're called electropharograms.
So, with Your Honor's permission, for a demonstrative as to what an electropharogram looks like.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Please remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, the demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence, and it should not be used as a substitute for evidence. Only items of evidence received will be available to you for consideration during your deliberation. So at this time, this is not in evidence, it's demonstrative.
Mr. Rhodes, can you... May I, Your Honor? Mr. Rhodes, can you explain kind of what this chart is?
So this is an electropharogram. This is one of the pages. They typically go on 2 or 3 pages based on whether it's a single source or a mixture profile. As you see across the top, there's some red boxes. And
So I'm going to zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see.
There's these red boxes, and then you'll see a bunch of letters and numbers. To the left, you'll see D8S1179. That is one location that I am testing for. It's on the 8th chromosome. I would call it D8 for short. And as you go across to the right, you'll see D21 for short, D18 for short. And these are the locations, or these are the specific STRs that I'm analyzing.
In terms of you said it's a D8, is that the address of where this STR is located?
That's essentially what that is. It's location on the chromosome, the 8th chromosome, and then the S1179 gives a more specific location on where it's located.
Can you describe that like in terms of a house address? If the address is 123 Main Street of a house, how would that correspond that to what you're looking at here?
The best I can do is, again, it's on D8 would mean that's DNA on the 8th chromosome, and the S1179 gives a more specific location on that chromosome. Again, we have 23 chromosomes, so there are multiple chromosomes.
And do you test and sequence every single marker on every single chromosome when you're doing DNA analysis?
No, it is only the select set of STRs that is used for each specific commercial kit. And in this particular kit, I use what's called global filer.
And what is global filer?
This specific DNA kit used for these STRs.
And how many specific locations are you testing for in global filer?
There are 24.
So in terms of the specific evidence that you did in this case, I want to kind of just go in order with your reports, if that's okay. The items that were submitted to you and processed on that. I'm going to start with the lab number items 16 and 17. If you need to refer to your report.
Yes.
Okay, so items 16 and 17. Was there a description attached to those items?
There was.
And where do you get the description from?
The description comes from the property receipt as well as the evidence packaging.
If there is a discrepancy between the property receipt and the evidence packaging, do you note that?
Yes.
So starting with 16 and 17, what description were you given as to where that swab originated?
These are oral swabs coming from Cortland Henry. Item 16 is the right side, and item 17 is the left side.
Do you test both of them?
I did not. I tested one.
Why don't you test both of them?
It's a buccal swab or oral swab coming from the same individual. There's not going to be a difference in DNA based off the left side of his cheek or the right side of his cheek.
So when you test item 16, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen in the jury how you go through that process?
It is, again, what I mentioned before. I would screen it, do an extraction, quantify it, do an amplification, and then develop the DNA profile and use it as a DNA standard for Mr. Henry.
Moving on to item number 18. Did you test in that particular item, develop a DNA profile?
I did.
And the DNA profile assigned to item number 18 was what?
It is a DNA spot card.
Anything on that specific issue?
The direction.
Their guard.
This is what veterans are doing to increase their disability rating.
Now I want to see what he's, what you guys say.
Yo, appreciate you, homie. Thank you for the raid, brother.
Carrier.
Gritty of the case right now. Obviously everybody who's watching, and there's so many people tuning in, not only on my stream but everywhere else, they're like really locked in on. Like I'm surprised that y'all are watching. Even this is boring, but it's not boring because it's really important. If this guy doesn't do a good job of convincing the jury that Melly was at that location, this is a guy to do it. To basically say, hey, if he had that phone, he was in that car. If he doesn't do it, Melly's beating the case because they have nothing else but GPS evidence. They don't have no DNA. They don't have no gun. They only have basically what was called I'm forgetting the term, but it's like circumstantial evidence or whatever it's called. But they're basically saying that, my nigga, you went in the car, and when you went in the car, you got out at the time we think the murder happened, which means you are the only person. There was no drive-by. You're the only person that could have done it. And because you're the only person who could have done it, and you got out the car and you're acting like you was not a part of this, you did it. So if they can't prove that he was in the car at the time, now we know he was in the car because we saw the surveillance footage. He hopped in the car. But if they can't prove that his phone was transmitting, so to be honest, if his phone was turned off, or say he left his phone at the studio, if Melly had left his phone at the studio, there is no case, which is crazy to think, right? Some people may say he's dumb, but he wasn't that dumb. It's not like he killed them niggas and said, let me take a picture and save it in my fucking camera roll, and then they later go through his phone and find the pictures of the dead body in the camera roll. You get what I mean? He wasn't that stupid. But they're using the phone essentially as just a tracking device. So they're using the phone as an AirTag. They're using the phone as, hey, this is the only way we could prove that he was there. He's not going to take the stand to say whether he was there or not. He doesn't even need to say that. But they're trying to hope by a few things. We showed y'all on a video when they left the studio, he got in the car on the left passenger side. We then showed y'all through ballistics that the bullets got fired from the left passenger side. Now, what was said by Bortland and what was later kind of found out in investigation, that Melly got out the car, you could get out the car at any time. Like, I mean, some people could call it suspicious, but you could get in the car at any time. And be like, oh, nah, yo, I'm Fredo Bang about to come pick me up, drop me off here, right? What they need to prove, right, beyond a reasonable doubt, is that he was 100% in the car when the shooting happened, and they already kind of like put forth that there were shots coming from the left to the right side. The medical examiner still has to testify on the death wounds to be like, how were these guys shot? We heard some talk about some stifling, in a sense of like the gun was so close to some of the victim's face, they got burned by the flash of the gun. You get what I mean? So their face not only had a bullet wound, or their skin not only had a bullet wound, they had gunpowder residue that kind of erupted out of the gun, but also had burn marks. if you ever fire a gun and like stick your hand right where the fucking barrel is, you're gonna burn yourself damn near. You know what I mean? It's like a mini explosion. So all those things, but this this GPS shit is really important. By the way, there's no, you know that lawyer I like, the one that's Jamaican? He's been knocking everything out of the park. There's no way for this lawyer to knock this out of the park with this FBI agent. And you have to realize, here's the thing too. This FBI agent has done hundreds of these. If he gets on here and he says, yeah, this proves nothing, like that one guy. Remember the one guy who said they took SWAT? You know that one guy, and he said, oh, yeah, this pretty much proves nothing. This FBI guy cannot say that. Because if I have been convicted using this GPS tracking of a cell phone, this is grounds for appeal. You get what I mean? And by the way, that old dude who said whatever he did proved nothing, I guarantee he's retiring in the next year or two. You can tell he didn't give a fuck. Because, like, bro, they're not putting you on the stand to say some dumb shit to support the defense. You're the cops. Anyway, let's get back into it.
Between those two.
Because, so if I'm plotting...
maybe 48 or even 60. It just depends on the year.
Moderate support. Can you explain? So, in terms of the DNA section that you
being investigated or even alleged victim would be included or excluded from the evidence that's
in terms of the DNA analysis, do you do that yourself, hands-on?
I do.
In the training that you started to talk about, you said you started training in 2005. Could you talk and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training entails?
It entailed readings, hands-on processing of the samples that we did, time, extraction methods, quantitations. There was written tests as well as a mock court. Then there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately, and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a competency test?
A competency test.
So going back to item 22, you said moderate support as to Christopher Thomas.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you also analyze that with regards to the individual that was identified as Anthony Williams?
I did.
And so what was the likelihood ratio that Anthony Williams was a contributor to the DNA found on those samples?
The DNA results are at least 3.07 times 10 to the 25th, or 30.7 septillion. Time is more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
With regards to the individual that was identified as Cortland Henry, what conclusions were you able to draw with regards to him and that DNA sample?
He was excluded as a contributor.
So you said 30.7 septillion. How many zeros is that?
There are 25 zeros after the 3.
Why is it that you don't say it's Anthony Williams, Chris Thomas, and some unknown individual?
Sometimes that is reported if it's requested. The likelihood ratio that I'm reporting on now is done on an individual basis. So I would conduct or calculate the likelihood ratio of the first individual, report the number, do a likelihood calculation of the second individual, report the number, and if it's requested, an additional calculation can be done and reported in which both individuals would be included in the mixture.
So I want to make sure it's clear. You're looking at each contributor individually?
Yes.
And that is because it's the hypothesis is either however many times more likely that they are versus that they are not included.
Could you say that again?
You're making me do math. So with regards to the likelihood ratio, the first hypothesis is the number that you come out with, or the number you're reporting. If it is the 30.7 septillion times more likely that they are included, that's the first hypothesis, that they are there and they are a contributor. The second hypothesis is that they are not. So you're saying that it is 30.7 septillion times more likely they are a contributor than they are not, than they are excluded.
Sort of. I would explain it as, again, these likelihood ratios are, it's a calculation that's going against two competing hypotheses. So there is more support that Mr. Williams, in this case, would be included along with two other unrelated individuals than if the DNA results were coming from three unknown individuals.
Okay. And so for item 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals, you had testified Portland Henry was excluded.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to item number 23. What was that?
It's listed as a cutting blood stain on front of T-shirt. Drew, I'm not sure how to say this, Drew Filmedit CG10.
Okay, going on to item number 23, the cutting from the front of the T-shirt. What were your results on that?
The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from two contributors.
Okay.
After doing the comparisons to each individual, the DNA results are at least 982 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas.
Is that a genetic marker? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And just so it's clear, can you define exactly what a genetic marker is from the DNA analyst perspective?
As it relates to what I do, it is the STL, the shorthand. That is the specific DNA fragment or DNA marker that I'm processing or testing for.
Can you explain what an allele is?
The allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers. At location, I'm just going to say location 1, an allele or characteristic of gene may be a 7, or an 8, or a 9, or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I obtain at each DNA location.
You said they're identified by numbers. What does that mean? Could you explain like where the numbers, what do you say? Is it 274? Is it 11?
As I mentioned, the 7, 8, or 9, that refers to the number of repeats. So with the STRs, it's a repeated fragment of DNA, ATCG, and that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
And where does that
DNA is increased in these DNA extracts, these amplification products, the result becomes more robust, and you would have a more solid comparison, or an easier comparison, maybe that might be the right word. If you have a full single source DNA profile, it's a lot easier to compare to a standard than if you had a really partial DNA profile. And once you start compounding that into a mixture, if you have essentially 2 partial DNA profiles mixing into one stain, which would then make this partial 2-person mixture, doing comparisons may lead to likelihood ratios that are on the lower side, versus if you had two robust DNA profiles or two robust DNA sources of DNA making a mixture, and then the likelihood ratios may result in a number that's far larger and more support for the inclusion.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's clear. If you have 1 gallon of blood from one individual and 1 drop of blood from another individual, is that still, you can get out 2 profiles?
There is a potential to this, but again, it depends on the overall result.
Would that come across in the data that you're looking at?
Absolutely.
And how would that read out in the data?
When I look at a DNA profile, mixture profile, you can see, or oftentimes you can see that there is one contributor that is contributing or providing more genetic material to the mixture versus the second contributor or third contributor. So you'll see differences in the peak heights or the alleles or the characteristics as you go across the electroparagram. And you can, I can look and see, hey, this looks like a 2-person mixture. This one contributor is providing more DNA material than this other contributor.
As to item number 23, can you say?
I cannot specifically say that, but the likelihood ratio, a bigger multiplex, that's what it's identified as, to analyze more DNA locations all at once in order to provide a better picture compared to years prior when it may have only been 9 locations.
With regards to the locations, does the software take into account the frequency then, or the number of times a particular repeat is found in the population?
I'm not sure of your question.
And previously, when you were doing random population, random match, or CPI, is it important to know how frequently a specific allele was shown up in a population of individuals?
Yes. At the end of the analysis, if I am, let me start over again. After I look at the evidentiary samples, I'll determine if it's a single source profile or a mixture, and then do a comparison to a known standard. If I am going to report that the known standard is included as a contributor, I am required to give a weight to this. And in order to give a weight to this match or inclusion, I am required to provide a statistical calculation. So years prior, as I mentioned, it was RNP or CPI. We've gone to likelihoods now. But all of those different calculations or those statistics are based on allele frequencies. And what that means is those STR markers that I mentioned before occur in the population at different frequencies. So I mentioned allele 8 may occur at a frequency of 25% of the population has it. And allele 7 may occur at 15%. So when I do a statistical calculation with all of the alleles present in the DNA profile compared to the standard, all of those frequencies are used to calculate the end result, whether it's an LR, a CPI, or an RNP.
So while you change your method, you're still using all of the same and building on the same items of before.
I did. It was interpreted as originating from a single male contributor.
And were you able to make a reasonable or a likelihood ratio as to which individual contributed to that blood stain?
I did the comparisons to the 3 individuals. The DNA results are at least 1.59 times 10 to the 25th, or 15.9 septillion times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas, Christopher Thomas, than if they originated from one unrelated, unknown individual.
Were you
Mr. Henry and Mr. Williams were excluded. Items are packaged all together in kind of like a big brown bag. I'll open that bag up and do an inventory. And then again, process one evidentiary sample at a time while leaving the other samples in a drawer or a cabinet.
What do you do in between each sample to your workstation?
And the workstation is cleaned with bleach and alcohol. As I'm doing my screening, I do wear a lab coat. Mr. Williams, where all three individuals were compared, in comparison to Mr. Anthony Williams. The results are at least 5.3 times 10 to the 25th, or 53 septillion, times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual. Mr. Henry and Mr. Thomas were excluded as contributors.
So I want to move on to the next report that you did. In terms of the crime lab and how it works, when evidence is submitted to the lab, is it submitted in batches from the investigative agencies?
When evidence is submitted, we have a submission policy. So based off of the type of incident that's being investigated, there's essentially a number of items that can be submitted. In the cases of homicides, there are typically 10 to 12 items per testing round, is what we call it. We want to
So woo on me, detrimental. Me and Glock all on your instrumental. I kill a nigga. Bitch, I'm 2 floors up on you niggas. I'm 2 floors up on you niggas, yeah.
I don't know what. Probably got bored, to be honest.
to calculate the end result, whether it's an output and receiving from our central. When the next step would be extraction, which would be after I've taken my sample and my cut.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Hold on. Intermission break for like 20 seconds. We still ain't talking about the Scottie Pippen shit, man. We cool in here. Let me see. How far are we into the stream? We 4 hours, man. We halfway into the stream. We still got another 4 to go. Yo, look at this. Look at this. I didn't even see this video. Look at this. This is Melly while like the detective stepped out in the video we were watching where he was like 15, 16, or 17, whatever the case is. And you know what I mean? You got my boy, he's shadow boxing, man. It's split personalities. He's fighting himself. This is Melvin versus Melly. Literally, he boxing type shit. Feel me? And then turning up right after. Wait, look at this.
You want from me? ARs and them 223.
Okay.
Fucking around with me, you see I'm hot, I'm 500 degrees. Heard he caught a body, but that does not mean shit to me. Got 2 on
What
me.
the fuck? Hold on, I gotta get.
System, there's a sequential number, so the first item gets number 1, and then sequentially down the line.
Okay. Moving on to what's been placed into evidence as States 53. Again, do you recognize?
I think people failed Melly around him. I think they thought all this split personality shit was cool. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do believe Melly suffers from a mental issue. It might be a split personality disorder, but my nigga, I really do believe. Like, I don't think he was just saying. Like, there's a lot of rappers who be saying shit just to kind of get a crowd. And by the way, I'm not saying that Melly's guilty of the double homicide. I'm saying that Melly probably should have been examined by some mental health professions, by some professionals. Let's be honest. Like, when you see this type of behavior, they lock you in a room and they got a camera looking at you and you shadow boxing with yourself and brother. All I'm just trying to say is that they should have probably, He looked like he was self-medicating himself through music and also self-diagnosing himself by even naming his albums. It was Melly versus Melvin. He was clearly telling you, nigga, I feel like I'm two different people. Nigga, I feel like I'm two different people. The fuck you talking about? That's what I'm talking about. So anyway.
From me, ARs and 2 3s. Fuck with me, you see.
Okay. Kinda look like he got some hands. Well, I'm trying to see the footwork. The footwork in there, but like, you know, he bobbing and weaving. Let's see the hands. Let's see the punches. Okay, so what you want, nigga? Bang, bang. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Nah, ain't no punching power in that.
Yeah, so who on me? Detrimental. Me.
Love your music, man. Holy. Back to the case, y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Of this evidence, I place it into a tube, and
Yeah, he's way beyond.
Paper bags.
4 manila envelopes.
Why is that?
The investigators use these types of evidence packaging in case the evidence is wet. It helps to allow air to get through the package to dry it. One of the things that will cause issues, degradation, is essentially having a biological stain remain wet, and mold, mildew, and bacteria will grow on it and potentially destroy any DNA present.
Is it important to keep DNA in a dry environment for preserving it?
Yes.
Is there limits on the temperature range in which the DNA is kept at the evidence vault?
There's no limits. The evidence vaults in laboratories are around 60.
Bruh.
Say fuck me for. I need that. Please, like, send it to me on email. Y'all done leaked my emails already. Everybody who gives subs and just kind of help out the community here, you know, listen, I want to make sure everybody, we all gotta, if you watch me, make sure you sign up over a Rumble, because, you know, right now we are in a good place where we stream everywhere, but also you got to remember, Rumble over here trying to hold us down, so I want to make sure that, you know what I mean, we always show them love as well. So, but appreciate you, Enzo Kubrick. Damn, IQSR, this nigga, I ain't even do nothing. This nigga said, you fat nigga. Like, nigga, what that got to do with it? Why you say fuck me for? I love it. Yo, I don't know who was cutting my soundboard shit before. It's one of y'all chat niggas. Bro, y'all been letting me down. I don't have it hit different. I don't have, I need that. Why he say fuck me for? I need that. Please, like, send it to me on email. Y'all done leaked my emails already. Y'all know my email address. Send me it, okay? Please.
On that sample. At that point, I'm working little test tubes. So I would, again, be changing gloves, wearing a lab coat, a mask, and I would only be working with one sample at a time, or only open it one sample at a time to avoid. I am doing inventory in my inventory system. The 81 is the agency number as it's submitted on the prior receipt.
So going on to item number 26, did you analyze the swab of the yellow jacket as it's described?
I did, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that particular item?
The results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors.
So were you able to make determinations as to the standards that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay, if we could discuss first with regards to Anthony Williams. What conclusion did you reach and what statistical basis for that?
He was included as a contributor to the mixture in the likelihood calculation. The results are at least 2.05 times 10 to the 8th, or 205 million. Times more likely if these DNA results originated from Anthony Williams, and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of a 4-person mixture, do you expect the statistics to be a little bit lower, just based on that?
It depends on, again, when I was speaking.
This bitch boring as fuck. Dude.
Kentrell, calm down. Kentrell, shut up. You know, when you're with a girl or you're with your partner, like that's kind of, it's supposed to be your other half. I'm wondering if she could tell him like, yo, nigga, what's up, bro? Anyway, this is him in the crib. Let's see. Is this new music? It gotta be new music because he only listens to new. I've never seen him listen to an old song. So there's gotta be some new shit, right? Hey, can I give his baby mama some credit? Or not baby mama, his wife some credit? A lot of people will say a lot of shit. And sometimes, let me tell you this. The baddest, the this, what people love ain't usually the best mother or wife. I'm going to be honest with you. His current wife, the Jaslyn girl, I think she's definitely the best woman he's been with. I've never heard her say a fucking peep. She ain't trying to get some fame out of this shit. She plays her role. She take care of the kids, handle the household, let him be him. Right? They probably have issues we don't know about it. We don't need to know about it. That I'm going to give her credit for because she probably got to deal with a lot because this thing is a lunatic. So I want to give her credit because the women these days are all coming like Aisha Curry. Like, you're the star, but they're looking at it like, well, since you fuck me, like, I need to, like, get my opinion out there, too. Like, no, relax. Just relax. You feel me? So I got to give a lot of credit to his wifey. Let me ask you a question. And this is not some Vlad question, so don't think I'm trying to like, oh my God, there goes Zach is on his police shit. I'm an avid drinker. Y'all know this. When I see YoungBoy constantly turned up, like when he's putting out videos and he's extra turned, I always say, no matter who it is, I'm like, oh, that's drugs. Now, it could be alcohol, right? Like, that's drugs too, right? He's vibing out to his music. I guess this is what they're looking at his mannerisms. This doesn't look good. Is that all right. I mean, I don't think that was that, man. Somebody said, watch the disturbing world of YNW Melly. What the fuck is that? Somebody said, check Dirk's story. Oh my God! Please don't. Please, you know, YoungBoy's bored in the house. I hate when YoungBoy says he's not paying attention to shit. My nigga, you're bro. You can't go to your mailbox, nigga. You have no other thing to do, nigga. How much?
Some cases where the evidence intake unit keeps it up front in their area, in the safe.
In the back filter, item 31 that you were asked to process in this case, what was your
I know he's so fucking bored, bro. I'm bored watching this shit. I know he bored.
MVAC filter 9 from spent casings found on ground at US 27 and Southwest 208th Avenue.
So we talked a little bit about things that are conducive to DNA. Does sunlight have an effect on it, you said, I believe, right?
Yes, it can.
What does sunlight do to DNA if exposed?
Again, with the heat, where an individual had come into contact with maybe an item left at the scene, there was no real serology to do on that one, but I would just take cuttings of the samples.
So, Mr. Rhodes, I want to make sure it's clear. Is it your job to go out and collect DNA evidence?
No, I do not do any of the collection. The evidence is submitted and I retrieve it from the evidence folder.
Do you give any advice on where to collect evidence from?
I do not.
Have you ever been any training in crime scene or evidence collection?
I have not.
In terms of your employment at the sheriff's office, have you ever worked outside of the forensic DNA section?
I have not.
How many times approximately have you done the DNA analysis process we're going to talk about?
Bro, it's like everything she's asking. It's like, bro, get to the fucking point. Did he do it or not?
MVAX from casings yielded very little DNA.
Get to the fucking point.
Moving on to your next report, item 32. Was that item provided to you for DNA analysis?
It was, yes.
And that is in evidence, I believe, if I may, as states 46.
Yes.
So if I may, published for the jury.
Okay.
So I'm publishing now states 46. What was states 46 reported to you to be?
These are oral swabs or standards from juvenile demons.
And with regards to item number 32 and 33 in your report, are they the same?
Item number 32 is listed as the right cheek, and 33 is listed as the left cheek.
Okay, yeah, this might be more interesting.
Previously analyzed questioned evidence.
So going to item number 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals. Were you able to compare the profile from Mr. Devins as opposed to the profile developed from those sandals?
I did, and he was excluded.
The blood stain on the front of the t-shirt, item number 23. Were you able to compare Mr. Devins' profile to that?
I did a comparison, and he was again excluded.
What about item number 24, the cutting on the blood stain of the rear of the t-shirt?
After comparisons were done, he was excluded.
Okay, then on item number 25, the swab of the blood stain from the Air Jordans.
Again, an exclusion.
Going on to item number 26, the
So what
swab
that
from the
mean?
yellow jacket.
An exclusion as well.
And in terms of the item number 27 and 28, the swabs at the Gatorade bottles, what were the results on that?
Those were both exclusions.
She look like she getting mad. Hold on. Exclusions, what that mean?
Evidence for identification purposes is states triple T. What was that item told to you to be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. On your item 34, what's been shown to you for identification purposes only as states triple T. What was that item described to you to be?
It's listed as a cutting of headline.
And how did you analyze that particular piece of evidence?
That evidence, I had to do a visual examination on it and actually take a cutting of a potential blood stain.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between using it from a swab versus a cutting of an item?
This was a piece of evidence, a headliner. It was the size.
Yeah, this shit crazy.
Maybe a foot squared. There were some small red brown stains on there. So there's oftentimes.
Crazy thing is the prosecutor, the defense attorney, and the judge, they all be friends. They all get money from this shit. The only people that change is the clown and the circus. You know who the clown is? Whichever defendant just called a case. Melly's just another clown in the circus to these niggas. After all this shit is done, they all go out for drinks. They all be like, oh yeah, I got you on that point. I got you on that point. They don't give a fuck. They're laughing. Melly's life is weighing in the balance. Like, he could get sentenced to death. Look, they muted that shit up.
Counsel and the assistant state attorneys, the jury's still in the jury room. I understand, counsel, I overheard you said you're going to use a demonstrative.
Yes, sir. I showed it to defense counsel already.
And I have no objection.
Thank you.
And you'll give that instruction on demonstrative evidence.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
On this, will you know without doing serology if something
Oh
is
my
epithelial
gosh.
or blood?
I would.
In this case, the serology indicated blood. And which test did you use to determine that?
I use a phenolphthalein test.
And were any individuals excluded from that sample?
Mr. Henry, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Devins were excluded as contributors.
So moving on to
Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury, the defendants, members of the counsel, the assistant attorney, or witness remains on stand, and will broke. I think counsel, you're going to be able to continue with your direct examination. Is that correct?
correct, Your Honor. So
You may proceed.
thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Okay, we talked about, you discussed what is extraction. Next, so is that, did you complete your discussion of what is the extraction step for DNA?
I'm not sure. Extraction is when I'm trying to elute out and purify any potential DNA present in the samplings or cuttings that I've taken from the evidence. The next step would be quantitation, and that would be to determine how much DNA present, if any, is in the DNA extract, to then target a specific optimized amount of DNA for the amplification. Amplification is where I'm now going to be targeting those STRs, or those short tandem repeats, through a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, in order to make a detectable amount of DNA from that DNA extract, so that I could then go on to the last step of instrumentation, which is the detection phase using capillary electrophoresis.
So I'm going to go back and talk about the PCRs, the polymerase chain reaction. Does that change the underlying DNA sample in it?
Holy shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just seen a comment on Instagram. Like, no bullshit. I kind of believe it. I just read it on my other computer right here. I kind of believe it. Y'all tell me this is cap or nah. I kind of believe this shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. Let me see. Why it don't show up? I don't want to pin it on my page type shit though. They're gonna be like, here I go starting some shit again. Here I go starting some shit. Right here, I swear. I ain't gonna lie to you, whoever this nigga is, I feel like he got it. So by the way, I don't think this post that Dirk posted was about young, like literally Dirk is not even thinking about Young Boy, like at all. And hopefully Young Boy didn't think about Dirk. But this was like a great like breakdown of like this Dirk and Young Boy beef. They said, yo, listen to this. The whole beef started over Fredo Bang. So let me explain. Fredo and YNW Melly are real cool. And YNW Melly and Vaughn are real cool. Those are two facts. Fredo and YNW Melly, mad cool, clearly, because according to the cops, they claim YNW Melly clapped two niggas and Fredo picked them up. You gotta be cool with that nigga, right? And then YNW Melly and Vaughn, dumb cool, right? They said, however, YNW Melly, okay, I don't know about this part. YNW Melly and YB got into it before at an event over this. Okay, maybe this isn't as solid as I thought. I never heard about this. YNW Melly and YB got into it. I don't know. Fredo is also cool with T Grizzly, which is also cool with YNW Melly and Vaughn. That's why YB and T got into it at Rolling Loud. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'll never hear. Remember that Rolling Loud where they said a girl got shot and like whatever, and it was like YoungBoy was there. I'm gonna be honest. That's what they were saying. I don't want to name nobody, but this is seeming accurate. From what I got told about.
Hey. Hold on, I just want to look at that. I just want to know about that shit real quick.
You listen to this video.
Dirk and distance himself from Dirk. Okay. Vaughn then made a YouTube video saying NBA YoungBoy not even like that. He got caps in his rap. I remember that video. He was in the back of a car. Vaughn then messing with Jania. This is no coincidence. Vaughn was being loyal to his homies. YB would not respond publicly. However, he would diss subliminally in songs like Dead Trolls. He dissed them in Dead Trolls? Where he disses Vaughn and Fredo. What he's saying Dead Trolls that diss them. Vaughn would send an NBA diss on his song, All These Niggas. Wait, what the Vaughn diss NBA YoungBoy, All These Niggas? And Quando Rondo was being loyal to NBA and was sliding in Asian Doll's DMs. Wait, Quando Rondo was sliding in Asian Doll's DMs? Okay. Now, this might be this conspiracy theory. I ain't gonna lie. This might be just cap at this point because this is going all over the place. I never heard these things before. Vaughn got mad and forgot the golden rule. There's gangsters everywhere and thought because he was big homie in Chirac, he could do that. He could do what he wanted in Atlanta, Quando's backyard, and got smoked at the end. All right. Maybe I only read the first two lines. Not the first. That Rolling Loud shit. Listen, a lot of people told me a lot of things about that Rolling Loud incident, which I don't think ever got reported. I'm just move past. That's the reason I'm like, oh, they know something that I don't think is reported. I don't know. Somebody says, source, trust me, bro. I don't know, nigga. This is probably capped then. All right. My bad for even reading this. All right, back to the shit, man.
Anyway?
It does not. It's
I'm just wasting my time, man.
For you?
No, it does not.
So moving on to item number 43. Is that the last item you tested in this case?
Yes.
So with regards to what was item number 43 listed as?
Swab, rear driver's side door, handle interior.
Were you able to do DNA testing on that particular item?
I did. Yes.
Did you develop a profile?
I did.
And can you explain what DNA profile you developed?
In this particular case, I reported out both a 2-person mixture and a 3-person mixture.
And so explain why you would report out 2 different hypotheses.
When I did the initial interpretation of the question sample of this item 43, to form the child.
So is it always the first allele in any allele pair always comes from mom and the second one always comes from dad?
No. So the way that the allele table is organized is the smallest allele.
So he said he got mixed DNA.
Simpler math terms, if possible.
Yeah, essentially the likelihood ratio resulted in exclusion. So after talking with my technical leader, I determined that we both came to the consensus that it would be best to report it out or then interpret it as a 3-person mixture and then report out both results.
So with regards to when you're saying it's an exclusion, is there a certain number of loci that it has to not match for you to report it as an exclusion?
When it comes to likelihood ratios, as I had mentioned before, it's doing it's comparing two hypotheses, essentially that a person is included versus a person, an unrelated unknown individual is included. And it does this at every specific location. So going through all of those locations, there's the potential to have 16, 17, 18 locus-specific likelihoods, likelihood ratios. And at the end of it, those are all multiplied together to get the final result. So if one specific location results in a 0 likelihood ratio, but everything else is inclusionary, it's an indication that there's an issue with how the software was set up. And so as an analyst, I would go back and see what the issue was and then rerun this deconvolution and redo the calculations. In this particular case, after doing a visual comparison of the standards to the mixture and then looking at the resulting likelihood ratios, again, I spoke with the technical leader and we determined that there will be best to report out both.
So I'm going to go starting with the alternative proposition on that. Were you able to exclude anyone in the alternative proposition that you put forth?
Mr. Cortland Henry was excluded.
With regards to the initial proposition?
Cortland Henry, Anthony Williams, and Janelle Dimmons were excluded.
Who was included on the initial proposition?
Christopher Thomas was included.
When you were looking at it as 2 contributors, how did you exclude the defendant, in this case, Mr. Dimmons?
How did I exclude him?
Yes.
So again, after doing the visual comparison and then running it through to generate the likelihood ratio, it resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
When you looked at it again as a 3-person mixture, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not Christopher Thomas was included as a source of that mixture?
Yeah, he was included as a 3-person as well.
And what were the statistics on the 3-person mixture for Christopher Thomas?
The results are at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th, or 8.15 septillion times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a 3-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle interior?
Yes, the results are at most 46, and this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, what verbal qualifier would you give if he is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, Janelle Dimmons, in this case?
I did, yes.
And what was your conclusion in a 3-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Demons being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from Jamel Demons and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And what verbal qualifier did you give to that particular item of
Very-
Mr. Demons being included?
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
If you're ready, you may proceed. Sure. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. Serving no research. Just leave your notepads on the chair. You let the order reflect the jury stepped out. Copy of the law was defended. Mr. Demons, you need a restroom break?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can you arrange that? Yes, sir. Thank you. We're on recess.
Hey, welcome back to Law and Crime. So how does this happen? How do these guys that are working so closely together in the rap industry in South Florida, how does this unfold one night in October of 2018? They're all in a car. Maybe the defendant, Jamel Demons, is in that car. Maybe he's not. But somehow, in the end of the night, 2 of his buddies, Anthony Williams, a.k.a. Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., a.k.a. Juvie, they're dead. They're literally taken to the hospital a little after 4 in the morning. They left the studio about 2:17. How did all this unfold and what happened? The prosecution says that Demons did it, period. We haven't heard a great story about motive. We know you don't need one. Maybe there was some money issue, licensing. We've heard a little testimony on that maybe Demons wanted all of that money for himself, so he kind of cut out some of the middlemen. And that's about all we know at this point. So we are in the middle of the prosecution's case, and we are hearing DNA testimony that we expect is going to more clearly link these parties and where they were that night. Remember, there's a question as to who was in the car. Were the shots fired from within the car, or were they, as Demons suggests, the victim of a drive-by that night? So all these questions still up in the air, and the prosecution doing their best to get them answered. Right now, Kurt Rhodes on the stands. He's the DNA dude, and he's trying to help this jury understand what happened that night when these 2 men died. Let's go back into the courtroom.
What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished 23. Item 24. What is that described as?
The cutting bloodstain on rear of T-shirts drew Phil Bennett CG10.
Did you do a DNA analysis on item number 24?
I did. It was interpreted as originating from a single male contributor.
And you were able to make a reasonable or a likelihood ratio as to which individual contributed to that bloodstain?
I did the comparisons to the 3 individuals. The DNA results are at least 1.59 times 10 to the 25th, or 15.9 septillion times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas, Christopher Thomas, than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Were you able
Mr. Henry and Mr. Williams were excluded as contributors.
My next question. So with regards to item number 25, were you able to conduct a DNA analysis of that item?
I did.
What was that item identified to you as?
Swab, bloodstain, G12, Air Jordan, sneaker E.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to the source of that bloodstain?
I obtained a DNA profile and interpreted as originating from a single male contributor. Mr. Williams, where all three individuals were compared in comparison to Mr. Anthony Williams. The results are at least 5.3 times 10 to the 25th, or 53 septillion, times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual. Mr. Henry and Mr. Thomas were excluded as contributors.
So I want to move on to the next report that you did. In terms of the crime lab and how it works, when evidence is submitted to the lab, is it submitted in batches from the investigative agencies?
When evidence is submitted, we have a submission policy. So based off of the type of incident that's being investigated, there's essentially a number of items that can be submitted. In the cases of homicides, there are typically 10 to 12 items per testing round, is what we call it. We want the investigators to provide the most probative value, the most probative evidence for their investigation first, and then move on after that. With the cases of maybe a non-suspect burglary case, you may only get 2 evidence items worth.
In terms of limits on homicide cases, is there any limit to the number of items that can be worked?
There's no limit as far as I know. Again, it's worked in series of samples so that 100 or 150 items aren't submitted all at once. Again, to try and have the investigator determine which would be the most probative evidence for the investigation.
And in terms of your role in that process, do you know the underlying facts of the investigation as it's progressing?
Sometimes yes, but mostly no. I'm typically just assigned the case. There may be some communications between the unit supervisor and the investigator as to why more evidence is being submitted or reasons why the investigator is requesting more evidence.
In front of you, there's a stack of items that have already been admitted into evidence that I approach on. We've talked about a few already here. Do you recognize the green sticker on this item that's already been admitted as State 58? Please.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
On the back, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and all the other numbers as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And do you then assign the individual numbers that we talked about?
Yes, the numbers are assigned based off our record-keeping system. They're a sequential number, so the first item gets number 1, and then sequentially down the line.
Okay. Moving on to what's been placed into evidence as State 53. Again, do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and my item numbers marked on it.
What's been previously admitted into evidence as State 33. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has all my markings on it.
Okay. As to what has been admitted as State 46.
Yes, again, the items are marked and my notations are on the evidence.
Okay. And as to item State 32, did you ever get this one?
I don't think so.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not, because my markings are not on here.
Okay. As to what's been admitted as State 26, have you reviewed that item?
Yes, I have
Is that
I
right?
marked it and put my laboratory item numbers and my initials.
So I'm approaching with what's been previously marked as state GG for identification purposes only. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item? Please. It is open.
Yes, it has my markings on it, case number, item numbers, initials.
Did you analyze the items inside of that package?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just a moment. So showing defense counsel, it's been marked as state triple T. Showing you what's been marked as state triple T for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do. It again has my information marked on the outside.
And did you collect that item?
No, I did not collect it.
Is that an item that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. Thank you so much. So all of the items that we're looking at here, Mr. Rose, are packaged in paper bags.
Or manila envelopes, yes.
Why is that?
The investigators use these types of evidence packaging in case the evidence is wet. It helps to allow air to get through the package to dry it. One of the things that will cause issues, degradation, is essentially having a biological stain remain wet, and mold, mildew, and bacteria will grow on it and potentially destroy any DNA present.
Is it important to keep DNA in a dry environment for preserving it?
Yes.
Is there limits on the temperature range in which the DNA is kept at the evidence vault?
There's no limits. The evidence vaults in the laboratories are about 60 degrees, maybe 65. We do have freezers that we have old cases. So as long as the evidence is kept cool and dry, and being frozen is cool and dry, the DNA will persist for decades.
In terms of if the DNA is heated, would that cause degradation to it?
Yes. Heat, moisture, and sunlight are three of the main factors that will cause degradation and essentially destruction of the DNA present.
So why don't they just keep it in plastic bags?
The plastic won't allow any air to get through to the evidence, and it will basically cause condensation if it's moist. If the evidence is moist or wet, which will then lead to the mold, mildew, and bacteria growing.
Can one person's DNA change to become someone else's?
No.
How does it not? Does air bring other DNA into those bags and samples?
No.
So going back now on to item number 26 that you processed. What was that identified as to you?
Swab from Yellow Jacket.
And there's another number that you list in your notes and reports of an 81.
I'm paying attention. What up? What
He, I'm not too sure if we're gonna get him on today, but he's done an intensive breakdown of this case before. Now we're seeing it unfold. We're gonna get him on at some point to possibly, give his assessment, because he's watching the case as well. He's still that's still one of the things he cares about, which is law. I'm actually trying to set it up that maybe possibly tomorrow we get to have a conversation with the father of Juvie, and Myron's there to kind of analyze some of the stuff. This is really technical, and I'm telling you, this is probably the most boring day, but the most important day. This is the most boring day, but the most important day. These guys who are talking about, oh no, yeah, the cell tower position is this, they're making a case. This guy who's talking about DNA, he's setting the stage to say, yo, we have these guys in the car. We have these guys at this position. We have them touching the handle of the door. So if you didn't believe the video, or if you're wondering if it's whatever, we have full proof that these guys did it. You get what I mean? Which, by the way, could be negated, just to let you know, because, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I touched the door like 3 days ago because we were in the studio every day, but whatever.
Right, that's what I'm...
Is either how many times more likely that they are versus that they are not included.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, Swift Zoe Gaming. You're right. I said I was gonna go one of these days. I'm not going. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be closer to the verdict. Honestly, it's gonna be very close to the verdict because and I ain't gonna lie. Maybe there's a possibility. I might have to talk to Myron about that because, you know, he has this great setup in Miami. Maybe I go down there to be in court for the verdict, and I go straight from the verdict to, you know, obviously I have to tap in with Track, and, you know, I fuck with Melly's team, obviously. But after that, I could go, like, me and Myron have a stream or some shit like that. But I'll figure that out later. Like, we're nowhere close. It's gonna take. We have another month to go. You're
making me do math. So with regards to the likelihood ratio, the first hypothesis is the number that you come out with, or the number you're reporting. If it is the 30.7 septillion times more likely that they are included, that's the first hypothesis, that they are there and they are included. The second hypothesis is that they are not. So you're saying that it is 30.7 septillion times more likely they are a contributor than they are not, than they are excluded.
Sort of. I would explain it as, again, these likelihood ratios are, it's a calculation that's going against two competing hypotheses. So there is more support that Mr. Williams, in this case, would be included along with two other unnamed individuals.
We're gonna. So they're talking.
Yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle.
Not like hanging in the balance, but I'm trying to mix it up because this is a live stream. I'm trying to be entertaining for y'all. Anyway, yo, check this out. My boy, Lil Baby, okay? He's fired back at Gunna. And apparently he's shooting a new music video. And he got some interesting lines. And apparently the lines, he's saying that Slime, right, won't be happy that dudes took some pleas. Now, what could that mean other than saying that fuck what Gunna talking about, Slime is extremely unhappy. Okay, here's the snippet. He says some niggas taking pleas, I know that Slime ain't happy.
January 25th of 2022.
I'm sorry.
I did my analysis on January 24th, the day before.
Okay. That was approximately 3 years after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
Then you analyzed, did you not, item 26, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle.
Why you don't address that in the record? Why are you just addressing Gunna? I hate when rappers try to just pile on for like the easy reason. I've always said this, man. When niggas say they gangster, I only judge the gangsters when the gangsters don't pick and choose. If you pick and choose, I gotta judge you.
Why though?
Because you're not really gangster. You're just a bully.
Like pick and choose.
Gangsters
Who
don't
pick
pick
and
and
choose?
choose. They keep the same energy for everybody. Get down and lay down.
Hold on, who he talking about?
So I'm looking at this and I'm like, I know he not. I know that ain't who I think it is. I know you're not talking about Gunna. Before you talk about Gunna, my brother, you got to address what they said about the guy who's cutting your checks. Now, I don't have a problem with P because I love P. I don't care about snitching. But before you try to play this little quasi street nigga shit, you should address what they're saying about your boss. Don't talk about you and Gunna. Yeah, y'all were friends, made a couple songs, but we don't want to hear what you talking about Gunna.
I get it.
I began processing the impact filter on January 5th of 2022.
I guess.
That was approximately 3 years after his arrest.
The cutting of the headliner, which is item 34.
When did you receive that?
I began processing on January 28th of 2022.
Okay. Also, about 3 years after his arrest.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
I thought it was a question. Restate it. Restate your question.
Did you know it was approximately 3 years after he was arrested?
I did not. Additional items were submitted. These were items 40, 41, and 42. Those were processed on April 25th of 2023.
April 25th of 23?
That's correct.
Did you know that was after we started this
Objection,
trial?
Your Honor, improper.
Excuse me. Watch from settle.
All right, everyone on little Berkey.
Nigga, 2 months old ain't old. Nigga, I thought you were gonna be like, oh yeah, this from like 2019. Nigga, what? Wait. Nigga, if it came out this year, if it came out after Young Thug got locked, it's not old.
Blood stain on the headliner. That was after this trial started.
I did not know.
But you started that in April 25th of 23? Just 2 months ago?
The headliner was, that was prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item that you received on April of 23 was what?
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area, rear driver seat. The blood swab of smear from rear of driver seat. And the contact swab of front of driver side door handle interior.
Okay. And you did not know that was after this trial started, correct?
I did not know.
And none of that came back to the DNA of this young man, Jamel, correct?
Correct. It was deemed uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate a DNA profile because there was insufficient amount of DNA.
Do you know what
So there's no DNA? Does that mean there's no DNA?
Objection, outside the scope. Speculation.
There's no DNA. So
2023.
no. I gotta see if act is. Oh, he's still acting to this little baby shit.
Now y'all saying the songs. All right, man. All right, I'm gonna just take the song down because I don't want niggas to be like I'm. Because I ain't gonna lie. This is what I hear going on in Atlanta. I'm gonna just keep it with you. I hear niggas' heads about to start rolling. Niggas is tight. Niggas is upset. Niggas is tired of the snitching. The streets in Atlanta, the actual street niggas, they're tired of the fuckery. I don't want to be a part of no inciting nothing.
The technical leader, yes.
And then ran another test and had a 3-person contributor.
That's correct. Yes.
And all of a sudden, it matched or was labeled as Jamel may have been a contributor.
That's correct.
What date was that, sir?
They don't got no DNA evidence, no weapon, no nothing. Nothing.
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
That's correct.
Who requested that?
3 weeks ago.
If you know.
Then hold on.
Speculation outside the scope.
As far as outside the scope, so ruled, if he knows, he can answer.
Who submitted that item to you 3 weeks ago?
It would have been Miramar, the investigators.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, I can look at my
Feel
submission
free.
report.
So hold on. You mean to tell me, right, that they did this 3 weeks ago? They did and he said there's Melly DNA didn't come up. So why? So at this point, is he guilty or not? At this point, because they just dragging this shit, and it's like the phone shit they were trying to drag, and it's like I feel as though you still not going to get a real answer from that. You feel me? You need some type of evidence, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm reading the chat, but man, it's weird. Let me see if DJ got something to say. Man, he's still on fucking this nigga.
Not from Atlanta. Yes, there's a war in Atlanta happening. Don't blame me. It ain't me.
Still talking about this shit.
It could have been placed a week.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
How long can DNA stay on an item?
The DNA can persist on items. Again, as I mentioned, heat, light, moisture can cause it to degrade or become unusable. But if DNA is deposited on the surface, it can last weeks, months, years, if kept in a nice, cool, dry environment.
Did you know this Jeep was stored in police custody in a safe, dry area?
I do not.
May I have one other question? One other moment, excuse me. Thank you very much.
Is there any redirection?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rhodes, is it unusual to receive multiple submissions over the life of a case?
No, it's not unusual.
Does the date in which you work a particular item have any effect on the results you report on?
No, it does not.
As to the likelihood ratio on item number 43, who was included in that particular item?
For both propositions, Mr. Thomas was included for both the 2-person and 3-person contributor propositions. Under the 2-person proposition, Mr. Henry, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Dimmons were excluded. Under the three-person proposition,
Excluded. Hold up.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Williams.
If he's excluded, that means
And with regards to the time of collection of that swab, would that be indicated on the box that it is found in?
Sometimes there are indications on the collection. I can look at the mark receipt. It may, I'm not sure if it's a newer one or an older one, but I can look at the mark receipt if you'd like.
Okay, and that would be item number 67, what's been put into evidence as states 33. Latest or not?
Yeah, latest.
okay, denied. So they denied. I just want to make sure I got the words right. So it's excluded. It's denied.
And so item 33 in evidence, is that item number 67 and you're labeling here?
Yes, that's right.
What was the date and time of collection according to that specific item?
So it's dated at 10/26 of 2018.
And the time?
1736.
Okay. If DNA is stored in an optical environment, will it persist forever?
Man, Scotty Pimpin'. What's up with Scotty Pimpin'?
Beautiful. I seen her in person. She look beautiful. Ain't no reason why she ain't supposed to. I ain't gonna lie. She invited me on a yacht type shit. But anyway, not for some funny shit. She was just like, "Hey, what's up? It's like we got a yacht party tomorrow." I'm like, I could come. Anyway, here's the thing though. In reality, whether she fuck Future, whether she fuck whoever in the industry, she's out doing her thing. Scotty is getting done like a dog. Bad enough, all these documentaries are coming out sucking off Michael Jordan, acting like he was like Allen Iverson on the 2001 76ers, just playing with bums.
Damn.
They act like Jordan just won all them 6 championships by himself. They don't even give Scotty the credit. So Scotty's tight because of that. Next thing, he divorces her. She's over here fucking with every rapper who's dropping his name on the song. Like, they're making it known. I'm fucking his bitch. I'm fucking his wife. Like, they're violating him constantly.
That's fucked.
But now,
damn,
she has decided to start fucking with Marcus Jordan. And I'm going to be honest with you. Lars, I even met you, but yo, you tweaked out for that game. Imagine, like, let me tell you, it's something about women. There's nothing worse than a woman scoring, but like sometimes women lose their own dignity. Why would you fuck with the son of the infamous teammate of your former husband?
That's fucked up.
Like, that's
real fucked up, bro.
Men on this planet, like, why would you do that?
That's like a smack in the face.
Who's you to do that? Like, come on. It can't be dick. You got a lot of dick in your lifetime. You should know. You can find another dick replacement. But nevertheless, she's been going through some hardships with Scotty.
Damn, like the son, that's a smack in the face. Wait, what happened? Is they taking a little break? Is it over? Like,
Right to Scottie Pippen's 401k and Saving Plans Trust. In the order, the court recognizes Larsa, his ex-wife, who he married in 1997, and the official date of separation was only November 3rd, 2016. So she was legally awarded 50% of all account balances of the plan's valuation amount closest to the date of their separation. Basically, what Scotty ain't made no fucking money since 2016. Basically, everything he earned right after the Bulls dynasty ended. Didn't the dynasty end like 97, something like that? So she gets half of all of that. From 1997 to 2016. If that wasn't enough, the order appears to read that Larsa is also entitled to the full amount regardless of what is currently in the account. Which means if he ran through the money, he blew it on hookers, strippers, he bought this for that person, gave this to his mama, gave this to his son, bought her this later because he was trying to be cool with her, he still owed half of what was made. If this ain't the cautionary tale that we as men shouldn't get married, god damn it. A bitch get with me. She told me, I said, bitch, we'll get you a wedding. We didn't get you no paperwork. Fuck out of here. I ain't gonna lie. This shit happened. Homicide, nigga. Come on. Anyway. By the way, this is a joke. I ain't gonna lie, chat. Y'all ever see me getting married? Y'all be like, yo, this nigga's a fucking drone. Hell nah. No. You know what I mean? I'll be in a relationship with a nice woman. She could be cool. We might have some kids. You know, you gotta have the offspring to carry on the future. Marry a bitch? Fuck no. Not in the United States of motherfucking America. Hell no. Okay. To the extent there is no assets in his account sufficient to satisfy the assignment of the benefit, on the date a separate account is established for Larsa. The order should be interpreted as an award for 100% of Scotty's vested account balance. So basically, say he had $10 million in the account in 2016. She's owed 5. Say that nigga ran through it. Obviously, probably more. I'm just trying to make figures make sense. Say he ran through it. He only got 1.8 left in the account. Essentially, he's owed the whole 1.8.
Damn.
And probably could collect more.
Don't get married.
I got Amazon at my gate. They're like fucking ringing my thing real quick. Pause. Give me a second. I'm gonna go back to this. I gotta let Amazon into my property. Hold on.
The DNA results were coming from 3 unrelated, unknown individuals.
Okay. And so for item 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals, you had testified Portland Henry was excluded.
That's correct.
Moving on to item number 23.
So cross-examination continuing in the Jamel Demons case. It is the DNA expert Kurt Rose. I'm telling you, I'm Rich Jones and Andy Young. In the first 2 minutes of the cross-examination, man, I really felt like I learned more throughout the entire direct examination of this witness. Key points, all of these things he tested were not connected to Melly, and the testing was done 2 to 3 years after he was arrested. Give me your take on that.
Absolutely. Talk about starting off cross-examination with a bang. I mean, there's a big contrast in terms of what the jury saw on direct examination versus what the jury saw on cross-examination. And keep in mind, we've only seen, like you said, a couple of minutes, and already he's starting out with the strongest points, which were everything he talked about, all those items that you talked about, item 26, 27, what have you. Well, it's not connected to my client. And the fact that there was that long duration of the 3-year period before it was tested, these are very wise and very strong points that he's making from the beginning. They always say primacy and recency when it comes to cross-examination. And he is starting off with a bang, and he's starting off strong.
So I'm going to ask you this last question. I know I've got to kick you loose here. At this point in the prosecution's case, you're the prosecutor now. Are you feeling good about your case?
At this point, I'm thinking to myself, maybe there are certain questions I should have asked on direct examination that could have brought the jury back. Again, I'm sure the prosecutor is seasoned. I'm sure the prosecutor knows her case like the back of her hand, and she probably knows that these were weak points for the prosecution. And so it's going to be interesting to see how she ends up doing her redirect examination once the defense attorney is done with cross-examination. I'm sure she's thought of these issues, and it's just a matter of time to see how she's going to address them and how she's going to rehabilitate the witness when it's her turn.
Yeah, and sometimes you know what the weaknesses are,
No, she didn't.
and you get it out there, you deal with it, and you move on as quickly as you can. But certainly the cross is pointing out what appear to be some of those weaknesses. Okay, I'm going to thank and excuse you, Anna Yum. Thank you so much for being here. You were definitely most courteous, so you get to go first. We'll see you next time here on the network. Rich is going to stick around, keep working on that manifesto, Rich. We're going to go back into the courtroom now for more of that cross-examination.
Sir, did you know that when you received the blood stain on the headliner, that was after this trial started?
I did not know.
But you started that in April 25th of 23, just 2 months ago?
The headliner was, that was prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item that you received on April of 23 was what?
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area, rear driver seat. The blood swab of smear from rear of driver seat. And the contact swab of front of driver side door handle interior.
Okay. And you did not know that was after this trial started, correct?
I did not know.
And none of that came back to the DNA of this young man, Jamel, correct?
Correct. It was deemed uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate a DNA profile because there was insufficient amount of DNA.
Do you know what the delay was in sending that evidence to you?
Why is we so no DNA? What the fuck? So what we still doing here? There's no DNA. Is you fucking serious? Like, come on, bro. There's no fucking DNA for real. Like, what? Like, nah, bro. You gotta be fucking with me. There's no DNA. That shit, bro. Hey, this some bullshit, bro. This is some complete bullshit. I'm sorry I carried on that long, but
What
damn,
was
bro.
that, sir?
There's no DNA. I need those lawyers, bro. There's no DNA. No DNA.
Real filmed it.
I cannot specifically say that, but
No fucking DNA.
the likelihood
Hold
ratio
on.
would provide the verbal qualifier that there's very strong support.
Cause he's way far behind. He's way far behind. I forgot. But there's no DNA.
Who requested that,
Objection.
if you know?
Ain't no objection.
Speculation outside the scope.
As far as outside the scope, so if he knows, he can answer.
Who submitted that item to you 3 weeks ago?
It would have been Miramar, the investigators.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, I can look at my
Feel free.
It was submitted by a Miramar investigator, Mark Moretti.
Moretti.
That blood stain, because I can't saturate my DNA extract with all the blood, DNA from the blood stain, in hopes that I obtain enough. Or
Hey, that bitch again.
Second contributor from any potential epithelial cells. And epithelial cells are basically the skin cells on the outside surfaces of your body. So if I were to rub this bench top here, deposit some of my DNA from my skin cells from my hand, and then there's a blood stain that comes up next to it. If the investigator swabs this, essentially this mixture of my DNA plus the blood stain, the blood is going to, for the most part, cover up or provide a majority of that DNA, because the blood is a far richer source of DNA than the skin cells.
Is a person's DNA the same in every cell in their body?
It is.
So going on to now item number 23. What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished 23. Item 20.
The cutting blood the DNA is
Adjourn until tomorrow. When can I expect these?
They are digital. I think they're probably taken until at least Monday. So if you want them in hard copy, they are, I think I'm conservative in saying 400 pages. Now, so it's clear, it's not 400 pages like a deposition transcript. It is 400 pages, and it's going to.
So they're going to continue this all the way in Monday?
And there might be 5 or 6 messages per page. So while it sounds very voluminous in number, it's not as bad as 400 pages would sound normally.
And this is what you shared with Defense Counsel.
Yes, they have the copies as well.
Thank you.
Digital.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
What's this, break? I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's probably. There's no DNA, bro. So what else they trying to prove? There's no DNA. Hold on, he back.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Edmonds were included.
And with regard
Included.
Titanic. If you don't know, a vessel went missing.
Oh yeah, we know about that shit. I don't care how rich I am, how much money that shit is. I will not. Let me reiterate. I will not be going on that shit. Fuck, what the fuck I'm doing?
And so item 33 in evidence, is that item number 67 and you're labeling here?
Yes, that's right.
What was the date and time of collection according to that specific item?
So it's dated at 10/26 of 2018.
And the time?
1736.
Okay. If DNA is stored in an optical environment, will it persist forever? Is that an ideal place to perpetuate DNA storage?
Yes.
Nothing further.
I have 1 or 2 questions based on that, if the court will allow me.
Sure, go ahead, sir.
You indicated it's not unusual to get multiple submissions of evidence.
That's right.
DNA was not linked to Melly.
5 years to submit that exhibit to you to analyze?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Ain't no speculation.
I do not.
Thank you.
Counsel, is there any else in this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Step Counsel. You're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding is that's all the witnesses we have for today.
Sometimes it's really just the question you need to get out there in front of the jury. Do you know why it took X number of years for you to get this material? Objection. It's speculation. Yeah, the witness probably doesn't know, but now the jury's asking that same question. Rich Schoenstein is here. He's been just writing notes copiously. I didn't even know what that word meant until I saw him doing this. So, first of all, my first thought, Rich, is redirect was helpful maybe in dealing with some of the delay in getting the materials, but I want to get your thoughts on that and other things. But let me squeeze in a break here first, because I know once you get started, it's very difficult to stop you. So we'll take a break and we'll come right back.
They're widening the search. They said the U.S. Coast Guard clarified they don't know the source of the noise. They said the banging is heard about every 30 minutes. And again, 4 hours later, blah, blah. They're thinking that's what it is. Nobody knows where this vessel is. And I got to show you a video of this shit. Let me see. Submarine Titanic. You got to see a fucking... I ain't gonna lie. I seen this on Instagram, but nigga, I was fucking tripped out when I realized they control the whole shit with a fucking like PS4 controller, my nigga. Like they control the whole shit with a PS4.
So we're coming into the sub. This is the only
A
toilet
PS4 control
on a deep diving submersible.
This
best seat in the house. You can look out the viewport. We put a privacy screen in. Turn up the music.
Nah.
And, it's very popular.
What the fuck? First of all, when I'm taking a shit, I need to be in the bathroom for an hour. And like, bruh, shit, I ain't gonna lie, man. Should be stinking. Fuck a little privacy screen, nigga. Y'all gonna suffocate. The moment I take a shit in here, y'all are done. So if you don't got like some Febreze or some shit, y'all niggas is finished. Get on Pyro, it's over. So talking about I'm gonna put up a privacy screen, bump the music. Nigga, we're underwater, nigga. You're gonna suffocate. Nigga, you gonna go in the water.
We have our control screen here, our sonar screen here, and we can put any image we want in the back. We've taken a completely new approach.
This way they had me, gang. We're going 4 miles under the ocean level. Like we're going 4 miles under the water. And what controls this whole thing is this?
Yeah, I was done. Nah, fuck that.
I checked out at that point, chat.
Nah, fuck that. Yeah, they do got it. I was never in a million years. You mean to tell me that's what controls that motherfucker? That's an Xbox controller, bro. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny or hate on Xbox, but that's, bro. That's the A button, that's the B button, that's the X button, that's the Y button. PlayStation, we got the X button, we got square, triangle, and circle. Or is that circle? That circle, alright. We might have the main three, but that's Y, that's the Xbox, bro. Because we got a triangle. And it's colored. That's how the Xbox joint colored. Bro, they got an Xbox controller controlling this joint. That's crazy.
Y'all niggas got it. Nigga, this the controller when you too cheap to buy the PS4 control, the real one. You buy like the version that break after like 4 times you use it. It's like the store-bought version. This is the whole listen.
To the sub design, and it's all run with this game controller and these touch screens. So if you want to go forward, you press forward. If you want to go back, you go back.
Whose idea was this? Nigga, who?
He said game controller. I'm done. Bro, what? Is you fucking serious, dog? Like a game
nigga,
controller?
Y'all got it. Nigga, play this. If I walk into a plane and I see a nigga using like a PS4 controller, like, oh yeah, I'm about to fly y'all niggas to Miami. And I see him with the PS4 controller or the PS5 controller or Xbox One controller, you got it, brother. I think I'll drive.
Okay.
This is the whole shit that's confused me.
And how much? And they said this shit is a lot of money. What the fuck? Huh?
era.
What the fuck?
I need the shit that I can recline and kick my feet out.
Get
Nigga, what the fuck is this?
Turn left.
The pilot is sitting Indian style using a video game remote?
Turn right, go down, go up. And it's Bluetooth, so I can hand it to anybody. And it's meant for a 16-year-old to throw it around, and super durable. We keep a couple of spares on board just in case. This is the second year we've been out to the Titanic. We went out in 5 8-day missions. We did about 10 dives to the wreck site of the Titanic, and we did an extra dive on an undiscovered reef that we found. Completely privately funded operation, and we're funded by, we call mission specialists who help support the mission. So they take quite a bit of money to come and join us. Years ago, the Russians took tourists out to the Titanic, and it was just sort of a look and see thing. We really are focusing on the science around it. We want to document what the wreck is like now, and also try to predict what it'll be like in the future. It's continuing to decay, and it seems.
Yo, let me tell you this, man. Niggas. So I heard, I don't want to clown nobody who may have passed away or who was in this wreckage, but nigga, this is why they say, everybody needs money, but this is why they say having too much money is a fucking problem. You too fucking bored, gang. You ever notice when it says, yo, we're going to space, we're going to Mars? It's always the billionaire said, I want to sign up. Y'all pay $8 million. I want to go. Nigga, they're fucking bored. Nigga, if I'm a billionaire, there's a billionaire that was on board in this shit. If I'm a billionaire, the last thing I want to be is in a fucking tube going miles under the fucking ocean floor where, or the ocean surface, where I can't even take a shit in peace without everybody smelling it. Or, nigga, I don't even have, it's not even fully glassed that I can just see everything, nigga. Like, you're looking through a little camera and you have a little peephole that, nah, bro. Nah, this ain't it, dog.
Seems to be accelerating.
And here's the thing. It's this not even like some shit that, I'm going to be honest with you, me looking at this video is like me seeing it. I don't need to see this in person. I don't know about y'all. I'm one of them type of niggas. I watched the video. I went there. Like, no, you don't want to travel. You want to adventure. You don't want to live life on the edge. No. I don't want to do it. I don't care to do it.
It's being eaten by a bacteria, so it's literally being eaten by the ocean. It's not rusting away. So these things that are called rusticles are actually the byproduct of a bacteria that eats the iron. And as it does that, these decks are collapsing. The promenade deck continues to collapse forward. We saw some of the railing is starting to lose its structural strength, which is really a sad thing. That's when it's going to stop looking like the Titanic. The interest in the Titanic is the reason we go there, because people are willing to fund this kind of exploration and science, and that gives a completely different research component that almost nowhere else in the deep ocean can you get funding to go back every year for decades and see how coral reefs develop and see how metals decay and see how currents change. I mean, that just, you can't justify that. No government will pay for that. Nobody wants to go back to just some old reef, but people do want to go back to the Titanic, and that's why we go, is because people want to go.
You know what the crazy thing is? They said one of these things. I don't know if this is true. So let's take this with a grain of salt. But they said the billionaire, right? The billionaire that's in the fucking thing, missing. They said his son is unfazed. His son is on Twitter trying to bag OnlyFans model. Look at this shit. They said this is his son. Said, nah, this is wild. Son of missing Titanic billionaire. Still on Twitter trying to holler at OnlyFans models while his dad is missing. This is the thing we got to learn about death, man. Ain't nobody about to cry you a river when you do some dumb shit and you die, or you die, period, man. Niggas gonna think about what they gonna gain from your death, and they gonna keep this shit moving. That nigga already cashing in on the fucking on the inheritance. They're like, oh, this nigga is dead. Finally. He about to buy this bitch like a whole island just to fuck. Nigga horny. I seen this shit. I had to post it on my story. Because I seen, Justin LaBoy, he be pandering. Justin LaBoy. That nigga be pandering like a motherfucker. I fuck with him still, but he be pandering like a motherfucker. Look at this shit right here. He posted this meme. An actual picture of me if my man was on that missing submarine. Basically saying that women would be like, hopping on this shit trying to find their missing man. Fuck no. If she squeezed the baby out of you or she got you to give her a ring, nigga, she's praying your bitch ass don't come back. Nigga, or she know the code to your safe, or she know like all the account access to your bank accounts. Oh, she's praying your bitch ass don't come back. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Talking about these, hell nah, man. These chicks just care about their inheritance. Like, I even seen, some of the chicks was keeping it real on Twitter. Like, one chick was like, oh my God, when you hear that your billionaire husband is on the ship that is missing and he ain't established any type of will. And you're like, bitches, man. Let me tell you this, men, this is one thing I learned, man. The only bitch you can trust. Let me not even say that. I'm gonna break that train of thought because I was gonna say some crazy shit. I'm good. Just make sure you got a plan not to leave it to the girl. Somebody said, not true. That's y'all American women. Nigga, that's all women, nigga. That's all women, bro. Put it like this. The only way a bitch getting on this shit right here is if you put shit in your mama's name. That she know if something happened to you, she's assed out. That's the only way she go get your ass. If she knows she's the direct recipient, nigga, she planning your funeral before they find your body, nigga. The only way she's trying to save your ass is if she knows if you die, your mama gets it all, and your mama don't like her anyway. So she ain't finna get shit. Oh, she gonna be like, oh, let me go get my millionaire husband. Otherwise, she's like, rest in piss, nigga. Let's spend this money the way we really should pay this shit. Tell me, man, you gotta put shit in your mama's name, man. Gotta have it in your mama's name. Somebody said, check Meek Mill's tweet. What Meek Mill tweeting about? Here's Meek Mill. He says what? He said the Titanic submarine, blah, blah, 22 hours. There's nothing the Navy could do. More people have been to outer space. What? Meek says, I can't see a wealthy man doing this without no extreme backup plans. With your son. Not saying it's fake, but the way y'all run the same clips in media, not even working on the average minds no more. Or anymore. All type of stuff going on in the world and y'all headlining with no real info. What is Meek talking about? Meek capping. Let Robert Kraft tell him like, yo, Meek, you really want to take over hip-hop, nigga? Let's get in this fucking tube. It's going to be me, you, and Michael Rubin, nigga. And we're going to go see the Titanic. Nigga, Meek gonna be there with a control in his hand like, that nigga going to be speeding. Hyper blast. Let's get there. Come on, man. Meek, you know you damn well finna go. If Michael Rubin and Robert Kraft say they in that tube with you, Meek, you know you damn well in that tube, nigga. Stop it. You know. Meek, I followed you. You know. You in that tube. You in that tube.
Hell no, Meek ain't in that tube. Hell no. It's over? What happened? It's done? Get the fuck out of here. It can't be done, bro. Probably is, to be honest. But damn, bro. What the fuck? Let me see something.
Therapist in like 24 hours, 40.
Yeah.
In the back getting massaged by two lady boys, one sucking him off, one giving him a reach around type
Whoa.
shit. And Michael Rubin gonna be doing some goofy shit talking about fanatics. You know what I mean? Thinking he undersea with an underwater phone talking about, oh, I'm talking to Travis Scott. That's all gonna go on. That's all gonna go on, gang. That's all gonna go on. Me gonna be on this journey. Let me on it. Let me on it. Let me on it.
What the fuck going on here?
Let me stop. I fuck with Meeks because I don't want none of y'all try to break up our friendship. That's my boy. That's my man's right there. That's gang. That's ganging them, nigga. That's ganging them. Y'all ain't gonna fuck up my friendship. I see what y'all trying to do. You feel me? Okay. All right. I see it. Let me get off this topic for you. I try to fuck up my friendship. Fuck up my friendship and shit. All right. What time is it, man? Wait, hold on. Are we even going back to this Melly shit, man? This thing is doodling. Like, yo, Melly right now is probably writing Dear Sack Chaser and Juvie. I never should have clapped y'all. I didn't. This is just wasted a lot of time in my life. You niggas try to rob me, though. I had to go get my get back. Next time, don't play with Melvin, because Melly is more forgiving. I don't know what the fuck he's writing right here, nigga. But.
Were you able
Sir Henry
has been admitted as state 46.
Alright, so he gonna break it down since the joint off, because I don't think that shit back on.
items are marked in my notations.
Yeah, that shit look like that's over.
And as to item states 32, did you ever get this one?
I don't think so.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not, because my markings are not on here.
Okay. As to what's been admitted as state 26, have you
They
reviewed that item?
happened. Talking about he dead.
Yes, I have.
Is that
I've
okay?
marked it and put my laboratory item numbers and my initials. Dry, the DNA will persist for decades.
In terms of if the DNA is heated, would that cause degradation to it?
Yes, heat, moisture, and sunlight are three of the main factors that will cause degradation. And
Alright, he not that far off, but
So why don't they just keep it in plastic bags?
the plastic won't allow any air to get through to the evidence, and it will basically cause condensation if it's moist. If the evidence is moist or wet, which will then lead to
Academic Sound provides you with restriction-free music and sound effects that you can use across all of your
One
content.
person's
You don't have
DNA
to worry
change
about
to
it
become
getting taken
someone
down or
else's?
muted. It's designed for
How does
creators.
it not, does air bring other DNA into those bags and samples?
No.
So going back now on to item number 26 that you processed. What was that identified as to you?
Swab from Yellow Jacket.
And there's another number that you list in your notes and reports of an 81. Where is that number coming from?
The first number, 26, is the item number that is generated in the laboratory.
I'm paying to watch nothing.
In my inventory system. The 81 is the agency number as it's submitted on the prior season.
So going on to item number 26, did you analyze the swab of the yellow jacket as it's described?
I did, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that?
There's no fucking DNA.
The results were interpreted
That's
as
crazy.
a mixture originating from 4 contributors.
So were you able to make determinations as to the standards that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay, we could discuss first with regards to Anthony Williams. What conclusion did you reach and what statistical basis for that?
He was included as a contributor to the mixture. In the likelihood calculation, the results are at least 2.05 times 10 to the 8th, or 205 million. Times more likely if these DNA results originated from Anthony Williams and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of a 4-person mixture, do you expect the statistics to be a little bit lower, just based on that?
It depends on, again, when I was speaking of contribution, if a person is more represented in a sample, the statistics are likely
I feel like
calculation
DJ
can be,
Academics just leaving.
rather large. It just
Like,
depends on
but yeah,
how
bro,
much
like this is a waste of a trial to
Were you
me,
able to
bro.
exclude anybody from the swab of the yellow jacket item 26?
Because
Christopher Thomas and Cortland Henry were excluded.
In terms of item number 27, how was that I'm sorry. Yes, item number 27. How was that number identified to you?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
Were you able to analyze that and develop DNA profiles?
no DNA on anything but the
I
door
obtained
handle.
a single source profile indicating male origin.
Were you able to determine the single source origin of that profile?
Christopher Thomas was included. The likelihood calculation is as follows. The DNA results are at least 1.65 times 10 to the 25th, or 16.5 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Okay. Going on to item number 28. Did you do the same?
I did.
And what was that listed as?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
And that swab, who were you able to determine or what DNA conclusion?
No DNA, y'all.
The DNA
They didn't find no DNA.
originated from a single male contributor.
They said butt on the door handle, as somebody said, but
The
I was looking at it, they said no DNA.
DNA results are at least 4.38 times 10 to the 25th, or 43.8 septillion times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
At this point in everything that we have talked about, were you provided a standard for the defendant, Jamel Devins?
No.
So going on to item number 29, were you able to develop a DNA profile on that particular item?
I analyzed the results and
I wonder what the father gonna say after they say there's no
And what was
DNA.
item number 29?
it's listed as swab from bloodstain on rear passenger seat, PM number 1.
And you couldn't say where that was collected from.
I can.
Going on to your next report, I'm talking about the MVAC filter. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
An MVAC filter is a
Damn, my shit.
It's a filter paper where the investigator will essentially
son.
the surface of whatever they're looking for, maybe a shirt or a shoe or even a door, in a liquid, and they come back and they vacuum it up. And all of that vacuumed up liquid will then go and be deposited on the filter paper. That filter paper is then taken out of the apparatus, dried, and then I would take a portion of that filter paper and try and develop a
They
DNA
cut it off.
from
I don't know what's going on this sun. Like
the surface that they process.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the item number. What's the name back?
It's item number 31 of his report.
Thank you.
So on the MVAC filter, item 31, that you were asked to process in this case, what was your information relayed as to where that MVAC source was?
It's identified as MVAC filter 9 from spent casings found on ground at US 27 and Southwest 208th Avenue.
So we talked a little bit about things that are conducive to DNA. Does sunlight have an effect on it, you said, I believe, right?
Yes, it can.
What does sunlight do to DNA if exposed?
Again, with the heat, light, and moisture, it allows bacteria to grow and to essentially degrade the DNA.
Okay. And when you did an analysis of item number 31, the MVAC filter, what conclusions were you able to draw?
I did an extraction on the piece of evidence, and after quantitation, I determined that there was insufficient amount of extracted DNA to go forward. So I did not attempt to develop a DNA profile, and I stopped processing at that point.
And if you remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean if you stop it at that second step?
The extraction, meaning I would not obtain a DNA profile that could be used for any sort of comparisons. There just isn't enough genetic material in the extract.
What is the information, what are you relying on, and what training and experience to make that conclusion?
It's the quantitation results, the type of samples that I have obtained or that I analyzed. So I'm not surprised that MVACs from casings yielded very little DNA.
Moving on to your next report, item 32. Was that item provided to you for DNA analysis?
It was, yes.
And that is in evidence, I believe, if I may, as states 46.
Yes.
So if I may, published for the jury. So I'm publishing now states 46. What was states 46 reported to you to be?
These are oral swabs or standards from juvenile demons.
And with regards to item number 32 and 33 in your report, are they the same?
Item number 32 is listed as the right cheek, and 33 is listed as the left cheek.
Similar to we previously talked about, did you just pick one to test?
Correct, I did, just the first one.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to picking the right versus the left?
Nope.
Going on, and so once you got this standard, did you go back and look at the other evidence you previously analyzed?
Yes, so comparisons were made to all the previously analyzed questioned evidence.
So going to item number 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals. Were you able to compare the profile from Mr. Demons as opposed to the profile developed from those sandals?
I did, and he was excluded.
The blood stain on the front of the t-shirt, item number 23, were you able to compare Mr. Demons' profile to that?
I did a comparison, and he was again excluded.
What about item number 24, the cutting on the blood stain of the rear of the t-shirt?
After comparisons were done, he was excluded.
Okay, then on item number 25, the swab of the blood stain from the Air Jordans.
Again, an exclusion.
Going on to item number 26, the swab from the yellow jacket.
An exclusion.
Excluded, bro.
And in terms of the item number 27 and 28, the swabs at the Gatorade bottles. What were the results on that?
Those were both exclusions.
So going forward to what's been shown to you but not yet admitted into evidence for identification purposes is states triple T. What was that item told to you to be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. On your item 34, what's been shown to you for identification purposes only as states triple T. What was that item described to you to be?
It's listed as a cutting of headline.
And how did you analyze that particular piece of evidence?
That evidence, I had to do a visual examination on it, and actually take a cutting of a potential blood stain.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between using it from a swab versus a cutting of an item?
This was a piece of evidence, a headliner. It was the size, maybe a foot squared. There were some small red brown stains on there. So, as opposed to moistening a cotton tip swab and then swabbing it, just in case the small blood stain becomes too diffuse on the cotton tip swab. And why that's important is I do my best to preserve evidence for future testing. So if an item of evidence is submitted, I typically process only half of the evidence. If there's only one swab submitted, I'll process half of the swab, leaving half for retesting either in current technologies by another laboratory or save it for future testing when technology has advanced even further.
Did you know that in Texas, rifles can be carried in public without a license, whereas in Florida, no open carrying is allowed?
And take a cutting, as I did in this particular case.
Okay, and in terms of were you able to do an analysis and develop a profile on that particular item?
I did. I obtained a DNA profile.
Nah, Chad, I had to take care of Pluto real quick. My bad.
By the source of that single male contributor?
Y'all gotta realize I'm on stream for like even today I'm on stream for over 6 hours. Like I do have a what the fuck? I do have a dog. What the fuck is this?
Potential blood stains, again, everything else is inclusionary. It's an indication that there's an issue with how the software was set up.
Yo, everybody look bored with this shit. She look over it. He look done with it. He look whatever. Shit. Holy shit. Oh, man. Oh, somebody said you're taking care of your dog right now, too. Exactly, man. Nah, I got to make sure, like, you know, I got my boy Plutonium, man. I got to make sure my boy, that's his full name, Plutonium. You get what I mean? But we just call him Big Pluto. You get what I mean? But his name is Plutonium Demics. You get what I mean? All right. Anyway, I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta go. I gotta go deal with Pluto. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna probably be cutting the stream like a little bit abrupt. Usually I try to do at least an hour or two after the stream. This shit is done. But today was number one a boring day.
I gotta fucking take care of my dog too. To think about it.
And yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow, probably at 10, because this shit started earlier today. All right? Somebody said Plutonium. Yeah, man, I gotta have, in case my boy want to get a job, man. Like, you call him Pluto, that sound ghetto. I call him Plutonium. Like, my real name is Livingston. And people be clowning the name Livingston, but as a kid, I ain't gonna lie, I'm glad my mama never gave me no ghetto name, because everybody always thought I was like my name spoke volumes for me before I got in the room. Like, you know what I mean? Your name is Cortavius. Is like, yo, bro, like, nigga, they think you on some ghetto shit, man. Like, so I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I named my dog Plutonium. What's the fucking problem? You get what I mean? Somebody said, somebody says, one more topic. Somebody says, just leave and come back. Maybe I do that. Maybe I'll stream like tonight, because it's kind of early still. But I got to go deal with some like actual things, and like even, you know,
I kept the stream up.
My business, but I gotta, because I'm streaming right now, I gotta go to the bank for shit, which, like, by the time I wake up, I'm showering to get on here. So I'm missing all the time for the bank. I'm missing all the time for like regular business between 9 and 5. But anyway, you know what? I'll do this. I'm gonna cut the stream now, and then I'll probably be back on later tonight. But if I'm on later tonight, I'm warning y'all now, it's only gonna be for an hour to two. Hour to two. Just kick it, have fun, talk shit. We ain't talking no Melly shit tonight. We already do the trial already in the daytime. So let me just float that in the air. I'll say it's right now, it's probably a 50-50 if I come back tonight. And, you know, whatever topics that I didn't get to, I'll like fuck with them tonight. You get what I mean? So, you know, apologies for people who wanted me to stream for an hour or two more. But yeah, I do got to handle stuff, okay? Oh, Boom. You get on stream or something, nigga. Is that nigga Boom on? If that nigga Boom is on, I would host that nigga. But anyway, Yeah, I'll be back on tonight. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Let me see. Raid Halo Boom.
I don't know if he said tomorrow, so is it done? Like, what the fuck going on? You still got the chat. Okay. Yeah, they milking this motherfucker for sure. Cause it's like over, like wait, see, we'll come back. So after that, I'm come back and see what's going on. Be back. All right.
Welcome back, Kamani. Thank you. You may be seated. All parties may be seated.
Yeah, this is something else. So yeah, man, this is it. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all enjoyed the live. I don't even see my face. I hope y'all enjoyed the live. Feel me? You know what I'm saying? If they ain't say they're gonna come back tomorrow night. And I don't know what's going on, but I guess maybe tomorrow I might do a little bit of live. Something. But yeah, man, I'll see y'all in the next video.